What is up, everybody? This is Tasteless, joined with Gemini, and we're going to be casting some Starcraft II for everybody here for WCG 2023. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. It's awesome to be here. We got some really great players. Maru coming fresh off of his GSL victory yesterday. SOS as well. MacSed and Oliveira, the world champion. It's going to be great.
It's going to be sick. Yeah, I'm actually still a little bit hoarse from casting the finals yesterday. Watching Maru win his 7th GSL. He's standing there with the trophy, and he's like, this is normal for me. This is normal for me. This is not epic. I do this all the time. And the very next day, he's going to come back and play here in this WCG. It's going to be 2 mirror matchups. I'm especially excited to see how SOS is going to perform. I've always been a huge fan of that guy.
Yeah, I mean, he throws out some absolutely crazy builds. We all know him for the famous La Cucaracha as well from years past. Just never dies, always comes up with new interesting things to bring out. And I mean, he's been away for quite a bit now. We haven't really been seeing him play very often because he kind of retired for a bit. I don't actually know if he went to the military or not. Like,
I think he did. But he was going to retire, I think, regardless. It wasn't like a forced retirement like so many pros have. Obviously, if you don't know, at home, all Koreans do have to do a compulsory military service. Is about 18 months to 2 years. But to see SOS back and to see how he's going to play in a new meta, I'm super stoked for that as well.
Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be some cool stuff that he can bring out, especially in a PvP, right? I mean, a PvP is definitely something that you can really do a lot of fun stuff with. This is of course, Team Korea that we were just mentioning, Maru and SOS. They're even going to walk out on the stage right now. SOS wearing the nice WCG shirt as well. So yeah, and this is the 2 Korean members that are going to be playing today.
Yeah, it's going to be a Korea versus China match here. Obviously, WCG originally a Korean event, but truly the original gets on a train the very next day. It goes down to Busan. 2 of the biggest legends ever in Starcraft II.
Yeah, I am excited to see exactly what kind of stuff they decide to bring out. I mean, this is definitely this is not going to be the GSL finals right after another GSL final. So it's going to be interesting to see if they bring out some similar kind of builds that they would in like.
I'm still so hoarse from casting that. Every time I open my mouth, it's like, I don't know if you read the book Frankenstein, where it wakes up in the woods, the monster, and hears its own voice and gets scared. That's me every time I try to talk. I'm like, okay. Excuse me. Yeah, it was a hell of a finals yesterday. I think you make a good point, Gemini. I mean, are they going to get experimental? Are we going to have any fancy stuff? Especially from SOS, I think he showed maybe the biggest range of play and ideas ever, and maybe StarCraft II and even StarCraft I included in that.
Yeah, I mean the proxy, that kind of stuff in a ladder game, let alone in a GSL game itself.
In a televised match for money. So obviously we also have our 2 Chinese players. I'm sure if you've been a fan of StarCraft at all, you watched the IM finals where it was Maru versus Oliveira. That was an insane upset. I mean, it looked like it should have been maybe the most obvious Maru victory going into it, right? I mean, not that Oliveira is bad, but that Maru is just so consistently good, especially when given an opportunity to play in like a best-of-7 finals, right? He's so cool under pressure and has such a wide range of play. Instead, Oliveira coming out on top victorious. And, I think we still haven't truly tapped Oliveira's potential, but he's another superstar here, especially in China.
Yeah, I mean, it was just such an amazing moment, really, to see him rise to the top in a completely unexpected manner. He had one of the lower scores overall given by the players the players that made it into the playoffs. He was someone that we know is obviously very good and has been for a while. And then he just comes out with some of the just most ridiculous series that we've really ever seen to somehow clutch it out against some of the best players at all completely.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a lot on the line here as well. You can see it's going to be, 3 million won here for match 1. Match 2 is apparently 2 million won. They're not worth as much as match 1. That's interesting. And then
that's the loser.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was lining up the pillars. I'm like, damn, take that, Protoss players. Like the Terran players, that's the real prize fight. Like
the Alpha race is the one that gets to get the most money here.
And then you can see here, we're going to have a 2v2. And, StarCraft 2 2v2 is a lot of fun. We don't get as many highly produced casted events for
having fun, which is something you don't normally think about playing this game at a high level. It's like, well, no, they're supposed to suffer because this game is so hard and mechanically difficult, and then they're just like, they lose a bunch of stuff to a nuke, and you're probably like, oh, they're so devastated, and you look at the player cams, they're just dying, laughing at each other, like screaming at each other probably. So the 2v2 should hopefully be pretty fun, as assuming that it doesn't end up in some early Zerg rush cheese. Well, none of them are Zerg, so cannon rushes, I guess. Or
cannon rushes. Maybe they pull the boys, TVT. We'll see. I mean, there's definitely a lot of cheese that could occur. We should note this is not your typical nation versus nation with all the nations, I should say, lined up here for WCG. Traditionally, WCG was known for having every country. I mean, we're talking like Venezuela, Malaysia, places you don't normally think of for StarCraft, having their own tournaments and qualifiers, and then they would get to meet with the other major, more prominent nations and compete. This is going to be a Korea versus China show match.
Yeah, it's hopefully going to lead into more awesome WCG events in the future, where we do get much more different nations getting involved, and be able to just hopefully see representatives from all over the world yet again. But for now, we're getting a wonderful little show match series here between these 4 awesome players from Korea and China. And yeah, it's going to be hopefully very fun. I really do hope that they try to do some very just kind of fun, interesting builds and stuff like that, and not try to, maybe do the most try-hard thing that they've got in their back pocket, and really make it a spectacle here.
Well, I mean, I think for the Chinese players, they may be trying to go for the jugular here. I mean, it's always a big win if China can beat Korea in anything, but these are 2 of the very best of the absolute best. So, Maru, I mean, a guy who needs very little introduction. I mean, this is just a tiny portion of the tournaments that he's dominated in. Obviously, I think he's most known for just crushing in GSL, but he's really done it all. I mean, this is, I would say, the most, I guess along with Rogue and now Cyril, accomplished player. Raynor actually up there as well, but he's got a history that it's just hard to match, right?
Yeah, I mean, just look at his shirt. The pins they're falling off essentially.
I was saying last night, it looks like he rules a banana republic. He's like one of those generals just covered in medals.
Gotta start putting him on the other side.
I know.
Put it on, make some other thing to represent how many GS. Just put a giant 7 on his shirt. Like
he needs, yeah, exactly. They need to all merge into one medal like a Power Ranger.
They make like the Terratron of the GSL pins on his shirt.
We are 2 years of GSL. So, over here, his opponent, Oliveira, let's not forget, guys, this is a rematch from the Intel Extreme Masters Finals, where Oliveira, I mean, really stole the show. Kind of a crazy moment as well, as Blizzard had shut down the Chinese servers a week before.
Yeah, that
was not good for the game itself, where it's like, oh, well, that's too bad. We probably would have had a boost in players.
Yeah,
but
that was honestly the most ironic thing. that was the most amazing thing about all of it.
What's the worst thing that could happen here? Well, it would be, not that it's bad that China wins, but if they did win, but we couldn't get a big surge of players. But no doubt, I mean, a lot of fans here in China interested in seeing, was that a fluke, or can Oliveira do it again? Maru has already proven that he's got a much more modernized TVT. When we casted, Artosis and I casted Oliveira and Maru back then, it seems like we were getting the beginnings of these really abstract kind of early mid-game Terran versus Terran openers. And now it seems like that's the entire matchup, is these sort of weird engagements with a concoction of units that is always different every time.
It's like we never really know exactly what kind of random stuff they're going to throw out. It's like, is it going to be 2 mines and 3 marines and a medevac and a Hellion? Is it going to be, is there going to be a Cloak Banshee thrown in there somewhere? We don't really know exactly. But we are finally getting into the actual match here, our first best of 3 between Maru and Oliveira. Over here, Maru, the absolute pinnacle of Korean Terran, essentially, at this point. There's no questioning at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he is such a legend. So Maru here in the bottom, and Oliveira here in the Maru here in the top. What's going on here? Maru's in the blue. Okay, so the overlay's wrong. Excuse me.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's when I realized, like, my brain suddenly, like, I've had a stroke.
What is left and right?
Yeah. So Maru is in fact on the top, and Oliveira is in fact on the bottom. Perfect.
Excellent.
Yeah, I mean, let's see what's going to happen. We don't have a proxy just yet, but we do have a second Rax coming down here for Maru.
Yeah, this kind of stuff has become very popular as well. being able to go for early fast Reapers, going into the opponent's bases really quickly to try to, disrupt anything and just catch the opponent off guard. I mean, Maru just even defended this very well against Cure yesterday in their TVT, where Cure honestly looked like he had a very good victory, but then the whole CC not lifting was, was unfortunately a thing there. But yeah.
Yeah, it was a good match for sure. I mean, I'm really curious. I'm sure Oliveira got to watch that. I mean, the TVTs and everything from yesterday. He might have some new ideas to kind of show, but mostly Oliveira just kind of like judo flipped whatever Maru did back at IEM. Obviously, that was almost half a year ago, but let's see how this pans out now. Maru going for the double Reaper pressure build. This is going to create a threat. It's not the hardest thing to stop, but if you do mismanage it early on, it can snowball.
Yeah, being able to get a Hellion out fast from Oliveira will definitely help a lot versus those early Reaper builds. He's even scouting around to see if there's any of them proxied at this point, but that will not end up being the case, as Maru is just doing the 2 in the main base and then expanding immediately afterwards with the CC on the low ground as well. So that'll be on the same exact time as Oliveira, but of course the thing here is that Maru needs to be getting damage done with this early Reaper production, otherwise then he'll end up being behind because Oliveira is the one with the faster tech at the faster factory. So it's going to be all up to these initial Reapers, the SCVs here, to help buffer as well. A couple of shots getting thrown down initially, and the SCVs will be able to, or the Reapers will be able to deny the SCV on that low ground command center. So that's already a pretty decent start. We definitely going to need to see more from Maru to continue this.
Yeah, kind of a funny interaction where it's like one Reaper's on one side of the bottom and the other Reaper's on the other. They do kill that SCV. Oliveira immediately replaces that with another one. Overall, I'd say Oliveira is slightly ahead here. I don't think Maru did that much damage. Obviously, it's not going to dictate, that much of how the game does, but I would say this opener a little bit better, at least for now here for Oliveira.
Yeah, it's going to determine on if he can get his CC actually finished here. And I mean, Maru's not trying to be that much more aggressive with his Reapers. It really looks like he just kind of stopped at a few here, did what little he could, and is now just kind of sitting back. Doesn't want to get overwhelmed by a Reaper Hellion defense and then just immediately get swung on the other side of the map, and then he's really got nothing to defend. So he's really making sure that he's got his Cyclone out. He's going to get the medevac. He's probably going to go for one of those cheeky little random unit hodgepodge drops that never seem like they should do anything, but somehow gets 10 SCVs every time for some reason.
It's like a Terran bonus pack. It's like you get this assortment of units.
Subscribe every month and you get a new set of units to drop in your opponent's base.
It's like you reach in a bag of mixed nuts and you're like, oh, okay, cashew and walnut and almond. That's the strat. That's the style of play that it is now. So we've got double racks continuing to produce, one with a tech lab, the other with a reactor. And by the way, it does seem like, in general, in both TVT and TVZ, 3 Reapers seems to be the number.
Yeah, it's definitely enough to apply some amount of pressure, but not over-invest into what you're actually doing with the early pressure. It's like it's like going 1 or 2 oracles in a PVT or a PVZ, where it's like, I'm not going to make 4 of them every game because that's kind of insane. It's like a huge commitment, and if I don't get a lot of damage done, it's going to be pretty bad. But it's like, I just need to keep pressure on the map, do a little bit, and then just make sure I can defend back at home as well with my follow-up tech coming in at a reasonable time, since I didn't use so many resources on the harassment there.
So it does seem like we're going to have the Hellions kind of create a distraction here on the map as the drop's going to come into the main. Now, TVT, you can actually die very easily on 2 base. Terran has always been a brittle race, and it makes TVT a pretty explosive matchup. Could not be a better timing for this Cyclone to come in, but it's almost like the Cyclone itself gets dropped. It's like he's trying to body block it in there. So that actually might behoove the rush itself. We'll see if he's got enough to then take this on from here on out.
He's going to drop down that auto turret. That's going to help a lot with DPS here. There's so many Marines at this point that he will be able to even target down the medevacs that he wants, but actually these Cyclones are not dying at all. The choice to go onto the medevac ends up going kind of poorly here for Maru, and now the Cyclones and Marines still are not dead, and he's forced to pull all of his SCVs over on the side. There's Oliveira's supply overall, though, he's also losing SCVs somewhere. I saw a Liberator in production before. I don't know if there's one on the other side of the map right now, but Maru ends up way far ahead in that engagement. I don't, again, know exactly, I don't know what's exactly happening on the other side or anything, but...
I mean, that was quite a loss of workers there. I mean, it was funny. It's like he targets the medevac, And it's like, oh, you're winning this so bad you could just shoot the medevac down. And then it's like, no. That was the biggest mistake. And you actually saw Maru's face where he started smiling for a second, like, oh god, this is actually totally reversing what should have happened. So Maru is hurting now.
Well, he's still got quite a few SCVs. This Liberator is going to come over now and try to help to deal with a couple more of these mules and SCVs if he can. There's not much anti-air in the vicinity here. He's going to actually have to load up Marines and the medevacs and boost them on over to help get rid of this Liberator, and it might even escape. So that's definitely going to be an annoying little pain in Maru's side there, as that could come back at any point in time, really. But Oliveira on the back end is going over to the third base already to put that down, as he did have the map pressure to be able to give himself some space, but his SCV count is still much lower than Maru's, despite that harassment going down. And he's definitely going to need this faster third CC to really help bolster that economy back up to get back into a reasonable spot when it comes to the economy. And because Maru's still not landed his third yet.
Yeah, Maru's, I mean, I'm not going to lie, he's hurting. It's kind of funny to see how well Maru played yesterday, but it's almost like there's something mystical about Oliveira, like where Maru just struggles versus him. The drop's already doing a decent amount of damage, enough that I would say that it's going to be a real uphill fight here for Maru. He's going to get that third CC landed. It is going to be a little bit late. And again, I mean, these drops just really paying off. It's interesting, like, you know, the Cyclone's there to try to kill the medevacs. It's good versus one, but with two, it's like he just drops the Cyclone itself. And then the damage does, you know, just a tremendous amount to the workers.
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely a good thing to be trying to get as many harassments out as possible to really try and limit what you can on the other side of the map. Maru's going to try to get a double drop going onto the bottom side here. There is a sensor tower which will alert Oliveira to what is actually going on here, and there's even a unit. Was that a unit or was that a critter that he just killed there? I didn't actually notice.
Shot the dog.
I'm dying.
We're seeing him continue to pursue this. Oliveira backs up. Interesting to see that Maru's actually ahead in supply, by the way.
These are
these swapped?
Something is switched.
Well,
because there's 68 here, but that's...
Yeah, well, something's weird with the colors here. Yeah. Is this Maru?
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, Maru is the blue.
Maru's blue.
But on here, he's red.
Oh, okay, yeah. Some issue there with how the overlay's set up. Whatever.
I've been so confused on who was getting the...
No, I was at the same thing. Like, you see a drop happen, and it's like all the workers die, and then look down, and I'm like, actually, it's the guy that attacked that lost the workers.
Yeah. Now, this makes so much more sense. I was wondering, like, how did Oliveira lose so many SCVs while that drop was happening? I was, like, so confused what was happening there. But, well, I mean, everything is really falling into place over here in terms of his overall game plan. And Maru is going to have to do the good old Maru thing, which is just sit back and turtle and really hope that he can just get the most efficient trades possible, as that's something that he has really shown that he is extremely good at. Bar none, really. He's like one of the best players at doing this defensive, economic, just trade efficiently no matter on his favor.
Oliveira is in really good shape right now. I mean, this push could end up punting this fourth command center that Maru's going to land all the way away.
Yeah, he's really trying to get that secured at this point. He's really moving all of his units over to help defend that as well. He knows that's going to be a big pressure point coming up here, and kind of predicting that when Oliveira is going to be moving on. He might have gotten a scan as well to even see that it's coming across, which is why he's so well timed right now. And he will be able to start pushing this army away into a kind of a area exactly where he wants, and it's going to force Oliveira to find a different position because he can't quite contest that area with no air superiority.
You could see the roaming is real here for Oliveira. I mean, he's just going to try to come up now. And he's going to push in, stem this down. Is this actually an overextension? No, maybe not. He just has so many Marines, he's going to be able to pierce.
All right, let me just send it down mid, and he just literally sprints right in, stims up. The tank line was super deep from Maru. He really had a huge tank line there, trying to get that set up, like I was saying, of the very efficient and difficult to break siege line, but Oliveira just, too far ahead at that point. He was able to just really bust it through.
So the correct way to say his name is Oliveira, right?
Yeah, Oliveira.
This ID actually breaks my brain.
Oh, it's such a confusing.
I've been calling, sometimes I call him Oliveira.
Oliveira.
And like, I was doing that at IEM. People like tweeting at me, and like other casters like, you keep saying his name wrong. I'm like, I did it. I said what I had to actually write on a cue card.
The words are there.
Yeah, I had to write on a cue card, Oliveira with a dash, just to not mess it up in the finals.
Even Maru's laughing at you, man.
He's like, how do you say this guy's name? He always beats me. man, once again, cool dude. Got the chance to, grab chicken with him after a GSL. Really smart kid. And China's always been kind of a fascinating country historically with StarCraft, because they always had their own servers and therefore ended up with their own weird metas. They weren't like, I would say the Korean meta was a little bit more better, I guess, for lack of better words, but
refined.
But like, there's a lot of really interesting ideas that come out of the Chinese server, all the way back in the day. Like, WCG has predominantly been held in Korea and China, and it's been fascinating for me, like, to go to China from time to time and like look at the way they play, and it's like, man, they really approach this differently. And it's cool to see now you get like the top player from that region, and here he is crushing a literally fresh out of the oven GSL champion. Well, not literally fresh out of the oven, but fresh out of the oven.
We just cooked him. The yeast is risen. He's fully fledged gamer now.
This is right when you want to eat him. A newly minted GSL champion once again falls to Oliveira. We're going to see now, is there any way that we could possibly have Maru recover?
Yeah, I mean, this has been an interesting trend going past the initial IEM loss as well for Maru, where he said it was a kind of like a mental shake for him, where he's like, oh my god, like I wasn't actually supposed to lose this, like what's going on? And then he, he'll maybe take a series again in some like a Kung Fu Cup or something, but then in WTL he then drops to Oliveira again, and it's like, well, okay, this wasn't actually a fluke, and like, he can still kind of go toe-to-toe with Maru here. So to have it still be happening now, where Oliveira continues to take these games off of Maru, where it seems like it shouldn't be happening, because Maru is just so good, and he's showing all the time that he's willing, or he's capable of winning these huge tournaments still. But Oliveira, it's like, you can't count this guy out. It's impossible. He just still can get Maru's number no matter what it is.
Yeah, it's wild. And so here we are in game 2. This is Oliveira at the bottom, and that is Maru at the top. I had to do that check.
I know, I was looking.
Careful, Tasteless. Make sure you're right this time.
The colors are indeed correct, it seems, so that's good. Maru going back to the classic Maru move of lose game 1 into proxy.
Scumbag double racks.
It's the 3rd SCV getting sent. No, it doesn't look like it. It will just be the 2, unless he sends one really late, which would be kind of strange. But we will have the double proxy Rax Reaper. I was questioning myself for a second. It could be a Marauder, but if that was, that'd be honestly insane. I mean, it technically could be, but that would be ridiculous, I think. We've seen the double Rax lift off from the low ground into the main or whatever for Marauders and stuff like that. It's super sick, but
it seems like it was trendy a while back. It's not.
Yeah, no, it's always been.
It's not as hot now.
It's cooled down.
It's not as cool as it was before.
Not hip whatsoever.
Yeah,
the cool kids
the
are doing
bell-bottom jeans of builds. Nobody wears that anymore.
You see that and you're like, you're such a fake gamer.
Yeah.
Imagine lifting up barracks into the thing and hoping we don't scout it.
If that style of play was a brand of clothing, it'd be Jinko jeans. Like, so we've got an
that's interesting.
eBay?
It's a block to just deny the Reapers. That's
like, he's gonna go for +1 attack.
He's doing a PF rush.
He's going for infantry armor. Yes,
it's the bunker upgrade for health.
Yeah, look at that.
He's not gonna be able to
Look
get
at
out.
This just looks like it doesn't make sense. It's like, how does that block? Isn't that shaped like a diamond? Like, shouldn't it go through the side?
I'm actually surprised that he was even able to get up on the ledge at all. I thought that usually that just blocks off the thing entirely when I do it with the gateway, but I guess with an engineering bay it's a little bit different, and there we go. He's not able to get up that way. He actually misplaced it, I think, so that's why he canceled it, actually. That you realize that the Reapers can get up, and they could have just walked by if they wanted to, but I mean, look, there's the bunker. The eBay's going to be finishing. We can get the bunker health upgrade, man.
There it is.
Reinforced, what is it? Neo Steel reinforcements?
That's right.
It's called?
It just turns into the worst game ever. It's just endless Reapers dying to a bunker, and I'm like, oh my god, bad RTS players make the worst games ever.
Oh, it wasn't another eBay. He actually made another bunker.
Can I tell you something that's bothering me about this? Whenever we get a shot of Maru's main base, there's like a star there.
Yeah.
Under his command center.
Oh, yeah.
The
little Harbot thing.
It makes me think of like Carl's Jr., like the burger place, every time.
I don't know Carl. I don't know Carl's Jr.
Well, thank you for your honesty. But what I said was, it was good.
Okay.
So Is the bunker, or sorry, the depot rather, actually going to go down? It is. Now, I will mark this off of my bucket list of things that have happened in games that I've been waiting to have happen. Reapers killing depots.
Yeah, I mean, it supply blocks Oliveira. He didn't really expect the Reapers to actually get that much damage done. Maybe he didn't expect there to be that many Reapers in the first place, that he couldn't actually repair them so that way they didn't die. But the double depot and the wall are denied, so he's in a huge supply block at this point. But he will get the Cyclone out before that ends up happening. So that's good enough to be able to keep the barracks away, so that way there's no high ground vision for those Reapers. But Maru is content to just expand behind this, getting his tech up as well. The starport is just about to finish, which could be anything. Go from, it could be literally any of the three. It could be Vikings to get air superiority, it could be a medevac, which looks like it is, to do potential follow-up drop harassment, or to allow for a defensive pickup micro and whatnot, or just healing on the Reapers in general. It could have even been a Liberator, could have been a Banshee. That's the amazing thing about DVT. It's like literally just throw a dartboard on the thing, and that could be the random amount of units they throw across to harass with.
Yeah, they need like a magic 8-ball of builds. They just like shake it, and it's like 2 cyclones.
That's Maru's actual secret. He's got one. He's got like one of those mini keychain ones that he can just whip out in the middle of the match, just like shake it real quick. It's like Liberator. Like, all right, here we go.
It's just a Mad Lib build. It's like, all right, now pick a unit here. Now pick another unit here.
The Liberator is verb ing.
Yeah,
the Mineral Alliance.
You're like Cyclone Reaper drop in the main. Okay. All right. Well, I mean, Maru does get that base up early. I would say his strategy worked for the opening. It'll be interesting to see how Oliveira plays this. What am I looking at? Oh, okay. All right. He is going to lift this off in a second. He's just super saturated. I thought he was like pulling the boys, but like not attacking with his army. I'm like, well, that's actually the worst strat in the game.
He's getting rid of supply because he's supply blocked. He's maxed. 5 minutes.
He like makes a depot, but also sends him out as it gets there. He's like, oh man, I should have done one of these. I should have just sent the workers.
God, I'm so stupid. I'm so redundant. Wow, this is the worst. Someone on Reddit's going to tell me off about this. Oh my God.
So here we are. We're going to have the command center land.
Oliveira will have the faster stim, though, as the barracks, of course, had to float back from Maru, and he was just going for the factory and starport back at home in the first place anyway, so the tech labs and whatnot are not going to be able to finish there. So if Oliveira can survive until stim, it will allow him a decent position here to be able to defend this little pressure off. But the medevac, the couple Reapers and Cyclones, and now even a Viking to help with the air superiority to keep the medevac more safe. If there is a Viking from Oliveira, it's going to be a little tricky for Oliveira to push off here. Actually, there's 2 Vikings as well, even. So the Ravens could be in a little bit of threat if the Marines are not in a good position to defend them, but that's what the tanks are for as well. Reaper nades as well can even push them back, so this is going to be really tough for Oliveira, I think.
Okay. He is actually serious about this push. This could be a problem. We actually might see our Chinese player go down here. I mean, it's a pretty impactful push. He's going to do a full-on counter. You could see the auto turret comes down, but basically Maru sidesteps that, just moving out of the way, and all the workers are going to get killed here.
Yeah, this is just an absolute dumpster fest by Maru right now, just completely ravaging this natural mineral line. GG is called. Maru makes it a series, as us casters love saying. It's not a 2-0.
We casters do love saying that, don't we? Hear my like donkey sound that I made when I try to be excited because my voice is so shot. I went, woo!
Guys, there's games happening.
I can't wait for Reddit to talk about my voice again. It's like, is he a smoker? I'm like, God, I yell for a living. Sorry, guys. Sometimes I sound like this. Maru wins game 2.
Excellent. So,
Excellent.
It seems like even though Oliveira can kind of throw out,
it's like smiling with water in his mouth. That's
it's gum. Not water.
Did I ever tell you that joke that we had about Draco, the StarCraft 1 pro gamer?
No.
That he always looked like he would play and his mouth would be like this. Would be like. And so Dan had this joke that his mouth was full of water and had a goldfish in it, and he couldn't swallow the goldfish until he won the game. So we just be like, look at him. Like, I've never seen someone with their mouth closed and their jaw so extended down.
Holy moly.
Okay, well, we're gonna go
He's just like sitting there, like really hard trying to keep it from going down his throat. He's like a random drop happens. He's so scared. He's like starts choking on the fish because he's so scared.
Like,
oh my god!
Trying to micro the Reaver, and then there's just like a little goldfish tail like, moving around on his teeth. So we're gonna go to Ancient Cistern, and boy is this cistern old, everybody. It's ancient. Oh boy. Let's go to this one. Who do you think is gonna take this, Gemini?
I think Maru is warmed up at this point. That second game was very, very brutal.
That was pretty impressive.
I think Maru was taking that first game. He's like, yeah, I'm waking up still. It's like, I just won the GSL.
He was warming his hands up.
I don't need to do anything right now.
He's like, oh wait, I'm not against a computer? Sorry, I didn't know the tournament started yet.
I thought this was my warm-up versus the AI.
Yeah, my bad. I guess I'll have to come back 2-0 then.
You never saw that before. I didn't just do that versus Cure, but in a bigger series one day ago.
Oh my.
Here we go. Hey, it worked so well the last game. Why not do it again? Surely he's not going to expect it twice, right?
Yeah. I feel like out of all the players that proxy racks, 2 times in a row, I think Maru has to be the most. Yeah. Where it's like, you know, there's like those players that are like, "No, you're doing the build wrong. Like you don't know how to play the game right." It's like I can see those same guys like doing the this. We're like, "No, you can't do it. Proxy racks 2 times in the best of 3." It's that meme of the guy with like, the bow tie on. Like, no, you're doing it wrong.
No, you can't do that. It's not supposed to work.
Yeah.
And then the guy, the mega chat on the other side, is just like, "Yes, it will. I will dominate everybody." Oliveira will lose 2-0 to me with Reapers. Yeah. I mean, this is definitely a much better map for it in general as well, because you can't just wall off the only entrance to the main with a single 3x3 building. So the huge Reaper ledge on this map will allow Maru to potentially even end it earlier if Oliveira is not quite expecting it. But he even put his barracks farther back in his main base to kind of maybe just... Oh, sorry, that's a second barracks actually. So he's going for the defensive 2 racks Reaper to help be able to mitigate this. So we'll see if he's able to dislodge this as well as Maru is able to kind of pull the pressure on him, because no Hellion in this defense will make it much more difficult. If he's still unaware that this is happening, he could even send his Reapers out on the middle of the map, and then Maru's comes in, leaving him completely exposed. And so this could go a couple different ways.
Yeah, I feel like this is actually, for the proxy Raxer, this is the best possible pairing build. Like, this is the dream. You know, when you're cheesing somebody and, like, you just, like, go to their base, you're like, oh, you literally, like, I just won this.
Yeah.
Like, I don't have to really micro that much. It feels like this could be one of those moments. We got to watch Oliveira's first Reaper and see if it gets picked off, because if it does, the game could just end immediately. Yeah,
there is 2 out, though, so that's very good for him. He will also have the SCV buffer to help pull that back. Nice nade, though, on Oliveira's Reapers. Double nade, actually, connecting from Maru's end there. So it gets a couple of good trades. But since it is the 2-racks Reaper, though, if that initial snowball doesn't happen with the first Reaper, then it actually kind of becomes pretty good for the defending Reaper player, because then you will almost always match the Reapers, but then have the SCV buffer behind it to be able to continually force the other player back. So if there's not that initial snap on the first Reaper where the opposing player is just completely unaware, then it seems like Oliveira's in a pretty good spot here, because as we can see, Maru is not really looking to really continue on with this pressure much. And Oliveira will be able to just get the Hellion out, will be able to go into the starport, but Maru is also on that same trend back over on his side of the map too.
Okay, so we actually have him out on the map. And so, you know, I think it was really Maru was the first guy that I think proved this is the best way to follow up the proxy, is to have one barrack scout and the other one return home.
Yeah.
And I will say this was probably one of the least impactful. I was pretty wrong, actually, a few minutes ago about saying that, like, this was going to be pretty good. It totally didn't get in there and do that damage at all. I didn't appreciate how fast that second Reaper was actually going to come out. Meanwhile, yeah, I mean, the counterplay here is looking pretty good. I mean, keep in mind that it's hard to produce and match this when you don't have a barracks that's producing back at home.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit difficult to... This is like the reverse situation now, where Maru can't keep his supply depots alive at the front. Now he's the one getting supply blocked, and might even just get busted immediately, because the Cyclone is going to spawn right in the middle of all the units, gets picked off. The SCVs are dying one by one, trying to buffer for the Reapers of Maru, and they are not getting stopped. Oliveira
it happened again!
Another upset victory over Maru. I mean, can we even call it upsets at this point?
No. It's like he's... I don't know. He knows Maru's Achilles heel.
It's the kryptonite.
It is. this is a thing that's important to note. I mean, it is sort of it's always been a theme in StarCraft, right? The Koreans are the best. Korea, especially when it comes to StarCraft. But the truth is, man, the Chinese scene is getting stronger and stronger. I would say Maru, basically the best Korean player, right? I mean, sometimes Rogue, outshines him, but really, he's the guy that reps this part of the world. And here we are again, China dominates.
Yeah, it's really interesting how much of a wild card Oliveira can be. It's like it's kind of crazy too, because I mean he won the IEM World Championship. He's the most recent IEM champion, but we still have this thing where we're calling him a wild card, where it's like maybe we're disrespecting him by saying this and hyping up Maru so much. Maybe it's recency bias. He just won the GSL. He won the GSL just before that too. Oliveira doesn't have as much opportunity to showcase how good he is in so many different tournaments. I mean, there's only been what, like one DreamHack since the last IEM, so it's kind of hard to always judge maybe some of these other players that we don't get to see all that often. And I mean, maybe Oliveira is still up on that super tip-top level, and we're just not really respecting it enough.
I mean, it's a reminder to everybody, myself included. I really kind of thought Maru was going to win this, and it was going to be another day at the office.
Yeah,
sorry, put myself out there for no reason.
two rules of casting.
Now that I'm not on camera, let me try. let me try to spell his ID. Oh wait, I can't. Why did I do that to myself? Up next, SOS.
Oh yeah.
What kind of shape is he going to be in? That might be the biggest question of the day.
I can't wait. Honestly, it's going to be very interesting. I mean, he's been playing a little bit here and there in the World Team League as well, on the various different. He was on NV. I believe he might still. I think he still is on Team NV. Actually, there's it's like a clan NV now. They said they're not like a professional team anymore, but they're still like a clan or something like that. So he's technically still repping them. I see that shirt underneath the WCG one. But yeah, I mean, he's been playing a couple games here and there on the live telebroad. Or it's like, oh my god, we're gonna see like some crazy proxy DT and the proxy Oracle stuff, like it's part of the swarm or something, or like it could be anything really.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a fun one. MacSed, which I feel like we haven't talked about enough. Some of you might not be familiar with him. This is a really great Chinese player. Again, China, I think they don't get as much representation, not because they're excluded, but because there's only a few players that are really able to kind of get out there and travel. But there's a lot of players you might not be as familiar with, and I think this should be a pretty close.
Dumpsters me completely. It's like it feels like I'm playing like one of the absolute best, basically. Like just loves throwing down a bunch of gateways, just completely destroys with sick timings. He's very, very good at maneuvering a mid-game PvP. So this really could be an either way affair. I don't know exactly if SOS is in that peak form. I wouldn't bet on it. So yeah, I'm very curious to see.
I love Cassida's games. I almost always leave any game of his with something new, some new take on the game. So I'm very interested as well in seeing how he plays if he hasn't been that active.
Yeah. Or are we going to see like what he did in his final retirement game against Hero Marine, where he just continually kept proxying 4 gateways in the wall off of Hero Marine in the top of his ramp, and everyone was like, wait a minute, is this actually how you play PvT? Did you just proxy your gateways in his wall? And then it lost like 2 or 3 times in a row, and we're like, no, this is just SOS doing his normal stuff again. So I don't know if we're going to see something that crazy coming out here, but I don't know, maybe we'll see something special.
This textured building, all right.
I think it's the Ihan Ree skin. Those ones are pretty cool.
Nexus.
Is there a real Nexus hidden underneath? Who knows?
That's right. Yeah, I mean, let's see what SOS is going to do. I'm super hype about this guy. SOS, a little bit of history here. He was actually live in the suburban areas, right? I mean, most people don't live in downtown New York or San Francisco or Philadelphia. And so, yeah, SOS, the fact that he came out and was able to find like the only PC cafe in that rural area and kind of learn the game without being in a place like Seoul or Busan, where there was a dense amount of StarCraft players and people to communicate with, and he rose to greatness. He was pretty good in StarCraft 1, but in StarCraft 2, it's like it gelled with the game perfectly. I've always found his story to be fascinating.
Yeah, it was super cool to hear about this in the one video that was made, the signature series that featured him. Was just, It was very touching, really, to hear about how, like, you know, he comes back home and then the people of the town talk to his mom, like, oh, are you SOS's mom? And like, she's like, you know, so like just happy to have his son, like, you know, bring like honor almost to his to his village. It's like so cool. What an insane story out of him. And I mean, here he is still over in 2023, and he's still kicking, doing some fun stuff.
It's fun. I mean, I don't know about you, but for me, I always think of the Korea experience as the Seoul experience.
Yeah.
Right. And so it's easy to forget that there is, you know, there are very, very, you know, rural areas out there. And that's very much part of Korea too. And so, you know, kind of crazy to see that guy overcomes all odds and becomes this great player. So right away, we have SOS with the Nexus being blocked here with the pylon, but he does not engage with it.
Going for if they show it, SOS being the smart one, not letting him have access to that information. Sometimes what I like to do as well is you like let that pylon finish, because if they don't attack it, a lot of times it's because they sent 2 adepts across the map, and then you can just have a pylon blocking their natural because they sent their adepts across, and you're just so far ahead. But some other SOS is going to be going for the 4 stalker pressure, and we'll actually catch a stalker out in the open here, which is extremely good for SOS in this situation. I don't know if he got a battery up in time. It looks like there is one, but there's no actual units here. It's just the 2 sentries, and that alone is definitely not going to be able to defend this 4 stalker push.
Yeah, I mean, the stalkers do not have to respect the sentries one bit, and so yeah, I mean, this is going to be tough because both the sentries, he misclicked actually and shot the stalker. That was miss micro there.
We'll be able to get the other stalker from the other side, though, and keep that red stalker alive, so it ends up still trading out pretty well. He's even got a proxy pylon to go for the double adept follow-up as well, who could easily jump on that other sentry, and if there's no probe in the wall, even get up into the main base to get some probe kills. So this is a pretty decent early pressure coming out from SOS right now. The battery was also killed as well, so that means, like I said, the sentry could easily get targeted by this double adept right here, and he might even just go past, like I said, into the main base. Will choose to go for that. Turns on the, well, actually it sort of turns on the sentry, but one of the EPs got stuck there, but starts now going on for those out for those probes. Gonna force the pull away. This is a great opening for SOS.
Yeah, I mean, so far so good here. He's really kind of dictating the pace of this game. 2 adepts, if the shots are synced up, will one.
Still not blocking the ramp here, so he's gonna get even more kills with those couple adepts. And look at the probe count. It's 40 to 25 at this point at a 5-minute mark of a PvP. That is one of the most insane leads you could ever hope for in this matchup.
It's so good. And really, SOS, you know, he's so good at controlling the matchup. And so here we go. We got to see what MacSed exactly can do to try to recover. But honestly, it's not going to be easy. I mean, we can see if you look at the production tab. I mean, the tech that's getting developed, especially the little gateway explosion that we have here. Even having that like one production round
is considered. The double adept gets led into the main base again, though. So it's like, he was so close to starting to claw his way back a little bit, and then the double adept gets back in, and now he's still behind 10 workers. It's like, oh man, things are it's tough in the MacSed world right now, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's not looking good. Excuse me. SOS having a bigger army, he might be able to just come in and topple this. 2 stalker lead's pretty good. I think SOS could probably develop a healthy angle here if he just moves down. Well, I guess he wants to wait for the rest of his stalkers, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, he could even technically just blink on these units if he really wanted to, because he can just one-shot at this point, but
it could be hard to tell how many they have just, you know, right off the bat.
Yeah, choosing to go the safe route, will blink down to kill off that forward battery. There is still another one on the back end, though, so overcharge is still possible. MacSed is doing a great job defending this, honestly. I kind of expected the units from SOS to just be too overwhelming, but the double adept is really the story here yet again. These will not get home. He's like, I don't need these stalkers to do anything at the third base. My adepts are doing the whole victory for me.
And then kind of a classic Artosis quote. I mean, what do you do when you're ahead? Get more ahead. That's exactly what SOS is doing here. He identifies, okay, how much can I milk this situation for? And just pulls right back out.
Yeah. Thought you were going to do a classic Artosis quote of like,
he
only needs to do 2 things. He's got 2 units and I can't do anything.
Classic Artosis quote. He just sits there in an arc. He has no brain.
He didn't do anything. He just shitted the 2 adepts through. I can't do it. No. How do we be 2 places at once?
He's going to come in again, but I think the Immortal makes this impossible.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard to... I mean, he's trying to actually draw him out right there. I think is what he was trying to do. He could even try to blink and one-shot that Immortal if it gets too far out from the battery. The double Adept is still getting done every single time this happens. I love this play from SOS. Just continually draw attention to the right, throw Adepts over to the left. A couple of Stalkers finally getting left for MacSed to help deal with that a little bit. But he still doesn't know where that pylon is, if there even is a pylon at all. Tries to go for a double Adept on his own, but there's still units there waiting for SOS. He's on top of it. And the other thing here is 2 Stalkers doesn't actually defend 2 Adepts before they kill 4, 5, 6 probes. So
it's painful how long it takes 2 Stalkers to kill 2 Adepts.
Yeah, so this is actually not even that good for MacSed yet again. He's still only down to 43 workers.
Yeah, this is, it's getting worse. Let's just say that. This is pretty brutal here.
Yeah, I'm not really liking exactly what MacSed is trying to go for. I mean, the problem here is that he's been so far behind from the beginning, right? So it's like he's trying to cut as many corners as possible to still stay in the game. And I mean, it is still working because he's not lost that third base, which is very, very important. But to be able to do that, you have to just, okay, 2 Stalkers on the natural and then rest of the stuff at the third base. But then that means you just keep slowly dying to the Adepts all the time. This is also super awkward as he loses the Immortals on the rally out as he was moving across the map. I mean, this is the big problem here.
That might be fatal.
Yeah.
What happened there? I mean, losing the Immortals like that is brutal. And look at this. SOS just weaves and bobs and gets right back out.
Yeah, he is just in total control. I mean, he's got +1 done. His +2 is about maybe 80% or so. MacSed doesn't even have his +1 yet because he can't... where do you fit a Forge into this defense when you're trying to cut so many corners to get a third base to stay up economically and everything? So it's like, this is just... I feel like it's really just a slow, grindy death from MacSed here. He's just trying to do whatever he can, but...
I mean, the walls are closing in. That much is clear. I mean, it's literally a 50% supply lead here for SOS. Yeah. Archons are going to come in the mix. This very well could be the killing blow.
Oh, what an arc as well.
Yeah.
Spreads out all over MacSed's side of the map. Pushes right through. The battery's going to get overcharged, but SOS already targeting it down, and that is the GG. SOS takes a nice 1-game lead in this series. Some cheeky stuff here and there, but
yeah,
it was just straight up solid. Just go for an early 4 Stalker pressure, get the double Adept Warping on the side as well to follow it up. And I mean, if the opponent is completely unaware that you're going for that and they lose an early Stalker on the beginning of that push, you are just letting yourself open to that type of scenario where your battery gets targeted down, the Adepts follow up, and you just can't stop it.
Yeah, I mean, beautifully done there by SOS. I do think that we can talk about the late game and all these like great attacks that happened, but I think the truth is it was the Adepts early on, just killing probes, accumulating that damage, and then I think the 2 Immortals getting sniped.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're fighting Mass Stalker versus Mass Stalker, you want to build in Immortals to that so that you can actually, because it's weird. The Immortal was not designed to counter the Stalker, but that's what ended up happening.
Yeah.
It is very much a significant kind of backbone unit in that matchup, and when you saw SOS kill those 2, I mean, that's all you need to do.
Yeah, he was definitely in a very rough point at that part of the game anyway, so yeah. Even with those 2 Immortals, it would have been really difficult for him to help out and really defend, but it would have been a good anchoring point for sure to help out. But, again, like you said, the Adepts in the early game really proving to be supreme there. And I mean, the second game, MacSed's going to have to try and shore up his early game defenses to be able to find any sort of way to maneuver into a solid mid game.
Yeah. Is that the casters in the middle?
Oh, I think it is.
Look at that.
TY.
That's a different setup. I kind of like that.
TY is over there as well. He's one of the casters on the Korean side. So
yeah, TY killing it in the casting game here. We're back. It's going to be SOS in the red and MacSed down here in the blue in the bottom right. Hopefully we get a game 3. Otherwise, this might be a very short day of casting for us.
This is one of those rare instances where we really do want the max amount of games possible. Yeah. Get this thing going as long as humanly possible here.
So, yeah, I mean, let's see how exactly SOS is going to play and approach this. Very cool to see him back. I do wonder if we're ever going to see a return of SOS to Starcraft II or maybe Stormgate in the future, something like that, because he truly is like one of the, like if we had a Mount Rushmore of RTS players, like his face would be on it.
Yeah, no, he really provides a very unique flair that is ultimately necessary for these kinds of games. It's like we really need that just out of the box thinker that will just be willing to do whatever comes to his mind. It's like half the time I watch his games, I'm like, did he really just think of this game, this strategy 2 seconds before doing it? He could have, honestly. Like that's what his games look like sometimes.
Well, he's just able to identify things on the fly and kind of cobble together these really weird moves that bring him on top. But, you know, because I don't know what he's doing right now that he's not competing. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I feel like he's maybe just trying to do these little events here and there. I don't think he's trying to go for any huge resurgence and, you know, to try and get that peak SOS form or anything, but still being able to see him play and see what kind of stuff he can throw out is always very fun. Like I said, I really want to see him do something interesting this game to really give us some spectacle to witness here. I want to see a proxy nexus or, you know, some crazy stuff. I really do enjoy watching that.
I'll never forget that game he made the Nexus and brought the DT in.
Yeah.
I was like, this is insane. This is like, literally that memory will never leave me. It's so crazy. So we've got 2 Stalkers coming out for MacSed. I think was it 2 Adepts for SOS? Did I make that up?
I didn't see, honestly. It wasn't. Actually, yeah, it looks like it's 2 Adepts. They're shading across on the bottom side there. So SOS trying to get a little bit of damage done early yet again with some Adepts, going for a double Adept follow-up as well. Stargate on the back end of the units from MacSed. He does like going for these 1-base Stargate expand builds. It's something that he does throw in quite a bit. So we'll see if this is able to help defend. It's going to be a great option going against a Mass Adept opener as well. If you get 1 or 2 Oracles out, those Adepts will absolutely melt once you get on top of them. So overall, this is looking like it'll be pretty good, provided that the Adepts don't actually get into the main base unaccounted for this time. So make sure that MacSed is on top of that, and he'll be pretty good here.
SOS getting that Nexus out immediately. The extra probes just already rallied over here to the minerals. Excuse me. And it's going to be the same thing here for MacSed. So this is probably going to be a pretty slow game to start things off, because if both sides are going to go for Nexuses with no crazy tech like DTs or anything like that, there's just not a lot you can do.
Yeah, the Robo first out of SOS following up is quite interesting, though. This is like a very old school build that he is kind of throwing out right now. This is like this is the 8 Adept Robo follow-up that like Zest made back in like 2018 or something like that, where almost every game was doing something like this, where you then followed up with a random thing of like DTs or Robo or something. It's something that you don't really see as much anymore in PvP. It's definitely still volatile. Like, it's something that can absolutely slaughter a Protoss that's completely unprepared, but MacSed is probably the opposite of that in this regard. He's got a gateway even to help wall this off to really make sure the Mass Adept does not get through. And now the Oracle on the other side of the map, I'm not sure if he made a battery in his main. There should be one there. Yes, there is, so that's good. So at least the Oracle won't be able to completely end the game here, but this is still going to be a pretty decent spot for MacSed, because this early Adept pressure is really not going to do very much at all unless MacSed makes a huge blunder.
Yeah, I mean, this is a lot. I will say it seems like both sides have deflected each other pretty well here. It doesn't seem like SOS can get much done. 2 Oracles can negate the efficacy of the battery, and so he can come in and basically really start killing it here. And this is going to be really bad here for SOS.
The good old 2 Oracle into win strategy is being used to its maximum effect from MacSed here. The rest of the units getting hastily thrown back into the main base here, so that will deflect them for now, but quite a few probes killed off, and yet again, like I'm saying, these Adepts aren't actually able to do anything on the other side of the map. The wall-offs are good by MacSed this time, realizing last game that, yeah, I think actually the Adepts did just lose me the game last time. I should probably make sure those don't happen again, and I mean, he's really doing it now, so this is an excellent spot for MacSed.
Looks like they're going to come in once more. Oh, I'm sorry, there's a shade there.
Yeah.
I was like, and I just learned that Stalkers can block Adept shades. Like, there's just something you can learn every day. Void Ray out here. It's kind of a funny unit to have here, but it's kind of a why not unit. Like, you've got the Stargate, you can produce another unit out of that. The Void Ray can be handy. Yeah,
he even saw the Robo follow-up from SOS with the Immortals coming out, so he maybe just thought, oh god, he's going to do a quick all-in here. I need to make sure I just defend no matter what happens, and it's a very good play to go for the reactive Void Ray, and this is what I was talking about earlier. If the Oracles just get on top of the Adepts, they find them, then they will just kind of melt them away. And once you lose a couple a couple Adepts, it's just like the efficacy of them just drops so fast in terms of a frontal engagement. So it's like, yeah, they might come back later to do a little bit of harassment, but you can easily deal with 2 Adepts when you're in the mid game.
The Adepts, it kind of reminds me of the Roach as like a unit that like has a lot of power early on, but rapidly becomes obsolete.
Yeah. They really do just fall off, essentially, in most matchups. It's something that just you don't even think about happening anymore in the mid game and late game. It's like, yep, okay, adept time, done. Let's do other stuff now.
I mean, this is rough. There's been a bit of a back and forth, but I would say nothing too substantial has happened here. It does seem like SOS, maybe, I don't know, like less than 5% behind, if that makes sense. Like it's a game that could still go either way.
Oh, yes.
Oh my God,
nice. That's actually not too bad, so that's going to still be fine. The battery's there, so ends up being good. But yes, I mean, that's such an awesome play. That is the kind of stuff you want to see out of SOS, although this double Oracle also now coming back in, the 2 Oracle into wins.
Because, I mean, I know StarCraft truly is a global esport, but I'm, in the Korea world for that. Protosses are hurting.
Yeah.
They're not doing well. But, to see, like SOS's fingerprints on this game is so cool.
Yeah, I mean, these mid-game DT switches can be extremely awkward to deal with. A lot of players are trying to go for these kinds of things right now, but the problem is that it does leave you quite vulnerable in this little transitional period when the opponent has blink and you don't quite have it yet. And it really depends on if the opponent expected it or not. Does he just get a normally timed robo and keep the observer home, or does it get sent across the map? Right now, the Oracle detection is across the map. The observer is going to start, or is going to spawn here, but the stalkers are all on the other side of the map, so this could get some absolutely insane damage done if MacSed doesn't react instantly. And he does get the pull off, but like I said, he's already got maybe, I think that was 4 or 5 probes with that one DT, and he's able to just get right out scot-free. And he gets the recall from the units as well. An amazing play from SOS.
Yeah, I mean, SOS steadily navigating this further and further ahead here. And we got to see when exactly MacSed is going to get his third base, or he's going to have to attack right now.
Yeah, I mean, the late third here is going to be really, really difficult to begin, especially considering that he is in an awkward position in terms of the tech as well. I mean, he's got the Stargate there, which is kind of a little useless, but at least now it can hopefully deal with this Warp Prism if it ever does try to go back in now. But yeah, MacSed kind of lost a little bit of the momentum that he was really trying to gain there with that nice defense of the Adept opener from SOS.
Right.
And so now it's going to be hard for him to go for one of those huge +2 gateway pushes where he can just totally envelop the opponent. And SOS even realizing that this is something that MacSed loves to do, going for a super fast disruptor follow-up after the DTs to really hopefully just destroy any brute force attempt here. It's a kind of a unique play to go for disruptors this early. So I'm really curious to see if this actually ends up working for SOS or not, because it could be a little volatile at times.
Yeah, I hope we could actually get into a super late game PvP here. I was watching Showtime stream maybe 2 or 3 nights ago, and it was like a split map PvP.
Oh, dude, those get crazy.
And I was just thinking, I'm like, I've never actually casted a split map PvP. I've casted Starcraft II for almost over 12 years, and it's so rare to actually get that. But I would love to get a game that's that long. I don't know if this one's going to go that way, but there's hope.
Yeah, being able to get the super crazy dodgeball moments as well, where it's just disruptors going back and forth the entire time. There's flank ruptors going from every angle. You just have to take into account so many different things. There's DT squads blinking on nexuses and everything. It's like, it's super chaotic. Playing it is like so stressful. Actually, I like almost never get to that point as well when I'm playing. And anytime it does, I'm like, I'm not prepared to do this actually whatsoever. I really wish I could have ended this game 5 minutes ago.
It's PvP organically. It's like you can get into late game, but like to get to the point where like almost all the map is mined out. So MacSed looking for a fight, laying some traps here. It's always difficult to engage if there's more than 2 disruptors. PvP.
Yeah, there's still quite a lot of charge lots here, though. Nice little choke point trying to be made with the gateway. The disruptors do fire their shots, get on top of a couple of those zealots, but there's still quite a lot as well. And MacSed, I mean, kind of ignoring what I was talking about before, where he lost all momentum, he's actually got full momentum here now, completely breaking through this third base.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I think, okay, it's over. GG MacSed brings us to a game 3. The dream is alive and well, Gemini.
The game, we have a series.
We've got ourselves a series.
Oh.
Caster tropes.
That fast is very volatile because you can just break them really quickly if they don't get the max number, the critical mass of disruptors. Like 2 can be a little hard to attack into, but once you really get like 4 or 5, then it's like, okay, I really need to get disruptors of my own, or I just need to start spreading out on the map and just get a total out position move here. So MacSed identifying that the Disruptor tech was getting transitioned to a little bit too fast. I was like, no, okay, I'm still just going to do my thing. I'm still going to try for this huge gateway push. It usually works out pretty well. I'm going to try to go for it anyway, even if I lost a lot of workers at the...
SOS and MacSed both looking so good. Again, MacSed, I think a lot of people that, more casually watch StarCraft and aren't hardcore fans might not know this guy, but he's a real killer.
Yeah, for sure. He's got some great understanding of the matchup. He really knows, like I was saying before, those really sharp timings where he can abuse the weaknesses of his opponent in this matchup. It's definitely his bread and butter. Playing against this, he always does this thing where he gets like 10 gateways as well. A lot of times, most Protoss players in PvP, they just stay at 8 for really normally, and then they just go into a 4th base, and then they'll transition a little bit after that. But like, he goes for this huge style where he just gets, there's 2 extra gateways, and it just completely catches you off guard, and you just gets flooded with units, and it's super annoying to deal with sometimes. So he definitely has his own little style when it comes to things, but it's very
1-0.
Yeah, Maru losing to Oliveira yet again. The massive, interesting storyline of those 2 players of somehow always finding each other in these different tournaments continues to be very interesting. I mean, Maru can't get quite a hold on it, and Oliveira taking a nice lead in the series for his team here, for Team China. So MacSed is trying to upset yet again with another Team China win here before we get into that awesome 2v2, which will be pretty fun.
Yeah, the 2v2 is going to be interesting. 2v2, I'm always way out of my depth, by the way, when I try to cast it. I'm like,
me as well. I don't know what go in and like massive widow mines and stuff. Like,
yeah.
2v2 for me has always been just the I want to just do whatever I want thing and not think. My brain gets turned off. I don't know about you, but I have this thing wherever I play non-1v1 where I actually just play way worse than normal, even if I'm like trying to win.
Oh yeah,
because it's not what I'm used to. I'm just like so out of my element. Like all my muscle memory is gone. It's like, even though I'm technically better than, these like silver leaguers in a 2v2, like if the game goes really long, I'm gonna be like, well, this is actually kind of, I don't know what, I'm like on 44 probes at 15 minutes of the game. What's happening? Like, I don't actually know what I'm doing. And then like I just like playing worse for some reason. It's like same with campaign. I'll just like lose campaign missions because I'm like, oh, I'm supposed to win this. I'm a good player, right? And then I just like lose to the computer. I'm like, wait a minute, do I play this game?
No, I mean, it's 2v2. It is a really different beast, especially StarCraft II 2v2. And so it looks like SOS starting to set up infrastructure on the low ground. The same thing over here for MacSed. Last game we had a pretty unextraordinary early game. In that both players just basically took a quick expand. PvP is a matchup that I would say, I guess maybe TVT has it now, but I was going to say the most branches. In
Stalker versus Adept, Stalker Sentry versus Stalker Sentry, or, the other way around. It's like, it mostly goes the same way. So the interesting here, though, is that they are both going Stargate as their follow-up tech on one base before expanding. So that has definitely a couple different avenues that it could go. Likely going to be double. Well, that was very close, actually. He even lets the Shade finish, not realizing that the block actually got down. He might even lose an Adept. Yes, he does. So before the recall gets thrown out. So actually a pretty nice play by MacSed there, being able to get a small advantage. But neither player knowing that they're going Stargate, so they will go for those Oracles first. Some people looking at this might get a little scared from PvPs in the past where we see 2 Stargates on both sides and we get mass Phoenixes and nothing else. But I would be very surprised if that ends up happening in this game, because that's just not really how PvP functions anymore in this matchup when they both go Stargate on one base here. Yeah,
I mean, Stargate versus Stargate, it does seem like, this can, not always, but it does. We do have games where the Phoenix arms race can be triggered from this. Those are always kind of odd games in the direction that they go in. Looks like right off the bat, MacSed kind of drives away SOS, and so SOS goes for a tagging maneuver rather than a probe kill to try to get something sorted here.
What's interesting is that SOS actually has 2 batteries at the natural here. I don't know if he maybe saw something that scared him to think that there was some sort of one base all-in happening or not, because there's really no reason to have those two batteries there at the front. Maybe he was a little scared after losing the 1 Adept and wasn't exactly sure if he saw a Nexus or something. Maybe the Shades missed it. I'd be surprised if that was the case, but SOS will kind of be down like a probe or 2 because of that. Also going for Phoenix behind it is very interesting. It's very normal now that you just go for 1 or 2 Oracles straight into Blink as a Stargate opener in PvP, but, oh, that was actually really weird. the Phoenix lifted up an Adept on the map, but then it shaded across, and we like saw the Graviton animation for some reason in the main. That was interesting. But yeah, it's very rare to actually go into Phoenix, is what I'm trying to say. So to see SOS do that is a bit unique.
Yeah, I mean, this is excuse me. It's oh, hold on a second. We're gonna have the RoboBay come down here and tech this up.
Whoa.
Basically, it's a very focused Stalker development tech here with the Oracle from MacSed, where SOS is really, like right now, it's all threes, 3 Adepts, 3 Stalkers, 3. And he's actually going to get the Oracle. Good kill over there. Not exactly what I was expecting. Looks like he also tries to dive in with the Oracle, but can't get anything done.
I was actually really hoping that he would actually lift the Stalkers to help that Oracle get a couple extra probe kills. I think he really could have, but there were 4 Stalkers to 3 Phoenix, so it wouldn't quite have done exactly what he wanted, but cute move nonetheless, does get the Oracle, and like you said, a couple more probes, so very nicely done by him. Will get himself back in the game just a little bit. And the Robo follow-up, again, is very interesting, because if you go Phoenix out of the Stargate, it's kind of awkward to then also go into a Twilight for Blink. It's like super redundant, and it's like,
right.
You know, you're really stretching yourself. So the natural follow-up is a Robo to then make sure you have a detection, to be in case they go DTs, and then you go Immortals as well to help bolster the ground army while things get going as well. But double Adept again, still getting this whole series has been just 2 Adepts getting into mineral lines nonstop. This is kind of insane. Like, I don't know how these players keep getting Adepts in the mineral lines. My players that I play against always block these off, but these guys are very crafty with their Adepts here. But yeah, I'm really curious to see where SOS goes with this overall composition, because you don't normally see this Phoenix into Robo style in PvP very much anymore. It's just always going to be that Twilight, the mass gateway stuff. So I want to see what he rounds this out with.
Yeah, here comes the push now. MacSed going to try to move out on the map. The third Nexus has started here, so there's only two possible directions that this game can go here for SOS. Either he gets his own Nexus and matches it, or he gets more gateways or other tech and pushes.
Yeah. I was something that I like to do every now and then, which is very fun, is to go Void Ray Disruptor actually in PvP, and you just sit there and wait for them to suicide into you, and it's actually very fun to make it work. It's like super abusive garbage, but like it's like a guilty pleasure thing where it's like very fun when it works. But unfortunately, SOS is not going to go for that. It looks like he's just getting a couple of Immortals just to be safe on the ground, and then he's going to get the Twilight anyway to eventually go into Blink and Charge and whatnot. So nothing super crazy compositionally, but just getting the necessities basically to help him stay alive with this different opener that he's going for.
And so it's going to be a later Nexus here for SOS. And again, I mean, you look at 2 very different unit comps. Another set, 3 Immortals now, right? A Sentry. He's got SOS really doing a very kind of balanced, I guess what you say, like in air quotes, like right way to play the game. He's got a mixture of everything where you can see MacSed is just continuing to zero in on more Stalkers, starting to add some Zealots in.
It was the 3-3-3-3 again.
I know.
There were 3 Zealots, 3 Immortals, 3 Adepts, 3 Stalkers, 3 Phoenix.
I see 3s everywhere we go.
Finally, it's been broken, but that was so funny how that lined up yet again. But yeah, I mean, like you said, this is SOS just really making sure he has a solid ground comp. He's going to go into the Templar Archive as well now for the Archons. Actually, skipping were just a better decision overall, in my opinion. So SOS will be able to, like I said, get that very rounded out composition in a much nicer way with those couple of Immortals in the backline as well. It's going to be super beefy when this eventual attack for MacSed comes, because he just absolutely loves trying to break your third base while transitioning to a fourth. It's just like what he does basically. So I would honestly be surprised if he doesn't end up doing something like that this game.
Yeah, I would definitely say that's a realistic possibility coming in here. And again, I'd say this is probably the slowest PvP we've had. A very different pacing here. SOS going to bring us into late game macro. The 4th base now being taken at 9 o'clock. MacSed is sharking around the map, but this is not to try to actually commit anywhere. He's just trying to see if he can snipe anything. When you go for a heavy Stalker comp early on, you do have a kind of tactical advantage, as long as you don't screw up your control, where you can probably pick off stray units like Observers or Sentries or whatever you can find, really.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that MacSed didn't try to go where a 4th base would be with this Stalker count, knowing just that SOS's army is very beefy right now. It's going to be hard to really try to poke with Stalkers against Immortals. It's much better to just try and go to the outskirts to try and find that 4th. And it looks like he's going to maybe do that now, but still going into the 3rd base for some reason. Would love it if he just goes over to the right, would have a free Nexus cancel, really. SOS is not prepared for a move like that whatsoever, but he's continually going to just try and poke into this 3rd base. SOS might accidentally show MacSed where this fourth base is if he pushes him in the wrong direction. But MacSed will be running away at this point because this army is huge from SOS. It's like such a beefy composition overall.
Look at those 4 Archons just leading the charge down here. He is going to drive him away. You know, there's nothing that he can kind of parlay this assumed to be one, I should say, for MacSed. It looks like he's going to get his next attack upgrade a little bit sooner, but SOS is high enough in army supply. I think he could still win a fight. Yeah, definitely. And his composition is just so much more well-rounded as well at this point, and it's going to be really difficult because, I mean, MacSed is really trying to play like a catch-up game. I really think this is the moment where the fast disruptor transition is the correct play, because you know that your opponent is sitting there just defending and making sure his composition is super beefy and just he can't really move out quite yet. He needs to really kind of develop and wait a little bit longer, but you're the one that is you know, needing to make something happen a little bit, and knowing that your opponent is just going will get hit by them as well. The charge slots get evaporated. It's a feature of the game. The StarCraft II is very clumpy in the way that the units bunch up. It's like you even just see it highlighted right here with the Stasis Ward. It's like the punish for area of effect, damage, spells, whatever is huge. Yeah. Luckily, it didn't seem like MacSed blinked into that. Oh, geez, coming in with the rest of his army, actually. He wants to make use of this moment here, completely drawing SOS out from his defenses, and it might actually be pretty decent for him as he had a huge charge lot swell there. The Phoenix actually were able to kill off the War Prism, so that's massive for SOS here to deny any Warpins coming in to reinforce this, and now that will really turn the tide here for SOS as a huge charge lot Warpin swarms MacSed's army, pushing him very far out. So, you know, for now, it's survival by SOS, and I wonder if that's going to be like kind of a misstep here for MacSed. Like, I get the idea. He's like, my stalkers are stuck. I could try to dive in here and rescue them, but he sort of traded out his army. His army looks a lot less complex than SOS's. Yeah, I am honestly very surprised that he went for that. I don't really know what prompted it. Maybe he thought he had that +3 advantage. I'm not quite sure if that was done just in time for the attack or not. But, I mean, like I was saying before, this is kind of what MacSed just likes to do. He loves these mid-game mass shoves of gateway units. Like, that's just kind of what his overall style is in this matchup. And maybe he just like, okay, well, this is an opportunity. I can draw his army out. I flank it from the left. He's not going to expect it. I get a really nice attack. But he didn't really account for the fact that the Phoenix are still in this game. They get F2'd back over to the army, and then his War Prism can't actually do anything, and then he just gets completely surrounded afterwards. We've got a pretty good expansion spread here from MacSed. It's interesting. SOS is almost playing like he's got the smaller army. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, I keep seeing back up, but I think he can defender's advantage anyway with the Warpin, so it's not going to be that big of a deal. But actually, SOS doesn't have a War Prism of his own here, so he's not quite able to reinforce this quick enough. Is there a pylon north of this? I don't think so. That's coming just from his third base or fourth base. He's like actually snail mailing these zealots from the top of the map. It's crazy. Yeah. There's even DTs in this mix as well. Observer. Yeah, that's a huge play. He's got Phoenix. He's got Phoenix as well that could even deny the observer, but it looks like he's not actually going to do it. Never mind. Okay, cast first, but yeah. Regardless, gets the fourth base. And MacSed is in just a super awkward position here. His army is just not well equipped to deal with what SOS has right now. Okay, the fight comes back. MacSed snipes, you know, that another immortal here. And again, it's funny. SOS has a bigger army. He's regrouping. I think if he can nudge this War Prism a little bit further south, he's going to be in really good shape. Yeah, this is just a very great position for SOS at this point. I mean, he's even getting +2 shields at this point on his upgrade, so that'll really help with those Archons if this game ends up going any longer. But I'm going to be very surprised if this game ends up going much longer to really see that benefit, because, I mean, how do you attack into this army with MacSed's situation right now? He's got a couple of Stalkers and Zealots against an entirely well-mixed Stalker or Zealot Immortal Archon army. It's like super crazy to be able to even push up into this base, and he's completely losing it for free, essentially. MacSed's got almost nothing left. Yeah, I mean, it's just Stalkers. It's always a bad sign when there's just Stalkers left over. That means, because they're kind of always the last unit to die. So there it is, GG. SOS wins, making Korea and China tied up 1-1, or as casters like to say, we got ourselves a series. The series is here! Oh! It came! It arrived! That's a 1-1. Going into the 2v2. Oh my god. Let's do it. Look at SOS with the suspenders. He's like working in a speakeasy. Yeah. Warping DTs. Using a Nexus to warp in a DT, or recall a DT.
Sorry,
All
no,
right.
that's actually not correct. What's the other password? La cucaracha.
Yeah, la cucaracha. Okay. Well, SOS wins again. MacSed, a good game there. That's kind of a hard game to tell why SOS got ahead. I think some of it just came down to like he developed in a better fashion. There's a lot of ways to tech at StarCraft, and some are better long-term than others.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember exactly what happened in that early game, because doing what he knows how to do, which is just, he makes Stalkers and Zealots, eventually Archons, and he loves to do these huge pushes. And, I mean, SOS's style there was really designed to just absorb that so well. It's like, it's so difficult to try and break into a player that is able to get that kind of a composition in that way. And, yeah, I mean, I think it would have been better if MacSed tried to go for faster disruptors or something to make it a little more different, but unfortunately unable to do it, and we're going to get into that 2v2.
Let's do it.
The thing that we are so knowledgeable.
We get to share resources with.
Does this player get to go to the top right and scroll their mouse wheel to give their ally resources?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I need to see that.
Get ready to learn. Tasteless and Gemini casting 2v2s.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so we've got China in the bottom left.
I'm trying to look at the name of this map. Nightscape?
What is with this thing under the Nexus? Okay, Tron.
This
We're
is
gonna race our
this is where
energy
your
bikes
Nexus
through there.
goes.
Yeah.
게임을 일시 정지합니다.
All right, another
A
one of
perfect
my favorite
way
parts
to
about
start a 2v2.
my favorite part about 2v2 is the tech delays because there's more computers. It's like something's
makes
gonna go
so much
wrong.
sense.
Yeah. There's just more people. Someone's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I can't hear the game sound. And you're like, all right, well.
Well, did you turn the volume on? It's like, oh, whoops,
Yeah.
sorry.
Did you accidentally mute it? And he's like, sorry. And I'm like, no, it's fine. I'll have to take a taxi home tonight because the train closes early, but that's fine.
We somehow had to figure out how to solve this in less than 30 minutes, but we didn't.
I was casting Valorant a week ago, and we had on the same day 2 players spill water into their keyboards.
Oh, is that what that tech pause was?
Yeah.
Oh man.
And like they get a shot of the players at the desks, and like each player has like 4 cups of I don't know what on the desk. They're all open. I'm like, this is a disaster waiting to happen.
Welcome to hell.
Welcome to hell. Oh gosh, I see. I'm already caught off guard. I'm like, oh my god, he's making a gateway in his base. No, it's a 2v2. Okay, they did play their respective races, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is it's going to be a PvT on both sides. So, yeah, I mean, all I know really from my 2v2 experience a lot is that Phoenix are very, very good in 2v2s. It's a good thing to control the map with, and you can just easily mask that up while your opponent, or while your ally, I should say, kind of does the ground and keeps you safe and whatnot. And so. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a huge Phoenix war coming out from the Protoss players and then some bio stuff from the Terrans, but honestly, that's about as much as my knowledge of this scenario goes, to be real with you, Tasteless.
Yeah, I mean, let's see what they kind of tech into. The funny thing is we don't know a lot about 2v2, but also I don't know how much these guys know about 2v2 either.
Well, there's actually been a couple 2v2
this
tournaments
is just
that they've played.
This looks like it's, the 4th race is like using their ion beam cannons to warp in down here.
It's like that one thing in the campaign where like you have a giant turret, laser turret that you're shooting at, and it's like somehow that's what's powering the buildings as well. It's like...
This is wild. All right, so initially the Reaper does come in here. MacSed is actually going to take another expand, as is Oliveira.
Yeah, it looks like the Chinese players are going for some earlier expands, whereas there's the double Stargate, like I was talking about. So this might be a feed strategy also, because 2 Stargate on 1 base is very difficult to sustain as a Protoss. So Maru might be just trying to go for some early expand stuff and then even feed resources over to SOS in the early game to let him kind of get a faster Phoenix count up really quickly. So that might be happening here. Pretty clear what SOS is going to do. Oh, it's Oracles! Oh, it's even cooler! He's going Mass Oracle. The double Oracle. Wow.
So it's a double expand for China, a single expand right now for SOS. And I think you're right. It does look like Maru might be siphoning resources over to SOS.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what this Mass Oracle does, if he does really continue with it instead of just stop after the 2. I would be surprised if he does, if he just starts those. I mean, the instant scout, though, is really brutal, so that's going to give a nice little heads up for the Chinese players. Going to get too caught off guard by suddenly 4 Oracles coming in out of nowhere and killing all their workers. So the SOS actually isn't even leaving them home either. He's kind of hoping that Maru can just use his Marines and tank to just defend this natural here, where, I mean, having 2 Oracles to defend this would have honestly been very helpful. I'm kind of surprised that he's not doing that, but we'll send them across. Still gets a couple SCVs regardless of the fact that they were scouted.
Yeah, beautifully done. And he's going to find more with that. Coming through here, getting additional kills on these workers. This is actually huge blows here for the Chinese team as Korea going to come through and get that damage off here. The Nexus is actually being focus fired, and I think it's...
I guess that was a gateway. Yeah. Oh, wow. The observer's so on it, man. That was sick.
Yeah.
It's like he can hear me. That was
nice.
Awesome. But yeah, it seemed like the attempted aggression from MacSed and Oliveira didn't really work to what they wanted.
Look at that. Yeah. I like it.
All the bases are like connected by these huge lines. It's kind of cool, actually.
And they got to ride their Tron bikes up and down there.
How crazy would that be if that's the only way to get around this map? You actually have to like get on a train with all your units.
Oh yeah.
And like transport.
And imagine being over here where you just are stuck in your main. You like go out into the front yard and like loop right back around. So the roaming is continuing on. Anytime he can't do a dive and get some kills, he just tags it again.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to try to go for the gold base as well. It's an easy play to go for as a Terran player. Could easily just lift off the CC to go there. And MacSed is being forced to take actually exposed bases. The Protoss player getting the short end of the stick as usual. But the Mass Oracle here is doing something. Unfortunately, it's not like actual Mass Oracle. SOS is... Oh, he's actually going to the Fleet Beacon. I'm sorry, I was looking at MacSed's production. I thought SOS was going straight into Blink after that. I was like so confused, but the Fleet Beacon makes way more sense. So he's going to be trying to go into that fast carrier, I'd imagine, is if you can just get a giant amount of carriers in 2v2, I'd imagine that's also very strong.
Yamato cannon being upgraded. As it looks like we're going to have 2 sides, but it's going in very different directions.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. I like this, actually. It's just totally different, conflicting styles. The drop over here from Oliveira, I believe, is going to go into this CC up in the top. We'll be able to even possibly kill it because there's only a couple Oracles here to defend, but the SCVs will help repair. The Oracles try to go in by themselves and will get melted by that Marine count. Very strong units they still are. I mean, it's just because it's a 2v2 doesn't mean Marines are any less viable. We'll be able to lift up and get out of there. Luckily keeps the CC alive.
Ooh,
wow, nice. Even some Blink Stalkers on the right.
I think he was targeting the command center for a second.
Yeah.
Why do they keep targeting these buildings? They're like literally like the buildings with the most HP in the game. Like, there are moments to do that, but this is not one of them. Like,
yeah,
he's targeting like a command center with SCVs mining it. It's like, well, you're just hoping your opponent doesn't repair now.
Yeah. He even tried to go on the Nexus as well, considering it has so few HP, but then the overcharged battery is able to keep it alive while the carriers help to defend the Marines. So a nice little poking and prong, like, you know, poke and prong, is that the...
Poke and prod.
Prod, there we go.
I mean, I think it's prong and prong. It's the correct way to say it.
I like couldn't understand what I was even trying to say myself.
Oh, yeah. The depot blows up.
Poking and prodding strategy. There we go. I remember English from Oliveira. I did the thing you did too, Oliveira. Oliveira.
There
we go.
Go back to time. It was a better idea.
Time. And then we can do all the amazing time puns as well.
That's right.
That definitely never got old.
It's GG time. The game closes out.
It's time to take a Nexus.
Not all IDs are made equally. And every time I see Oliveira, I think of Olive Young, the makeup store, which is by my house.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got a big dive in here. Do the Chinese players have enough? I mean, supplies are plummeting right now for Maru, and SOS is already pretty low.
Yeah, I mean, the Marines are getting rid of the Interceptors, I feel like, and the Stalkers also helping out with that. A Stasis actually continuing to get some of those units stasis right there, and a couple tanks actually got ignored, apparently. Oh, no, sorry, that was Oliveira's tanks. It's so hard to see what these colors are. But, yeah, actually, it seems like Team Korea will able to defend for now. The BC's doing a really good job. Carrier's also getting a couple more of their Interceptors back. Oh, nice little BC teleport micro to keep that one alive. That's going to be really critical here as the push continues. But Oliveira is going to be it's really important for him to contain or to keep this momentum as a Terran player, because if you're just massing Marines and Medevacs in a 2v2 against two players that are just sitting and turtling to max late game tech, you have to keep control of the game. Otherwise, you will eventually probably lose.
Yeah. Well, a pretty big push in. And although we have Maru and SOS surviving, I think that at this point in time, Oliveira and MacSed are just too big. This is the 4th base being taken by MacSed, by the way.
Yeah, nice little TP play over here for Maru, though, to get some harassment done on this gold base. Yamatoing SCVs. It's got to be the first time I've ever seen that in my life. Incredible moves right here from Maru, but there's not really much to deflect these BCs right now, so lots of damage getting done over to Oliveira here. Blink Stalker's getting forced to return to help dissuade these BCs, but dissuade is, I don't even know if they're doing that because they're still sticking around getting a few more kills, and even the carriers are finding their way out in the middle of the map as well. I think they ended up.
Yeah. I mean, what exactly can Maru and SOS do? That's the question I'm asking myself.
They sit.
Well, I mean, if they camp, I mean, how big are Oliveira and MacSed going to be? The supplies are like slightly below, but when these 2 new bases kick in for both Oliveira and MacSed, it's going to be really hard to stop, right?
Yeah, but I mean, eventually, it doesn't really love doing a Void Area Disruptor. It's the same exact idea. Well, they'll just mass expand, but I'm just sitting there in like 3 bases. I don't care that I have like no economy because they can't kill my army.
Yeah, that's true.
It's the same idea here. He's finding their way back over to the gold base yet again. The air transition from Oliveira has come out here, seeing that there are so many BCs. Oh, actually, they just walked down, it seems like. They're going to be able to TP out, so that's very nice from Maru. We'll be able to keep those alive, doesn't get them disabled by the Ravens or anything. And both players are actually, for the Protosses, going into Tempest as well. So MacSed realizing that the only Blink Stalkers probably is not going to cut it if this game goes too long, and is trying to now get into an air fleet of his own. But, you know, if you're going into that a little bit later, you're always going to be a little bit farther behind in that regard. So the extra economic boost that he has right now really needs to kick in right now to hopefully even that up.
Okay, Stalker's going to be moving up here. We've got the King of Chad ground army versus the Virgin Air Fleet.
I was actually thinking of it the reverse way, though. The nimble, weak, maneuvering Virgin ground army versus the King of Chad. I sit here and do nothing. And he moved off.
That's so funny, dude. Oh no, he messed up the recall.
Oh man, that's a lot of units getting completely wiped off the map, and Oliveira and the entire Chinese team is going to take a huge victory from that. Maru's entire fleet of BCs was over on the left side, so not able to help with that. And the recall even is able to help bring those Tempest over, but a couple of them just get Yamato'd, or the BCs actually just teleport out of there, so maybe not the greatest recall there.
A scan here. He's going to now be able to just keep, I don't know, actually, can the army just keep hitting this from afar? We've got cloaked Stelots pushing in under the mothership.
This is stuff you really don't ever see.
This is stuff that breaks my brain when I see the fight happening, where I'm like, I'm never going to be able to play-by-play this ever.
No,
it's
this is just...
I'm like, there are so many health point bars on the screen. I don't know who's who.
The computer's starting to lag. Oh, God, what's happening?
God, I should have had a better graphics card.
We're casting a PowerPoint presentation, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it's really all up to Team Korea being able to stabilize. Like, can they just keep their units alive? Will they be able to eventually get to the super death army that just will not die? The Chinese team is still trying to go for the pressure style, trying to pick off what they can. Still a lot of Blink Stalkers from MacSed trying to pick off air units here and there. I mean, the unit composition of MacSed is so weird. It's got like a giant group of Stalkers and a couple of Tempests. Like,
yeah.
When do you see this ever?
This is wild. Again, though, I mean, I just keep going back to the mini-map when I look at this, and I'm like, dude,
yeah.
China is like, they ran out of bases on their side.
Yeah.
They have to go to the bottom right.
This is the thing, though. It's like, if Team Korea can just sit and weather the storm long enough, these bases are going to dry out, and then all of their bases have not been taken yet. So then they will eventually just get those bases later to continually flood out units, while the other player doesn't have anything all of a sudden. They've gone through all their resources because they tried to break it early. So as long as Team Korea just doesn't die, they will eventually find themselves in a better position.
We've got a small push out now, but it looks like at the end of the day, I don't. Okay, so I look. This is like my first late game 2v2 cast, so I'm like, really, this is a very exploratory cast for me. I really am not sure what's going to happen, but I do want to point out, it's really hard to actually kill the Turtling Air Fleet.
Yeah.
I think it will come down to whether or not, with the air fleet, they're ever able to push into the bottom.
Yeah.
Bottom right, I mean.
Yeah, this is where all the remaining resources are going to be, really, as the game continues. I mean, a little attempt over here from Oliveira, is trying to get something done, but because there's so little from MacSed to bolster this attack, the combined forces of Team Korea is really able to dissuade this little pressure here, and we'll be able to bounce it back and even kill off a base over here. Problem though, there's no ground army here. Oh, actually the Tempest, all from MacSed, getting caught, somehow left those alone over there by themselves. That's a huge move, gonna really help out there, but now the rest of Time forces are gonna come down with the Marines as well. Team Korea is definitely gonna have to back away from this one.
Yeah, they're gonna get pushed into a corner again here. And keep in mind, anytime you see any of these capital ships go down, and they are capital ships, by the way.
Yep.
It takes so long to
over on the right, but now the left side is becoming a bit weak now, as Team China's air fleet is really is getting a pretty good foothold here on top of what SOS has managed to get here. He's really losing quite a bit of supply here, actually, as the mothership is even going to get taken down. There's Storm also now, and really keep it together quite a bit. Just enough. I mean, there's so many bases on the left side, man. That's so much income getting thrown down here. Oliveira's army supply overall is kind of low, but MacSed is really flourishing here.
It's so funny that one tank comes down. That's like the brother of the tank that was killed earlier.
Hey, buddy, I finally got into the service. Where are you?
We'll siege up in range of 12 stalkers. Here he is. Oh, he's on sieging.
Get out of here. I know what happened to my brother. No. Oh, thank God the Zealots are here to help me. Oh, jeez. I mean, they're going to try to do something on the bottom right, it looks like, to deny some amount of economy. Can't talk from the Chinese team.
Yeah.
The economy,
yeah.
The economy. But they're going to get surrounded here by quite a few of the air forces of Team China. And, I mean, this is not looking very good. They're even getting flanked by a bunch of stalkers here. And that's
Chad, air fleet does lose to the Virgin Ground Army after all.
Oh my God. Just not enough. They didn't sit enough, man. They had to just sit there for longer. Just not move.
In an arc.
Just sit there, do nothing.
Look at this shirt that MacSed's wearing.
It's a cool IG uniform there.
Yeah.
I like it. Did it have a Starcraft II logo on the collar?
It looks like he's like wearing a cleric's robe. Like, I'm like, that's good. We need a healer in the party.
Yeah. SOS over here with the baseball tee of the WCG stuff, so it's cool. Maru not giving a damn and just wearing his normal on-site stuff.
All right. They're having fun. They're enjoying losing to China.
That is the fun part about 2v2, though. Like we were saying, it's like they might be losing, but they are having fun doing it.
They're having a good time.
It's always fun to watch that.
Plastic chairs in Korean esports events. Name a more iconic duo. These chairs are everywhere.
Dude, I feel like I've seen those exact same chairs in the Busan, Wongali Beach, Brood War matches.
Literally that.
Never change, Korea. Really doesn't.
Yeah.
There's just like the same warehouse. They're like, well, we're in Busan. I guess we go to the esports chair warehouse.
The richest guy in the whole country is the guy that makes those plastic chairs, by the way. He is a trillionaire.
So true.
All right, we're going to go to Emerald City.
Oh, my favorite, too.
It's my favorite city.
I love it. Isn't that a Pokemon city or something?
Yeah. That's the main city, right? Emerald City?
Yeah.
Right? We're Gamecasters.
I think that.
We're one of you guys at home.
I'm pretty sure that's Emerald City.
And there's a Pokemon guy in the crowd. That's a Pikachu hat.
He's about to get caught. He's running away from the Pokeball.
We paid that guy to go out there and set up our joke. Okay, we're in the game. Team Korea, bottom right. And Team China, top left. It is such a challenge to cast.
Oh, dude.
StarCraft 2v2.
This is such a new experience. I don't even know what's happening, honestly. It's like...
Two of the greatest RTS minds in the world, and you try to do the same bad strat twice.
SOS was a big brainer over here. He says his brain concocts the same build twice. That doesn't work.
I don't. Yeah, I hope I think it'd be more interesting to have 2 ground army plays.
Yeah. It does get very interesting when there's just constant warp-ins all over the map. Like you just have so many different anchor points that you can go off of. The armies get huge.
It does seem like 3v3 in StarCraft 2 is way more rush. oriented.
Yeah, I mean, the more players you get, the more opportunity you have to just bulldoze a point, right? It's like you have 4 players all doing the same rush strat, and it's just like, well, okay, I can't defend that as one person stuck on an island from my other 3 allies because this map is so terrible that I've somehow spawned away from everybody. That's always the worst, when you get the bad end of the stick of the spawns and you're just like left there to die. You're like, team, help me, please. There's 2 Rex Marines, there's cannons, and there's Zerglings in my base. And there's like, yeah, feed us your money, bro. We'll try to make it in the long game. I don't know.
Figure it out later. All right. Let's, all right, it's going to be, no, I'm sorry, it's a pylon blocking that over there. Interesting that they kind of come out and try to, no, I'm sorry, whose pylon is that? Okay.
It was a block.
It was a block. Okay, for a second, I'm like, no, he just made his own pylon to block that. That doesn't make any sense. It is a quick expand here for Maru.
Oh, a quick gold. Ooh, spicy.
Who is that?
I think that's MacSed, yeah.
Okay. It was supposed to be SOS in my head, but all right.
Yeah. Yeah, very interesting play. SOS going for the Stargate yet again. The double... It's the same thing. SOS is doing the same thing again.
No!
Yep. It's a double Stargate on one base.
This can't work. Maybe the strategy's supposed to, like, work earlier.
Yeah.
If you don't, then you're just, like, you know, painted into a corner and you can't get out.
Yeah, I think maybe their early defense at first wasn't that clean. If they kind of just shore that up a little bit, then I think they can kind of catapult themselves into a better spot to defend later on. So maybe they're like, oh, yeah, we don't have any other ideas. Let's just do the same thing. Who cares?
Okay, good kill there. And it's going to, you know, with the quick expanding here from both SOS and Maru, I think that immediately out of the gate, China's in the lead here.
Yeah.
With a gold base.
Yeah, it's going to be a really tough thing to try and break that. Unless the Oracles can just find their way over to there and just kill a whole bunch of probes, that can definitely be pretty good. I wonder if Maru's going to change his idea and go into the mass ground. Because I feel like going for like biotank medevac when your ally Protoss is going for mass air is a generally good idea. Because like you have the one side covered with the air and then you have the ground side covered with the mass marine. So it kind of makes it so that way that huge opening weakness that you had that got abused last game doesn't really happen. And then eventually the Terran can just get into BCs or something later. Like they can just do that like BC Ghost like you do in a late game TVZ or something like that, you know?
Right. Well, here come the Reapers now. Getting a few picks.
What I was talking about, where it's if they can get the probes on the gold exposed, then that'll actually be pretty good. And it is extremely good. Almost kills every single probe before the energy runs out. So huge play there from SOS to get, I believe that's 13 kills on that Oracle. So if they can hold their front line, which it looks like they are with that tank and...
A lot of pressure. We've got the Oracle diving through here. The Stalkers haven't committed, by the way, from MacSed up onto the base.
Just about.
Oh, okay, here they come.
Yeah, I think Maru's got plenty here to deal with this, though. These Stalkers don't have Blink. I mean, it's not really...
Oh, my bad. I thought they actually had Blink.
Yeah, no, it's just some normal Stalkers. Some lifts even coming out from a couple of the Phoenix will help allow the Marines to alley-oop dunk those into their afterlives, so very nicely done there. But, I mean, yeah, this is looking way better. I like the switch up from Maru to just focus on ground. I think that was really the thing that they realized last game. They're like, yeah, we're both trying to rush air. This is stupid. What are we doing? This is way too abusable. Let me just go ground and just keep you alive, SOS, while I get all my stuff here.
This, for now, is a pretty... I mean, it's definitely a better looking game, but the gold base, you know, every minute that passes, that's going to be, you know, a more robust Protoss army.
Right.
As long as he doesn't lose more Stalkers.
Like proxy Reaper with a 4-gate on both sides or something like that, and it's just total chaos, but not going to happen this game. A huge lift up from all these Phoenixes. Get all those Stalkers out in the middle of the map. Yet again, alley-oop dunking with the Marines there. So this combination here from Team Korea is definitely doing a much better job than last game. And they're finding some great trades throughout the map. So I would be very surprised if MacSed is able to find any footing in this game, even with that gold base. I mean, he just keeps making unupgraded Stalkers. So it's like so hard to do anything with that.
More units reinforcing over here. And it looks like we're going to have... I think the moment... Well, this is kind of funny because we see Maru and SOS pushing out. MacSed, I think, has dropped the ball here. His army is actually so small. But, I mean, I guess if it's just going to be Maru alone here, I mean, where's SOS's anything?
Yeah, I'm actually confused about that.
I actually thought there was units with
He's got the Phoenix, right? So, but the thing is that he went over top the Marines with the. I thought he was going to just continue going to the right to pick up all the Stalkers.
Yeah.
So that way they can't focus on the tanks, and then the tanks just kill off the bio. But he like walked over the Marines for some reason, and now that engagement didn't really go very well at all for Team Korea. And Team China is now going to be able to kind of take a little bit more position on the map here. SOS losing quite a bit of his Phoenix to that push, and yeah, I don't know. That was a questionable decision on the engagement there. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that was, well, let's just, the game goes on, I guess. We've got a counter push here. Again, you know, the Phoenixes, when you have enough Stalkers and Marines, the Phoenixes just can't do anything.
Yeah.
It's going to come down a little bit here to how Maru can handle this. He is going to stim and dive.
And kill off the forces on the ground here. So I guess that was the play as well earlier. He was going over the Marines to try and pick up the tanks to just let Maru completely steamroll it, but it just didn't work out. That time, though, working much better because he had that cliff to be able to kind of stay on top of while he was getting the tanks when the Marines weren't able to quite kill them off all at the same time. So ended up going much better there for Team Korea. Their overall strategy is working a little bit better. But, I mean, it's not like it's going to end here or anything, I don't think. This drop should do some damage, but I don't think this is going to be game-ending. Oh,
what?
He goes on the main, maybe. It's a play right here.
The trees on this map are huge. Oh my God, I've never seen trees so big.
I mean, when you think about
this
the
is
scale
on the
of...
Avatar planet.
Think about the scale of it, too. Like, those medevacs are gigantic airships as well. The tree, like, is eclipsing it so much. Double dropped in the main on both sides here, so this is going to get pretty weird pretty quickly here. Both Protoss is taking the brunt of the damage, by the way. Neither of the Terrans dropped into the Terran bases. They're both bullying the Protosses down, trying to keep them out. This is quite kind of funny here.
Yeah, big drop over here. Oliveira really hammering away into the main base here of SOS. SOS is eating a lot of damage. It's a game where, you know, the Protosses are both limping through the game, and the Terrans are really kind of delivering the damage.
Honestly, such a wonderful representation of the 1v1s.
That's right. And that's why Protoss wasn't in top 4 in GSL. All the Protosses were forced into casting like us.
Yeah, I mean, this is now looking quite bad for SOS as he loses his whole main base there. MacSed on the other side of things is somehow still got a decent supply, even though his units is literally just 17 Stalkers. It doesn't seem like a great army, but he still has probes, which is very useful. SOS doesn't as much, so it's going to be hard to get back into the economy for him. They're going to try to go for this push, is Maru and SOS, but I mean, there's a huge Marine count. What's the Marine count at? 52 to 42 with Maru in the lead there. So this is, I mean, Maru is really hard carrying SOS at this point. It's going to be all up to him to help stabilize this game.
Yeah, he's chased out again. This is a lot more of an interesting 2v2, to be totally honest with you. Another big stim in here. These Stalkers, the angle's so bad. Inadvertently, it looks like MacSed kind of created a bottleneck here with this setup.
Yeah, another drop going into the main base as well, trying to keep down SOS. This is, we're continually just dropping into the Protoss main bases, trying to keep them as down and out as possible. It's very funny looking at this, but SOS is definitely getting the shorter end of the stick, as Max said. Ooh, even gets a nice blink forward of a full medevac snipe. Very good by that. A couple Liberators were harassing as well. We'll be able to get dealt with by the Phoenix, so that's something there going for SOS. He's helping. I'm doing something. I killed the Liberator harass.
Okay, these Phoenixes are going to clean up over here. No way he can even rescue this. You'd probably better just boost away with the medevacs and try to get out.
Run.
Meanwhile, growth continues to trickle down towards the southern part of the map from Oliveira. It's a tough game to call. I mean, supplies are dead even for the Terrans. SOS is hurting, but MacSed isn't in great shape either.
Yeah, I think it's really coming down to the Protosses, though, because the composition from MacSed is actually something right here, whereas SOS, he's literally just got 8 Phoenix. Like, that's his whole army. But now there's Storm as well from MacSed, which is, even though his army is small, it's going to help a lot against this huge Marine clump. Nice Storm there, forcing Maru back. And Oliveira is going to be able to continue forcing himself forward. The Phoenix totally useless in this engagement. Nothing being done by them. And Team China continues to take nice trades on the map.
All right. I mean, from here, I think the noose is getting tightened.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see Oliveira and MacSed continue to advance and push into this position. It's possible that they can hold their ground here. Again, the Phoenix is, I mean, I get the idea. I don't think it's necessarily a bad idea, but it doesn't seem to be very good at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, if you lose the momentum, it's really going to be hard to come back with it. And the team China is trying to go into it. The Phoenix are doing a good job lifting up those tanks in the background, but there's so many Marines and other things on the ground that the Phoenix won't be able to stay alive for that much longer. MacSed actually losing quite a lot of his army as well. The tanks of Maru never actually got dealt with. So now it actually evens up just a little bit here as SOS was able to deny those tanks from firing for just long enough, it seems like, that it actually ended up allowing Team Korea to stabilize just a little bit. But can they really stabilize enough to really catapult this into a much longer game here? It's still going to be very tricky for them.
Yeah, I don't agree with the attack in there. There were tanks and liberators set up, everything else. So I think this was a little bit of a bad play here. You can see SOS, by the way, is starting to develop into something that has viability here, having the Colossus into this, especially with the Marines on the other side.
Yeah, the Storm as well will be totally useless against Colossus from the Protoss side of things. So having like this just kind of Protoss mech essentially composition here will, again, this is like the last game where it's like once it does get fledged out and kind of bolstered up a little bit, will be the better army. But it's just, he needs to get there. And since he was so battered down from the beginning as well, it's going to be even more difficult to get there. But for now, it's still seemingly enough. As you can see, that Storm is just like nothing against those couple units there. It's like such a mismatch. But again, this is really coming down as well to the Terrans, to being able to really keep their foot strong as the Protoss is trying to manage Marines anyway. It's like, we didn't actually do our only job. Oh no.
You had one job. Yeah, they're going to kill off the Nexus here, and this is doing a lot of damage. Meanwhile, big push up here from MacSed. Looks like he's going to be hitting Maru pretty hard, but Maru does eventually get the upper hand.
The Colossus is actually there's so many Colossus I didn't even realize that he was able to get 4 out already, and this is a lot of units to be sacrificing from Oliveira here. He did kill off a lot of SCVs. He did kill off the main base yet again for SOS, continually battering him down. But like I said, the army is not getting fiddled out anymore for SOS. Like, it's still remaining pretty strong. He's losing a lot of Marines to these Colossi and Phoenix, and so if SOS again can just manage to get an army set up to help support Maru, they might still find a way to make this work.
Okay, he's going to stim in really big pickups actually by SOS. That was beautifully done, but does the counterattack here do enough? It looks like it's a bit of a tit for tat. Again, Terrans basically even in supply. SOS just slightly behind here, trying to catch up to MacSed. It is important to note that our Chinese players are growing into the 12 o'clock position, which is kind of the Korean side of the map, so to speak.
Right. That's why they are so adamant about pushing this as well. They want to reclaim this space so that way they can hopefully keep expanding up to the north here. And now that SOS's Colossi are actually here, this is allowing them to do just that. Before, I was kind of surprised that they were even trying that push, considering SOS didn't have the rest of his army to help. But the high ground tanks ended up actually being enough of an anchor point to prevent them from pushing back up. So now that all of SOS's stuff is here, this is actually doing pretty good. The other interesting thing to note as well is that the supplies between the Protosses are different, but a lot of that is probes. MacSed's army supply compared to SOS is actually almost equal as well, because he's got like 25 or so more probes than SOS. That's the real differential in the supply right now. So once these armies actually engage, it's actually kind of even. This is unfortunate though. That's a bad spot to be as SOS.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is really unfortunate because SOS was already, like, you know, basically the weakest link here, and the fact that he lost the core tech of the Colossi is really bad. We're seeing a big stream of both Oliveira and MacSed units kind of flooding various areas of the map. There's actually so much going on, this is, like, hard to even follow.
Yeah, there's some stuff on the bottom left going down, but I'm not quite sure what that is. That's so unfortunate for SOS that those units got caught there. A great play by the Chinese team to be able to catch those, but it was starting to get really competitive there for Team Korea before that happened. And now they even lose a base for it as well. This is looking now a little bit rough, but Maru's supply is actually gigantic, I just noticed. He's actually maxed. So maybe there's still, maybe Maru's back hasn't quite given out just yet. He's still got SOS up on his shoulders, trying his best here.
Now we've got kind of a no man's land created over here, although it feels like with these two teams, it never lasts for that long. Again, SOS just doesn't really have any tools at his disposal. Maru is the biggest, basically maxed out here, but Oliveira is right behind him.
The ghost count is actually being really big here for Maru. That's the thing that Oliveira is not incorporated into his comp just yet. So it's eliminating a lot of MacSed's Protoss ability with the EMPs, and then the snipes as well can even kind of help out a little bit here and there too. So Maru is really able to just completely dissuade a lot of what Oliveira is trying to throw out. And then whenever MacSed tries to come in too, a blanket of EMPs comes down. It's like really hard to push in there. So Maru is doing such a good job of heavy lifting this match right now. The disruptors will become a little bit difficult now. Maru's got to pay so much close attention to where those are going, because there's so many units on the field at this point that it's like it's kind of hard to actually keep track of.
It's chaos, man. It's wild. The counter push is real, but note that 6 o'clock and 12 o'clock, I see purple and I see red. Those are the Chinese players. So I mean, we're seeing them. What are you like? It's like I see London, I see France. Like
I see teal and I see purple. Those are the Koreans.
Those are the Koreans. Yeah, that's one way to cast this game. Yeah, but it does seem like growth is there, right?
Yeah, they're definitely still expanding out on the map, but I mean, Maru's not getting contested at all in his economy, so he's taking all the top bases, it seems like. It seems like they've kind of just let SOS just be like, yeah, okay, you're gonna be screwed this whole game, but let's just make sure Maru has every base on our side of the map.
Yeah.
It's like he literally is just sitting on these 3 bases here. Like Maru's got all the other stuff. SOS isn't even trying to do anything with that. He's just trying to get whatever he can, a couple Colossus here and there. But Maru is like really trying to send this into the 3rd game here.
Big drop in here, but a very quick repair. Can the Zealots basically overpower the SVs? Absolutely, they can. 100% they do it.
How dare you question that?
I know. I have to cast in questions. I'm like, but how will this attack go? Will this win the game? Big counter push here from Maru. I don't see anything to defend.
Phoenix is able to help lift off a couple of units on the tail end here, even getting a couple of medevacs, so that's good. Maru's army on the left, though, completely uncontested, except for these disruptors, but they overshoot it. He did not notice that the Marines and Ghosts moved up and did not redirect that disruptor shot. Could have been a massive double hit there. Ends up not really hitting anything and loses the base for it. And now Maru, his army is just so freaking big. He's taking on both of these armies at the same time. There's a massive disruptor army, and that's basically it from MacSed right now, but he can just run away from that and continue to kill off all of Oliveira's stuff. The Phoenix is now coming too, could even lift up the disruptors if they want, but they're just going to continually batter down the Terran, trying to get that out of the way. And Maru's army supply is barely dipping, while now Oliveira is completely in the dumpster.
Yeah, I mean, this is a game where it felt like overall China was winning, but it's possible that Maru might have single-handedly clobbered Oliveira enough that we might be going into a game 3. Let's see how the rest of it pans out.
Yeah, I mean, this army composition from Maru that he was able to get here has been super huge with all these ghosts, like I was saying. I mean, Oliveira wasn't able to get this. He's even got a nuke in the production there, too, so he can even throw that down for some nice memes as well. I want to see a huge nuke there. It does go down in the middle. Oh my god, please let it just be a giant nuke to edit. That'd be so sick. The disruptors are coming forward. I don't know if the nuke is still getting launched or not, but the GG will come out anyways. Oh my god, Team Korea managing to send it off to another 3rd game here. Wow,
that was insane.
We're literally getting every game. That's awesome. And that was also a game that didn't look like they were even going to win in the first place. SOS was getting completely battered down so time and time again. That was crazy.
It seemed like they were basically winning until they weren't. But Oliveira definitely overextended into Maru, and then Maru just basically carried.
Yeah. That moment where you said where they did that big push off into that middle section of all those bases where you think that they really shouldn't have done that, I think that was like really the key of the whole game right there. If they don't do that, instead maybe just try and push a different area or just continue to expand, like maybe they just kind of snowball it, but they kind of suicide a lot of units there for free, I think.
Yeah, I mean, props to Maru. I mean, that is one thing about 2v2 is sometimes one player gets so strong, he's basically like the entire driving force.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of that was hubris from the Chinese team. I mean, they basically kind of thought they had it and tried it. I mean, that's the easiest way to lose a StarCraft game is you think it's your turn to end it, and it's not.
Oh,
and you just attack it. It's like...
You thought.
Yeah, you're like, oh, I guess I'm not supposed to do this. And the game's supposed to develop on, and I'm supposed to try to...
I made the wrong decision. Oh,
yeah.
No. Yeah, I mean, nicely done by them to be able to even it up. It looks like it was not going to be that way, but very entertaining game for sure. Glad that these 2v2s are kind of delivering a little bit. It's not overly one-sided one way or the other, so...
Right.
I mean, I'm wondering if they're going to do something different, but I feel like they're not. I feel like they're going to be like, no, yeah, that worked pretty well. Let's just make sure that SOS doesn't get dropped every 2 seconds.
SOS this time, don't go Phoenixes, go back into Carriers and Tempest. Remember, guys, the winner of this is going to be the StarCraft Nation champion.
Yeah. The champion
of the galaxy.
The champion of the 2 nations that participated.
That's right. Which nation is the true Stargamer nation? I feel like it's going to be China. They seem to be a little bit better in 2v2. I think the Chinese team seems to have a better understanding of early game.
Yeah, I agree with that.
As I'm about to cast my 3rd 2v2 ever in the world, that's my analysis.
You definitely become an expert as this series has belonged at this point. You feel confident enough to really put that insanely bold prediction
2v2
into the world.
experts out of the way. Tasteless is in town.
Pro Tech, I don't think so.
Yeah.
This is Tasteless coming in with the
Tasteless
hot takes.
coming in, dropping the knowledge bombs. And yeah, look at this. This map is on the floor of a bathroom. These are bathroom tiles. That's cool.
I didn't even really think of this before you said it. It's like, I don't know, it's just a tile. It's a texture. It's like, yeah, no, it kind of does look like a bathroom. You're right.
Yeah, it does. It's like an old bathroom. It's a bathroom at Grandma's house.
I wonder if there's going to be any carpet toilet seats as
well. The middle of the map is shag carpet. It's hard to move through. Shag carpet slows the units down.
Did your grandma have one of those covered toilet seats?
Yeah, a little furry one.
Yeah.
What's the deal with that?
My grandma had that too. Yeah.
What's the? Yeah.
I always thought that was so strange.
When you like sit down in the bathroom, like when you're not going on the toilet, you're like, I can just read a magazine in here. Like, yeah. What's the deal with that?
That's the only place I've ever seen one of those. By the way, like my one grandma's house had that. I've never seen that ever again. What a strange
grandma
decision.
house energy for sure. It's furry covers on toilet seats.
Yeah, definitely just pictures of religious figures surrounding as well.
That's right. Yeah, the Virgin Mary in the bathroom.
Yes, a cross on top of the door.
That's right. Yes.
You gotta pray.
Yeah, you gotta pray.
As you drop it
when you clean yourself from your sins in the shower. All right. Well, it's going to be a little bit before these guys get any bases up here, but it looks like... Oh, hold on, actually. MacSed he gets his first base up. I guess not base.
When you just decide to queue it up for fun, it's always people just rushing as fast as possible.
Yeah. One thing about StarCraft 2v2 that they did by design was to actually put the 2 players together. I don't know if I liked that as much.
Some of the maps don't, though. Like I was saying, sometimes you do kind of get stranded on the side. This map is kind of like that, where they're not actually really left on an island sometimes in Broodwar, right?
Yeah. Well, they toyed with island maps fully. That's one thing I'm interested about when Stormgate comes out. It's like, bring them back. Let's just see. Because StarCraft 2, they kind of just didn't do it.
Yeah, they tried, and then we're like, no.
Did they try in StarCraft 2 early on?
Well,
island maps?
Maybe not totally island, but they had the island expansions, but it's so clearly favored for Terran to be able to just ease low.
Yeah. In Brood War, it's like a high wire act. You lift that building up. You're gonna float it in their main. It's a full 15 seconds for it to get up, go over there.
Looks like it's gonna be Reapers out of Maru this time. Gonna go for a Reaper Hellion push, whereas SOS is going for DTs as well. So they are switching it up. They're doing a different style here. Going to try for a little bit more early aggression, seeing if Team China does not quite prepare for that. A couple of Adepts are going to help bolster this attack as well. And it looks like they're not quite prepared for this, maybe expecting Maru and SOS to just do the same thing again, and they're not.
Look at this bottleneck created over here. Yeah, I mean, the idea is definitely there. The 2 Adepts get inside the main. This is huge.
That's really big. The Maru's stuff was able to get defended a little bit there, but the Adepts getting in, helping to kill a couple of probes there, will even up the score a little bit in that regard. But I mean, the pressure so far isn't really doing all that much, I guess. Excuse me. The units getting dissuaded pretty easily here, but the DTs now are going to be coming in. And I don't know... let's see. That's MacSed's Robo. Okay, MacSed's Robo will be able to finish a little bit quickly here. So he's going to be able to get an Observer out, hopefully in time to deal with these DTs. Otherwise, he's going to be in a big amount of pain.
Interesting to see the Koreans basically go for very aggro play after having 2 passive openings.
Yeah.
Is this going to be spotted?
Oh
my God.
Good. He's right on that.
How many DTs does it take to kill a pylon when it's warping in? To do the damage where it just forces it out.
I feel like
two.
that's something I should know. It's either two. Very nicely prepped by MacSed.
That was the weirdest drop ever.
Yeah,
it's like two tanks like micro shooting a stalker and a DT's hitting it, and then they pick up and leave.
It was like one of those like micro maps where you're just given this random amount of units to try and.
You're like, well, now I'll learn this skill I'll never use. Counter push coming up here. This is a spicy 2v2.
Yeah, I like this. The fast 3cc coming out of Maru might get punished. There's the random double tank drop to help anchor. Now the rest of the attack and. All right, never mind. SOS's army comp is actually useful.
Yeah,
that was
not bad.
That forced them off.
What are the worker counts at right now? Looks like, yeah, Oliveira is actually very low.
Wow.
So that really shows you the impact of that attack earlier. That might have been what prompted them to even move out. Is they're like, okay, we're hurting.
DT drop actually was able to.
Oh my
that
God.
Was actually.
All right, just catching the tail end of that. I was wondering. I was like, I don't remember that many SCs being killed, but 2v2 is already a bit overwhelming to try to process.
Double adept drop coming in from MacSed though to help. Oh, he's not actually targeting. He wasn't quite looking. He's attacking the stalker for a bit, so that could have been a lot more dead probes than it really was. Still going to get a pretty decent amount of damage, and it's going to allow the double tank drop to yet again come on in. But now there's an immortal here, which will definitely help to deal with that. So that's a very nice move here. But no overcharge on the battery. Lets the immortal die right there. I don't know if he maybe just didn't have the energy for it or something, but that's really awkward. The DT is still doing stuff in the main. Will eventually get killed off. Huge amounts of damage getting done by both players on both sides here. This is getting really chaotic.
Yeah, I mean, I'm checking the worker count now, and I mean, this is big damage here for SOS. He does still have a healthy amount of probes in comparison. It is kind of, as far as like who's leading and who's you know, surviving, it is the Terrans kind of with the muscle here, and the Protoss is barely hanging on.
Yeah, I think MacSed is actually doing not that bad this time, though, comparatively to the other game here. It seems like... I mean, his drops before though, like the Protoss was getting really battered down on both sides, but this time on the left is where the Terran is spawning, so that's where the DT drop was getting thrown down a lot. So, yeah, Oliveira is getting into a little bit of an awkward spot here as his units are now starting to thin out on the harassment end of things. This double adept War Prism drop is still managing to find a decent amount of damage here and there, surprisingly. I'm amazed there's no like Viking or something to help get rid of that. Oh my God, he might need. No, don't tell me we're going to not lift the CC again and lose it. That'd be awful.
Yeah, it looks like he's got enough repair. Yeah, he's going to be driven back here. It's been a pretty intense game. We're almost at 10 minutes, and nobody's really ventured out of the, how do I say this, like the kind of origin point.
They're like a little quadrant of the map.
They're free bases that have been taken, but that's it.
This DT still is here, managing to find damage. He said it's 12 SCVs he's gotten Oliveira down to. That DT drop is doing so much damage.
He's licking the blood off the blades. He's just going there killing him. He's an absolute savage.
I need more.
More.
Finally, these adepts are going to get killed off. I don't know if the Warp Prism ended up dying, but that would be a really nice thing if it ends up getting taken out. This Warp Prism on the side of Oliveira is just so annoying. This is insane how much damage this has done. That
War power, Oliveira and MacSed here. MacSed is actually kind of the driving. I'm sorry. MacSed is kind of the guy that's hanging on here. Oliveira is so down. A good amount of his supply is just those tanks. That's it.
Nice.
GG Korea wins. I didn't realize how down Oliveira is. Sorry guys, it's very hard to catch 2v2. No. We've only done 1v1. There's just a lot of information. There's a lot of numbers. Korea wins.
There in the initial best of 3. And then the 2v2 ended up being awesome as well. I was kind of surprised at how good the games were.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. It was kind of a treat to actually see 2v2 in action here with some of the best players in the whole world. The 1v1s were a delight as well. One of my big takeaways from this is that Oliveira is still beating Maru in 1v1 to this day. This is still part of the narrative of StarCraft, is that Maru may be like the best Terran of all time in StarCraft II, but Oliveira knows how to beat him. So they're going to be interviewing the two players on stage here. We're not going to have that translated for you. We do not have the audio feed for that. But, a big relief here for Maru. He flounders in the 1v1, but at the end of the day, really carrying in that 2v2, and it's another victory.
Yeah, I mean, now we got to put out the question, should Maru be a only 2v2 player? I mean, it's a very real possibility.
Let's get rid of 1v1 StarCraft.
I know. I mean,
it should have been 4v4 the whole time. What is the max number of players in a StarCraft 2 game?
I mean, you can have custom maps that have way more than any. Like the normal, the queuable amount that Blizzard made was 4v4. That was the highest, and then there was free for all. But you can have custom maps of like 6v6 or something. It's like crazy amount of people. But
so you can have like a GTA server of people in a game.
50
basically. I think like everything else in the world, kind of shut down with the pandemic.
Yeah, that's
they
right.
had ambitions to go back into China. Obviously, esports is continuing to just be this massive development in China. If you even look at any number for any esports event, it's like, here's the English views, here's the Korean views, and then it's like the Chinese views is like 18 times that. And so they were going to be going into China for this event, but obviously the pandemic put a hamper on that. So WCG was kind of shut down for a little bit, but it's back. I'm sure they have big plans here for 2024. But, it's a treat to be down here doing this event. This is the event where I cut my teeth as a player.
Yeah.
Before I ever even thought of casting. And it's actually the first event I ever casted as well.
Yeah, I mean, it must have been an incredible thing to be able to, just suddenly be, just elevated from this event itself and to still see it here in 2023.
Brings me a lot of joy.
Yeah,
it really does. It's a very special event for me. So it's very cool to see. It's still going strong, and a special thanks to the staff at WCG for remembering me and bringing me back, and thanks to Smilegate for even buying WCG. It was defunct for a little bit, and it was kind of a weird time. Like, wow, I guess a piece of history is gone. This was, in Korea they always had the Star Leagues. They had all these other big events, but for Americans and foreigners around the world, this was the thing that we all waited a whole year to try to compete in, and it was a dream, truly a dream, to qualify and represent your nation. So very much appreciated. I think we're going to be closing this out in a second here, guys. But Gemini, excellent casting with you. I was very impressed with your 2v2 knowledge here.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of amazed that I had as much to say there. But yeah, it was awesome. It was great to see these games. It was super fun. And hopefully we see more WCG in the future soon.
Yeah, thank you again, WCG. If you guys want to catch us, you can find us on our Twitch streams. And with that, we're going to be closing it out. We love you guys. I think coming up next is going to be Warcraft 3. That's going to be it. Bye-bye.
I don't think so.
Okay, getting on live now. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, World Cyber Games 2023 Busan. What a rich history this tournament has. My name is Leo, his name is Remo.
We all think back to the glory days. Back then, WCG was one of the big tournaments and our World Championship. The big name is continuing through the ages, and finally, after a bit of a hiatus, we are back. We have been there before in Xi'an, for example, and today we're going to enjoy some more Warcraft 3 in this legendary tournament.
20 years ago, Mr. Remo, we had the first Warcraft 3 WCG. It was Insomnia winning the one-on-one competition. We also had a two-on-two competition, and here, 20 years later, we mix them all together. We got two one-on-ones, and we got a two-on-two, and whoever wins two out of these three is the winner of Korea versus China. Do you remember who won the last WCG tournament, Mr. Remo Demo?
Oh, you always trip me up with these. Was it... wait, the last one? Must have been Infi, was it not?
Oh, that was the last offline one, but we had the collection edition in 2020. And that was Fly in a final versus Moon, still waiting the big legend Moon for his big one-on-one title. But it's interesting. It is, as you mentioned, the last offline WCG winner in Infi. And Moon, Focus, and Fly, they also won last time. The team competition. Back then, they were friends. Now they're foes in Korea versus China.
Yeah, there have been many legendary storylines forged throughout the years. Moon, of course, one of the big hometown favorites, overplayed in Busan in South Korea. Of course, we just saw them stacking up on stage a minute before the broadcast. It's good to see them once again. We are unfortunately not there in person with the people, but we're going to try to enjoy it as best we can. But the players are going to be there offline playing in person, and I mean, imagine you're one of these players. Imagine you've been there so many times before, and now again there's going to be a new chance for you.
Oh yeah, especially after such a long time. WCG, the most prestigious event, you said it before, it was our World Championship, and even though it's not a one-on-one competition, still lots of eyes on this tournament, and how can it not if our opening match is Moon versus Infi?
Yeah, that's a really interesting game. Also, when we consider the current state of Warcraft 3, of course, WCG has always been a big part of Warcraft 3, but even beyond this tournament, there's more games going on as well. And these guys, the legends of old, are still active and are still many of the top competitors out there. Moon, I think everybody who ever heard of him will know of this player, especially the Koreans. What a folk hero he is. And Infi, one of the big champions of China. We've been seeing him a little bit less lately, so this is going to be also very interesting to see where he ends up in this tournament. And speaking of legends on the
Best caster in Korea, so very, very fitting that he's in here, of course, breaking down all the pro plays of Moon, as he's a Night Elf player himself. So yeah, we'll see once the games are starting and what our map...
Unfortunately, we don't speak Korean, although it would be wonderful to learn. A beautiful language. Lolite, when we communicate with him, thankfully, his English is actually very good. But this one is going to be reserved for the Korean audience. Looks like Lolite has stepped up to the plate to be a team manager. I know that you are quite familiar and close with Lolite. What's his role in all this?
Well, I think he's just enjoying the games, happy to see his friends and traveling a bit. Not his hometown, Busan, of course, closer to Seoul. But yeah, he's just going to be the commentator, just like we are. He's the Korean Neo, and Remo, probably closer to you with a little bit more game knowledge.
Idols out there who sometimes would say that playing against human can be troublesome. This is going to be an interesting question for later when it comes to what race Infi is going to play. Many of our old viewers tuning in will know him as the human god, and I think this way really came to prominence most notably. In my opinion, perhaps the best human player of all time, but he has transitioned also into being a great random player. He might be playing random, whereas Moon, well, Moon is associated with Night Elf. It must be playing Night Elf. But yeah, this is a big question nowadays on the pro level in Warcraft 3. Many players can play different races.
Yeah, and you paint Infi as one of the all-time great human players. I definitely agree with that, but he's also one of the all-time great random players. In 2020, during the DreamHacks, he crowned himself the 4-race king, and recently against Night Elf, he's playing Undead, but in the WCG competition, he's always been playing human. So with WCG being so prestigious, there is a chance of Infi playing human. Is there a bit of peer pressure going on? His fans tried to pressure him into playing human again for a long time. He has never given in. So if he does it here now at WCG, it just shows how important this event is.
Yeah, and of course for Infi, like for many of these players, nostalgia also comes into the equation here. A lot of fond memories of old. And I've always admired this about Infi. He's a very willful player. What he believes in, he sticks with. And if that is not exactly according to the will of the crowd, then so be it. We were there for DreamHack, for example, when we had the Asian tournament where he was switching to Undead back then. Cryptlord, for example, very strong. He didn't care if the game was pretty. Didn't care if people liked it. What he wanted to do was win, especially back then, win. Nowadays, as a streamer, a little bit less so. But the thing is, Infi will do what he wants to do, but maybe here breathing in again the WCG air and experiencing that flair again, maybe he will return to the human race. I think that is what most of us would be excited to see, and maybe not the worst time in history to do it either, because things have been getting a bit better for, well, the problem child of the bunch, if you want to call it that.
You want to call it that? I think the strength of the races is equally distributed in Warcraft 3, and I'm not talking about that, but I want to talk about our second match. It's going to be Focus versus Fly, two teammates, and they couldn't be more different in terms of success. Fly, of course, very decorated. He's won the biggest tournaments. He won the WCG Connected Edition in 2020 in the Grand Final versus Moon. And Focus, he's very decorated himself, but usually in team competition. So if you want to go into a 2-on-2, into a clan war system or nation war system, you want to have Focus by your side.
Yeah, I would totally agree. I think there even was an interview quite some time back, right? When Focus reflected on this himself and noticed that, yeah, in the team competitions, it's not just about him, it's also about his teammates. It gives him a little bit of extra drive, not wanting to give up, give it his all, and that dates back all the way to like WC3L, when the team competitions were big, when 2v2 had a really big foothold in the scene. And I know you've always been a big fan of 2v2. I must admit, it's hard for me to follow sometimes, but it is very entertaining. And it has indeed in the past been a big part of the Warcraft 3 scene. Nowadays, we don't have that many tournaments anymore, but here it will be crucial, absolutely crucial, to win this show match.
Exactly, and unlike Starcraft, 2-on-2 is a bit more developed here in Warcraft 3, and these guys have played a bit of 2-on-2 in the past weeks, so they have strategies, they know what to do, and we'll see who comes out on top. Of course, you have to win 2 sets to take this home for your country. And we start with Moon versus Infi. It doesn't show us the races just yet. The Koreans are here in Busan. The Chinese are playing from home. Maybe a little bit of an advantage. Concealed Northern Islands and Autumn leaves our maps in this best of 3. And we're about to kick this off.
Twisted Meadows and Equaz vetoed by Moon, AZ and R vetoed by Infi. Those almost look like human vetoes, dare I say. But with Infi, you never know. Again, one of his big strengths. The choice will be revealed momentarily. And we've seen other humans do really well. Before he went a bit inactive, there was Chemico from South Korea. Now there's also Sok from South Korea. There's Fortitude from China. The human limelight has been stolen away from the former greats, Infi and TH, but make a win happen here, bring glory to the motherland here, and you're in the spotlight again.
This could also be bans against Undead if you don't want to go into a macro game, and the macro game has always been what Infi wanted to play. It doesn't really matter what race he plays, whether it be human, whether it's undead, many expansions on his side. And man, Moon is going against tradition a little bit here. Moon Meadows is usually his map. He lives there. He inhabits the meadows, but here it's a ban immediately.
Yeah, thank you for saying. Very worth pointing out. I'm trying to recall, has this ever happened? I'm not so sure. But we have the answer now. We're loaded into the game, and it is Infi indeed picking Undead. Like he correctly said earlier, Infi has been picking Undead quite a bit lately against Elf, and no human here. The dream will not come true today, but his Undead is also nothing to scoff at.
Absolutely scary indeed. A little bit of ping issues that can happen, but I'm very happy that we're playing on the classic graphics, Remo. Last WCG, we had a lot of fun, but we also had the updated graphics, and now we're going back to where we come from. We've played with these graphics for 20 years. We don't want anything different, so classic graphics it is. Thumbs up, WCG, for that.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked about that briefly earlier. It's going to make it easier for us all to understand what's going on, and we want to be able to see all the details that these top players will be bringing to the table. The best of three about to kick off. We may have to do a restart and find a better server, but that shouldn't cost us too much time. Yeah, Infi sticking with Undead here. At this point, it seems like perhaps it's almost predictable in that way. In fact, recently he also played a different qualifier for a different tournament, right, with the Undead race as well. But it seems like he perhaps isn't at the level of former DreamHack shape where we saw him in.
Yeah, I haven't seen too much of Infi. He was, of course, adminning a lot of tournaments. Yeah, we see the Moon fans here. Of course, the biggest name this game has ever seen. No disrespect to the Grubbies and Sky of this world, but especially when you're in Korea. This guy had posters of him in the subway. That just shows you what kind of legend he is. But he also played this qualifier that you mentioned, and his run was pretty much only against Undead, and also only against Undead who were expanding, and Moon played it masterfully. So he's prepared, he's in tip-top shape, coming from a big TPL tournament just last week. It's kind of down to Infi to make this a challenging series.
Yeah, I think I would agree. I would also see the ball in Moon's court, and the great thing is Moon is really good at adapting to different styles. You know, for a long time I felt like the one base play, the micro-heavy play, not perhaps so much his forte, but then, I mean, how much have we lately seen his brilliance with Dryads? Moon and Dryads, a match made in heaven. Normally not the unit you can make only against Undead, but you can certainly get lots of use out of them at the right time. And if we go into a long game, if we go into a macro game, that's normally where Moon also can shine. How many times have we seen multiple expansions? But yeah, indeed, he vetoed Twisted Meadows. It's going to be the biggest map in the pool removed, where macro games are the most likely to occur. So maybe he does want to force Infi out of his comfort zone and force Infi more into a one-base play where things are perhaps a bit more predictable.
Yeah, I don't even know if Infi knows how to play a one-base Undead game. Will he just brute force these expansions over and over? It could be tricky on maps like Concealed Hill, but maybe they got vetoed then as well. There are maps where you can do it, there's maps where this is challenging, but everything is counterable here at Warcraft 3. So our technical difficulties might continue, so I want to ask you, Remo, what's your... Oh no, they don't! It starts now, so I will hold that question for later. We're gonna have a little bit more time. No, there is more questions, actually. Now I'm curious. Are we doing a 10-minute podcast? Or are we going into a break? We'll see about that.
I would say, as long as they don't cut us off, we have a chance to talk still.
Yes, that actually answers my question. Oh, they cut us off. I think maybe, we don't know. Did I just ask you? Can we try? looks like we're back, everybody. Problem solved, and hopefully I sound a bit better as well. Are we finally ready to kick this off? We absolutely are. World Cyber Games 2023. China versus Korea is on, and we have our first best of 3. It's a one-on-one, and it's a legendary one. It is Moon versus Infi. Let's go.
Briefly touched on the maps earlier already. Here for map number 1, we're gonna be on Concealed Hill. And yeah, you brought up a good point. What is Infi gonna play here? He's always been known to be a macro player, interested in expanding, playing from 2 bases, sometimes even from 3 bases, and then dragging the game out late into the late game, relying on his great mechanics there, multitasking, decision making, and so on. But on a map like this, where expanding is so hard, is that even going to be possible?
That is the big question. Is Infi as stubborn as he was in the past couple of years? Then he'll try to brute force this expansion attempt, and Moon can punish this, and he goes in with the Demon Hunter. Historically, 2 of the all-time greats. Moon, a standout performer for Korea, of course, has won pretty much every single tournament there ever was, except the World Cyber Games. That is the story of his competitive career. Infi had legendary finals. The last one in Xi'an was his against TH, and of course the one against Fly stands out as well. He's in an elusive round with 2 WCG titles alongside Sky and Grubby. But in what shape is he really? We haven't seen him in the big tournaments. He was organizing these tournaments, streaming a lot. So, Infi, it's up to you to make this tough for Moon.
He still has plenty of practice, of course, on his streams, on ladder, but playing on ladder and playing perhaps to an audience a bit different maybe than really trying to win against the best of the best and giving it your all and trying to squeeze every little thing out of your play. For Moon early on, I think it's going to be interesting, or not interesting, excuse me, rather important, in fact very important, to have proper scouting. You don't want Infi to get away with a sneaky expansion or something of the like. And we have in the DK's inventory already double skull available. That means you can place that skull, make blight, and put buildings on the blight. That can be done for expanding, but also for possible tower pushes.
Ooh, that would be quite something. I mean, Moon's history with being exposed to tower pushes at WCG is quite legendary. The final in 2023 were decided because of that. That was Infi's former best friend TH back then. But we'll see if that is the case. Moon is harassing immediately, and that's not where you want to be when you're going for a tower push. You want to be, of course, in the opponent's base and not close to your own.
Both players picking up a bit of experience. Level 2 level up is going to be huge, especially for the DK, to get the aura with which he gets more HP regen and movement speed. Makes everything so much easier. And then the Demon Hunter is also in danger of getting surrounded. I like the positioning here by Infi, making it very hard for the Demon Hunter to get in the right spot to mana burn the DK. So Infi with a solid start so far, but soon will have to make the decision if he techs or tower pushes or if he expands.
Correct, and he has some time to think about it. So while the crowd is making some noise here for Moon to cheer him on, I ask you, Mr. Remo Demo, what is your favorite World Cyber Games Warcraft 3 memory?
I'm in danger of saying the same one that you had in Cologne, you know? I think that's yours, right?
Well, I was there. I was, how old was I? 17, I think. My second esport travel ever, being in a packed hall in Germany, our home country, and seeing Grubby win the title. That was something very, very special.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier, Moon, this is the one tournament he never was able to win. Is that a chip on his shoulder? Is he putting extra work in here? Is there a bit of extra tenacity? We'll be able to judge from Moon's play shortly. We have our first answer, by the way, concerning Infi's strategy. He is not going for the expansion. He is not going for the tower push. He's just teching one base straight up, looking pretty normal, but now moving across the map and might look for the first bit of aggression.
Ooh, okay, this is quite dangerous. Demon Hunter is down to 50%. He was creeping. Archers are very fragile, especially against schools. Can Moon maneuver back to his base, back into safety, where the Moonwells might save him?
He's holding the skill point on the Demon Hunter on level 2. He's considering maybe going for immolation. This is a lot of ghouls, by the way. There's the skull, and now comes the ziggurat.
Moon being exposed to towers once again. Another blight drop. This can be dispelled to a degree. Infi, you gotta play this carefully. You don't want to lose your DK right away. Archers can do a lot of damage to buildings in production, but then they're exposed, of course, have to stand still to
플레이어의
shoot their
병력이
arrows. But
공격받고
the
있습니다.
first tower is destroyed.
It's all about buying time here as well. Tier 2 finishing would be a big help for Moon. Once Tier 2 is done, he can go for a second hero, and that would be a tremendous help. Ancient of War also trying to defend, but yes, indeed, the archers having to run the whole time. They can't stand still, otherwise they get picked apart by these ghouls.
There we go. Moon seems to have weathered the storm, or will Infi push through? He has no lumber anymore, and with that you can't build the ziggurat. So it seems like this push is, or the dangerous part of this push is over. You still gotta clear up the ghouls to not lose the ghouls to be able to produce units, but Moon also not trying to repair. There's no surface area for that repair, so at least Infi gets something done. But Moon wasn't over-committing to this defense, was not building any towers, was not building a second Ancient of War. He was attacking already. The Hunter's Hall is coming up. This looks salvageable for the Legend.
Infi still has no lumber. It looks like he has no ghouls at home. Look at the gold for Infi, 600 plus. Now we have the Panda. He has the AoE damage from the Breath of Fire, like we see there. Ghouls have to retreat now. Infi still has 3 lumber. He has, you know, we have 2 resources in this game. He's completely ignoring the second one.
Okay. That's not too great. I mean, he can continue to build ghouls.
And he's sending a bunch of them home now. He's got a necropolis, he's got a graveyard. Those buildings didn't cost any lumber. That's good. Dude, I almost thought, is this overlay bugged? But no, it's not. Now he's getting lumber. And finally again, 40 lumber once more. But the lumber is oftentimes the resource with which you need to go for the higher tech investment. Bigger technology, or better technology rather. Late game, more heroes, you know, more development. And this slows down Infi so much. When the hell is he ever gonna get a second hero and a tier 3 tech?
That is the question. Especially the tier 3 tech. Undead gets so dangerous at that tech with the Orb of Corruption, with Ghoul Frenzy, with Destroyers, with of course a third hero. But Infi is way behind in the schedule. And Moon, all he has to do is level his heroes, go for lores, go for dryads, and then it could be his
플레이어의
game.
병력이 공격받고 있습니다.
Yeah, the Panda second is not the norm that we always see nowadays. Normally it's rather so the Naga. I wonder if there's a window here for Infi to try to punish this. Because Demon Hunter and Panda are extremely good late game. A super strong dual hero late game combo, but not so good in the early game. Not so good on low levels. Maybe there's a window here for Infi to get some meaningful damage in before we reach the true late game.
플레이어의
And here's the
병력이
next attempt
공격받고
of the
있습니다.
tower push. Infi seems like he's not interested in going tier 3 at all. This looks more like a tier 2 all in, and I tell you what, it might be working. Demon Hunter's hurt already, Panda doesn't have endless mana, and once the first ziggurat is up, things get really complicated. As many Night Elves know, that narrow tower can be extremely difficult to deal with.
Yeah, very good for controlling units thick Breath of Fire. It doesn't really do too much on level 1, does it? Moon has to use his Ancient of Lore to defend this.
But the first heal scroll and the only heal scroll was already used. The ghouls are starting to drop low, but so are the Night Elf heroes. Chasing after the Naga, doesn't get that kill though. Wisely, Infi had a heal potion, and Moon didn't see that. Maybe a mistake on his part, but chasing after still. He's got those boots on the Demon Hunter. He is fast, might be able to get the kill, but it seems like the towers are coming up.
bit problematic then. Dryads are trying to pick apart these ghouls over and over. Naga is finally falling. There we go, but the Demon Hunter is also very far from home.
Do we have Nature's Blessing? I think we do, right? So Nature's Blessing gives more movement speed and armor to these Ancients, the buildings for the Night Elves that can move. And that's going to be a big help now in trying to deal with the towers. The Ancient of War basically has to do it, and the Ancient of Lore. But the Acolytes are in position, ready to repair. Oh, nice detonate. Panda was basically surrounded right there, but he got out. Heal scroll now for Moon. If he breaks this tower push, he has won the game.
Alright then, off we go. Can this Ancient of War hold? The Demon Hunter is in trouble. That might be safe to the side. With the Dryad offering so much control, with the Ancient of War distracting. Moon holding on to dear life here.
One Acolyte goes down. The other one might also be falling, but the healing is low. The healing is really low. Demon Hunter has to save himself to the Moonwell, the last bit of juice. But there is a new shop up bottom right there. He can go for healing potions. Absolutely crucial. But the Naga is already back. She was such a lower level hero going down. She's revived quickly. This tower push is still in full force.
Oh boy, there's buildings coming now. This could very well be a slaughterhouse for statues and more HP and mana regeneration then. Infi, we thought it's a mistake, but it was all planned, or a super good plan B to come in for the tier 2 tower push. Demon Hunter has to go for a potion, trying to get these fiends out. They do piercing damage, they counter the Dryad. That is level 3 now, a more powerful immolation maybe? This was a level 1 mana burn. Careful, EH trying to get the Naga out, town portal, and the Naga falls again.
Trying to save himself to the shop, but dealing with the towers is so hard. It seems like Moon needs towers of his own. Ancient protectors, but he doesn't have those. What is he spending his money on? He certainly needs the items from the shop, the heal potions. Good thing for Moon is it's nighttime, very, very soon. Then he can heal at the fountain where then the creeps go to sleep. And also his Moonwells regenerate.
What a game to open up the World Cyber Games this
Maru,
year. Moon
공격받고
and
있습니다.
Infi, the legends, give it their all. Of course, here at WCG, and especially the Moon side in front of a crowd, you don't want to tap out too early.
Infi now getting more bold, pushing into the main base with the Fiends. But that main building, Tree of Ages, can fight back. We've seen that a bit already, but now comes the meat wagon. That is a lot of siege damage also coming into play, and now things get really complicated for Moon.
How long can you survive? How long can you hold? Will the Panda be able to finally carry?
플레이어의 병력이 공격받고 있습니다.
The Dryads, you can see, once they're caught by the towers, oh my god, they drop so fast. These Dryads are only really good against ghouls, and maybe you can make an argument against heroes. They have big trouble against these towers, against these wagons. Infi, who has won so many games with tower pushes in the past with human, now might be doing it with undead. The game's not over yet though, but Moon is super supply blocked. He doesn't have enough Moonwells, he can't make any more units.
Moon needs a strike of genius that carried him for so long, for over 20 years in competitive Warcraft. His tree is under attack, but then his income is under attack. What's the magical play now?
마을이 공격받고 있습니다.
I think he's trying to rebuild. On the right-hand side of the map, we see lots of buildings coming, but can Moon really afford to give up the main base? Doubtful. When the main tree falls, the income is lost. Out on the map, perhaps he has a stronger army, but you need that gold income. You need it badly.
공격받고 있습니다.
He has to protect this tree.
Repair can be sniped, of course, but Moon taps out and Infi is victorious. Who would have thought at the end of the early game that Infi has a chance without any lumber, but he makes it work, man. The 4-race king takes the 1-0.
Yeah, that was a bit of strategical genius by Infi. This kind of a tower push we don't really see. It's either an early all-in tower push on tier 1, or you back up and then you go tier 3. You make the Nighter waste his time, and then you kind of play a normal game from there. But a tower push, fall back into a tier 2 all-in, that is something that Moon doesn't have much experience with. Is this the curse striking again? Well, it was only map 1, and that cat is out of the bag. For the following maps, Moon perhaps should feel more comfortable. But that's the thing with Infi, dude. You never know what he's going to pull off.
Exactly. Our second match is Northern Isles, and the thing with Northern Isles is both of these strategies, or even three strategies, are working. Tower pushes like we've seen before, expansions are doable, and also one-base play is doable. Moon has to scout like the Madman to see what he's up to, and then of course his old game has to unfold as well.
And again, scouting is going to be key, just like we saw on the first map. Moon, after that initial hold, perhaps a bit overconfident, maybe thinking Demon and Panda will be enough AoE to deter the ghouls, take out the tower push. But again, those heroes on low levels, not that strong. And I wonder, if he had just made one more AP, or maybe even two, if he could have afforded it, this could have been a way different game. Moon, though, needs to shrug it off, but without learning from the lessons on Northern Isles, I don't know what we're gonna get, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna be something different.
Okay, Infi, after winning in Xi'an, continue to win here now. This is $6,300 on the line, by the way, for the players. For just a one-day event that is a massive payout for these players. The Moon doesn't look very happy with the outcome of the first match, but he's shown that he has some comeback potential.
Yeah, and he's shown that throughout his career many times, inside series or just on a given map. Moon, I often like to say, is the master of comebacks. Many players are really good at playing solidly their game. You could almost say rigidly and make no mistakes and get into a good position and then look for the opportunity to win and grab it. But Moon is that 1 in 1,000 masters that can also win a game from far behind. He was far behind in map 1, but didn't bring it back. But we've seen many more clutches in the past. Don't sleep on Moon.
Never, ever sleep on Moon. Infi is up 1-0. One more map means he wins the first series for China, and then Focus has to tie it up in a mirror match versus Fly. Otherwise, the tournament is lost for them already. We will see all three series. The entire best of 3 will be broadcast here, of course, but pressure situation on the GOAT.
Yes, sir, indeed. Hold up. This is a neutral hero build? Wait, did I miss the altar or is there no altar?
There is no altar. He might be playing Beastmaster.
Oh my
he has
goodness.
played Beastmaster quite a bit. It's a blast of the past, but it's also pretty strong against undead at times. With a bear, with Quilbies, you can do a lot of damage.
Yes, it is especially good against undead fast expansion. Some undeads love to expand, especially given the right map. Like we said earlier, our first map, Concealed Hill, terrible at fast expanding. Here, it is pretty good for fast expansion. It's not the best map ever for it, but it's very playable. It looks like Moon is rolling the dice right here. He is expecting Infi to play the expansion, and if that is the case, Moon should have a good counter strat ready.
I've seen this in the past couple of days. He was destroying undead expansions with that Beastmaster, but it could be a Panda, it could be a Dark Ranger. Moon's a tricky guy. Maybe he came up with something very, very special just for WCG.
Yeah, would love to see it. This is one of the big reasons why he is such a fan favorite. Well, first of all, he's the most successful player of all time. That helps, but also he is a strategic genius, and he is very unpredictable, and seeing that innovation in full effect is always thrilling for us as Warcraft fans. Yeah, we have a tavern in the middle of the map. Every race can pick heroes from that. There's 8 different heroes inside the tavern. Question is who it's going to be.
Oh, Beastmaster it is. And now the question is, what's the build? Is it Bears or is it Quillbeast? Quillbeast more fragile, less HP, but a bit more damage. Bear kind of sturdy, harder to dispel, as all the summons can be dispelled in the later stages for the undead. But Mo decides to go for Quillbeast as he seems to be alone and left alone in the beginning, so he doesn't have to worry about their HP points. And I think this will accelerate the Beastmaster quite a bit.
Beastmaster is also amazing at holding tower pushes. I think there's no better hero in the game than the Beastmaster level 2 compared to all other level 2 heroes. You have Bear and Quillbeast. I say that and he's going Hawk. I was not expecting that one.
Me neither. That is super unique, but you know what? Undead doesn't have anti-air for quite some time until tier 2. And Hawk is doing magic damage, which is great against ghouls, so maybe that's the secret.
Yeah, will be great against ghouls, absolutely. It has a long cooldown though, 60 seconds. And of course it must be limited in some way because it's a flying unit. But yeah, if the Beastmaster gets a fast level 3, then this again would be impossible to tower push. And that's the good thing about a Beastmaster. He's a summon based hero, he can creep really fast. This should be a quick level 3. And in that case, I think a level 2 Hawk is too good to pass up. The level 1 Hawk can just scout, he can't attack. The level 2 Hawk certainly can.
Exactly. Mini Chimera on level 3 as well. Infi sees now that Moon is visiting the zoo in Busan. Even a little bit of mana and HP regeneration, which he kind of needs on this Beastmaster. Infi has some information and one of the greatest minds this game has ever seen. So what's he doing with that information and how is he reacting?
That's a good question. Here now players are asked to improvise. Maybe Infi has seen this Beastmaster strat sometimes, but he certainly hasn't faced it too many times before. Normally where the Beastmaster excels is being aggressive early and punishing greed of the enemy, or being very safe at home when you are getting pushed. With his fast leveling, with his summons helping out early, where he normally isn't that good is in a so-called standard game, where both players just creep, just tech up, just, you know, soak up as much of the map as they can from the creeps, and then we have the perfect army tier 3 late game 50 supply. There the Beastmaster has issues, because his summons will fall off the longer the game goes and the more dispel the undead gets.
At least the summons he has at the moment, the bear can still be strong as this spell is working on an HP basis, and the bear has a lot of HP. Destroyers also don't do that much damage to summons, so he needs a lot of them, and that can then be countered somehow with riots, with ripples, maybe even with talent crows.
The cool thing here for the Hawk was to see Infi at the expansion right away, but this is a fake out by Infi. He knows his opponent is going to be coming to punish. He's going tier 3 instead. This wasn't supposed to be a real expansion. Oh, but the DK is getting... I was about to say surrounded for real. He almost did, but does get out.
Not just yet. The Acolyte is getting slaughtered. This is some distraction, but it's also level 3. Now, we'll have to keep an eye out for what the Beastmaster's skill is. And what's Infi's reaction? Here we go. We got Quillbeast too. We see it at the rah-rah-rah bloodlust. And for Infi, pretty standard now with a Lich in production. Should be a Lich at least. And it's turning into a one base, and that's exactly what Moon wants.
What is the second hero, I wonder?
Demon
Only seeing the Beastmaster so far. Now he's got the expansion coming up. Demon Hunter, yeah, I think that's the late game mana burn he is gonna need.
Yeah, it is in production alongside the 2 lores and an expansion at the bottom, 6 o'clock. And Infi has to scout this and punish it.
Right now, Infi doesn't have the most impressive army, and he's always being followed around by this Hawk. This Hawk being surprisingly amazing for scouting. But it's only for scouting. Still, so far, it's not contributing anything else. And once rep is ready, also, it won't be any kind of reliable fighter. perhaps, if there's enough gold, Moon may want to retrain later. But right now it's just about securing the expansion, making use of a strong Beastmaster to get up the second base, and pump out units as fast as possible to hold on to that second base.
Here's the Lich. That's good AoE. He has an insane mana. And we have a lag, apparently. But yeah, he has a mana potion and a mana stone. That's really, really good. And more time for the players to think about their next action. Moon, I would say, his Beastmaster's working wonderfully so far.
Yeah, so far I also think it's surprisingly effective in dealing with many different things, right? Especially against a player like Infi with this playstyle. It makes a lot of sense on paper. You can't be tower pushed. The opponent can't fast expand, and it's already two concerns out of the way for you. So you're going to be moving towards a tier 2 or tier 3 stage, and the Beastmaster in the mid game also pretty good at securing an expansion. But if Infi gets up the counter expansion, if we go into supreme late game with 2 base economy on both sides, then the Beastmaster could fall off heavily. That is the concern here for Moon. He still wants to play with an economic edge.
Well, then just go for a third base. Here we go. And the backup observer with the old UI. There we have it. Oh, it's actually Moon's first person.
Alright, a rare treat. We're gonna see how Moon plays this game. The observer unfortunately lagged out. That is a bit unlucky, but a blessing in disguise perhaps. Now seeing how Moon is gonna manage this. He was creeping with the Demoner, got the level 2, expansion is up and running, I think, or will be soon. The next goal is to stop the expansion, or at least make it expensive.
You're telling me that we have won Cyber Games in 2023 and we get the first person of Moon's legendary Dryad Micro? Best day of the year.
Getting some important items here as well. Heal Scroll, Invuln, and we've seen him use these wonderfully in the past. Level 3 Demon Hunter, perfect timing as well from the creep route. Moon playing a really, really good game here on map 2. With the expansion about to finish, this might be his way to victory. Now, the first big fight. Going for the Fiend right away. Ghoul's also in the mix. Demon Hunter though, taking lots of damage. And Moon already splitting the Dryads like we know he does.
The Heal Scroll is there as well, so whenever there's a bit more damage, you know, read a book and off you go. Infi is forced back at a timing where he usually wants to push and wants to be in Moon's face with the Destroyers out, with the Frenzy up. But for Moon, man, it's just second base, weight, and quantity over quality.
Indeed. Could be going for a couple more upgrades maybe as well. Scales wonderfully with mass Dryads, but Moon also wants to make sure he's keeping an active position in the middle of the map and will be able to get the scrolls once they come off cooldown. And always scouting, always figuring out what the enemy expansion timing is. And he can see, same as us, expansion still not coming. That means he's in a good spot.
Knowledge is power. The Ancient of War is fortifying this expansion. He keeps map control in the middle. Invo Potion is available as well, because of course one of the big strengths of Undead is Coil Nova to wipe out enemy heroes. You can't target the Dryads because they're magic immune, so that's the only target left, and he's ready with the stabs, with Invo Potions. Very good situation for Moon, a very good situation for us as well, because of course we want to see Game 3.
Not forgetting about the dust either, that's important against the Fiends. Moon still has one concern here. Undead can be very strong on low levels, on high levels, even if they don't have an expansion, if they have a powerful army, and especially Meat Wagons. Meat Wagons late game against Mass Dryads can be insanely good. Infi is now pushing the enemy expansion, but Moon figures out he's also trying to expand at the same time. Moon now wants to be active in 2 places at once, but that's hard to do.
He's a master of that, of course. Illusion, that was burned. Whoopsie. Demon Hunter under fire. He can stab one in the potion soon. He was able to heal for a long time. Usually this would be the time for rejuvenation of bears, but in this game there are no bears. Destroyer coming from the north, but against the Fiends, this army still looks good. But how long will it look good when the Demon Hunter is this low and out of the fight?
Darkstorm being dispelled over and over. Big mana potion on the DK. That was very nice. Or was it the Mana Stone? Chasing after the Fiend still. We have A-Bombs now coming into the mix also. They can also have the Disease Cloud upgrade. And now they do. Beastmaster level 4. Now he's got the Thunderhawk. Some more magic damage on himself.
Exactly. Needs to be very careful with the Thunderhawk. Can easily be wet if Infi has that seed upgrade research. Otherwise, it tears Ghouls apart and also adds some more damage to the Abomination. That should be the target then. Demon Hunter still out of the battle, goes to the middle for the next heal scroll and for the next info potion. Infi in the meantime, no crucial damage done.
And Moon, like he has done so often, buying time, catching reinforcements, making this painful for his opponent until he could spend all of his bank, which now he did. TPing in, way more supply. Is Infi gonna take this fight?
There, Infi doesn't look too confident. The position is also a bit odd. The Abomination could be a bounce, but if you walk away from Dryads, that's guaranteeing losses.
Maru taking, again, a bit of a beating. We have a Tinker third. With the Pocket Factory, little goblins can do damage against Dryads, one of the few things that can. But the Pocket Factory also goes down quickly. But Moon needs to pay attention to his heroes. Both his heroes, low HP already.
Right, Focus Fire is working out, Peeps about to fall. It's just an overwhelming mass for Moon in a second. Another kill right there on the Abomination. Moon can just decide what he wants to kill. The Fiend is falling as well. The heroes seem safe even though they're low HP. Moon is healing everything up again, and then it's time to tango one more time.
Still scouting for expansions, and I like the tier 3 also coming from Moon. He found the window where he was safe enough, where he could afford to tech instead of making cure units, and with that soon bears will become available, and they are going to be a big help. But it's going to be a little while until then. Moon has to hold on to the expansion still, and must make sure he gets those heal units.
As you said, the Disease Cloud is working overtime, doing damage to these Dryads. Magic can't affect them. But Disease Cloud is an ability, so that works. He went to the shop, he got the scroll that he needed, but no time just yet to use it as the Beastmaster still needs to heal. And he's dearly missed in that fight.
Team Hunter, no Info Potion here. This is a bit scary, honestly. The one Fiend still goes down, but more Destroyers being morphed. The Dryads are starting to fall off. They're very good in the mid-game, great at controlling space, but in the super late game, the Dryads are oftentimes a bit on the weaker side. This is why Moon has to transition. He can't just stick on Dryads only. But he's always able to find these kills. And yeah, look at that. The next Fiend goes down. Another one is threatened. The Beastmaster is back. He's going for the Lich.
He has an Info Potion to save for now. Demon Hunter needs to stab for a TP, but once this hero kills Zeppelin by Infi trying to save him! Last second. But everything else is falling. Moon was known for his Zeppelin micro. Now Infi is using that against it.
Yeah, great trading always by Moon. Of course, earlier you saw that there was no expansion. He's going to check again, see what's going on. Demon Hunter healing here during nighttime. The Moonwell help is, of course, so amazing. But as we can see at the top of the screen, nighttime is coming to an end very soon. So the bears with rejuvenation for healing can't come fast enough.
Now, is Moon overloading Infi when it comes to the spell? You need to dispel Roar, Reju, both of the summons, and that is very, very tricky, because if you go too heavy on Destroyers, at some point they don't really do much damage anymore. And this Hawk, the legal Maxpact, but I love this play.
And it's also so much time for Moon. Infi feels the need to creep up a bit more, consolidate, and not jump into the next fight. And that means tier 3 will be finishing. Orbs will be picked up soon. Bears will be on the way. More upgrades for Moon. It's looking better and better for him. And you mentioned earlier the third base. Perhaps even that is a consideration.
And there is no consideration anymore, as it was a clear squad, just transitioning to the main army. But on the other side, Moon gets the red spot done, getting closer with his Demon Hunter to level 5, citizen war, HP and intelligence. Summons been deployed, 68 food, not perfect, to be honest, but still should be available. This looks like an all-in by Infi to me, and Moon a little bit late with the repair.
Way too late. Way too late. Honestly, is this going to be enough? Crucial moment in the game if the expansion falls. Infi still has a chance here. And the expansion has fallen.
There's a lot of losses though. Fiends falling quickly. Dryads, they're controlled. Not doing much damage, but the Demon Hunter is level 5. And that can just be the win condition, especially later on at level 6. When the Demon Hunter level 5 is getting rid of 150 mana per burn. And Undead is so heavily reliant on the spell juice. I don't see a chance for Infi in this fight anymore. Just no way to deal with the Dryads.
Zeppelin burns as well. Hero's now perhaps trapped. If he gets a hero kill, this could be great for Moon. There's an invuln still on the lich. This was close, honestly. If there have been a few more spells used, I think the Demon could have been threatened more. Maybe Infi could have won that fight, but just barely. Moon wins that fight, but he lost the expansion.
Okay, 67 food, 1 base. If he was thinking about a 3rd base, he can probably forget about that. Resources just aren't there. And Infi, man, he's been known for tapping out very early of games in the past, like 2017, 18-ish. Not here today. Looked quite grim for a long time, but Infi wants to close this out 2-0 as fast as possible. Well, not as fast as
Just
possible.
position in the game now. Yeah, interesting spot because we have 1 base economy only. This is not exactly where Moon wants to be. He wants to have an expansion set, but his expansion is coming. But he knows the mains will be mining out at some point, so he would love to get rid of the towers here and make this position less fortified. Infi, though, I think he has to fight for these towers. He has to fight for the late game.
Nice Nova and also destroyer position. Very hard to reach for Moon, who tries to keep using the supply block, but then narrowed down, that would be grand. The Dryads say hello to the Death Pool, so they're basically protecting the bears. Love this play by Moon. Now the Dryads kind of have to commit for the dispel and for the damage.
Great mana burn right before the Nova. I think Infi before perhaps could have threatened the Demon Hunter a bit more. Now again, he is threatened. But remember, there's double staff. And now the towers are gone. And this might be a great fight for Moon, who has lots of resources still. Getting more kills, now TPing out, has lost barely anything. And saves the rest here. Great engagement by the 5th Fox.
Yeah, 20 supply capacity just wiped out. Plus, of course, any future plans of an expansion for Infi when his main base runs out is also quite tricky, so further and further ahead is getting moved even after that little rope bump.
Red camp being tried by Infi. Lots of great items to find here, but also creep jack opportunity for Moon. Demon Hunter coming from the left-hand side. There's no mana even for Nova, as it seems. This Demon Hunter can just walk in and get off the burns. Once again, great engage by Moon.
Should have an input potion, but it's rather snapped out, leaves the Demon Hunter alone. But the Dryads, as long as they are making sure that there's no second base, it's very, very good. Look at how many Earth units are at home here. Desperately waiting for nighttime to use the Moon Juice again. But that might be time for Infi to creep up a little bit. Always the X Factor is Nova. But soon an X Factor is, how is Infi gonna get gold?
They got the Gadgas pipe. Infi saw it. Or Moon rather saw it. Infi has it. If there's one item to bring the Undead back here, is the Gadgas pipe. It's bonus mana regen on everything that has mana. That is so good to have. The Warcraft gods extending an olive branch to Infi. But he's still way down in supply, it seems.
Exactly. Stefan on the Demon Hunter, wonder what his level is. Oh, okay, not close to 6, where of course Superman can decide yet another WCG game like it did decide Trio versus Sky back in the day. Legendary match on Twisted Meadows, of course. And you can basically feel the great minds thinking, what do I do? What's the next step? How do I put my opponent in check?
The ground army is looking really solid here for Moon. Dryads and Bears, obviously. Now he's adding in Talons. the late game counter to destroyers. In the past they had magic damage, couldn't even attack destroyers. Nowadays they have piercing after a change in patches. Now they're great, if you do get the numbers.
But it is an investment that takes time and resources. There was the last coil going heavy on the Demon Hunter once again, trying to prevent level 6, and the bears in the back. Not the greatest position here for Moon. Infi aiming for that second tier, trying to get him out, draining more and more moon juice. And it's attacking that base again.
Tinker just got a level 3, by the way. That's another decent level up. Lich might not be too far away from level 5 anymore. This game is still not over, but Moon has a good flank position right here.
Exactly, and is positioning himself between the production of Infi and the army of Infi, making it quite hard to pair these two together. He's been doing that the entire game. Demon Hunter! Demon Hunter! Oh my god, the staff was ready! Didn't use it in time, and the carry hero is gone!
Yeah, big blunder. I think he misclicked the item or something. He used the dust. Maybe that was supposed to be the staff. Demon Hunter goes down. Lots of fiends also falling. But man, the mana burn now not part here in this fight. Most status have been morphed. Lots of destroyers in the air. All that magic damage. This could be sick hero levels.
Oh, it might also be Tinker! Lots of experience for the Beastmaster. Now Tinker is gone. DK also not looking too good anymore. Maybe it's not about the hero. Maybe for once Warcraft 3 is about the army, and that's an entire level for the Beastmasters who was obviously getting solo experience now. And Moon cleans his front yard. Still looking fine for him with that Expo up at level 6 unlocked.
Lich also got level 5. That's a big level up, but the question is, did Infi expand again in the north? This might be deciding map 2. There's a scout heading there right now. We're on the edge of our seat, just as Moon. Is there an expansion? And we see on the minimap, no, there isn't. Moon still has time on his side.
At least not at 12 o'clock. It could be on the upper left if Infi is sneaky. Oh, there is some movement on the upper left. Okay, next fight coming in. DK at 50%, Lich at 50%. Demon Hunter should be back in no time, but it's not even needed. The Dryads deal with the Destroyers, and Moon ties it up 1-1.
Ooh, what a game! 2 banger matches to start off our day. Moon ties up on his map with a Beastmaster strategy. He has to do a double take himself, thinking, man, that was a close one. Expansion, though, does work. The Demon Hunter falling in the end almost came to be his demise. But I like the play. I like the strat by Moon, especially against Infi. Made a lot of sense. But is that going to be applicable also on a different map, or has that trick now been used on?
Okay, let's see what the map is. If it's expansion heavy, a Beastmaster can be a wonderful roadblock as we've seen before. The strategy is working, as you said. He was still trying to analyze the mistake there, I guess, getting closer to the screen. That's what we've seen from Happy, for example. It does help the Warcraft coach to get as close to the screen as possible. Maybe readjusting the seating position Moon, and then this series is yours. Love to see
Very
the Moon
important.
fan club.
All around the world, he has many fans in every country that knows Warcraft 3, and of course, the most in South Korea. The biggest legend this game has ever seen, still showing that he has what it takes. Does he have what it takes also to win this series? It would be so important to get the first point here on the board. Brings you so close to a win.
You could make an argument that he has the most fans in China, you know? We don't know that. China has a lot bigger population than Korea.
Wherever it is, he has plenty of fans, that's for sure. Now we see our third map. It's gonna be Autumn Leaves. And that, I would say, it's a pretty bad Undead Fast expansion map, honestly.
You can do that. It has 2 expansion spots. on the left and in the middle. If you want to be super greedy, you can go for the middle, but then you're also really exposed, and that can be punished hard with a Demon Hunter, Beastmaster, and a Keeper alike. If you want to be a little safer, you can go to the upper left or bottom right, and then it's a little bit trickier, but I think Infi is not relying on one base play anymore. It's either a tower push, which is definitely doable, or another expansion.
Well, you say another expansion, but when did he really have any? I mean, he tried, sort of, didn't work out. I think the one base play has been looking pretty convincing. It's going to come down to Moon's strategy as well. That was one of the big benefits of Beastmaster. You just can't get tower pushed, I think, ever. Certainly not at the start, because the Beastmaster gets level 2 so super fast, and then you have 2 summons to deal with. Can't do it then. The follow-up, I don't think so either. Beastmaster should be able to creep level 3. The more I think about it, the more I like this Beastmaster play. And also you can't go Gargs, really, because the Quill Beasts are so good against them. Dries will be coming out soon. Yeah, the best strat to play against the Beastmaster might just be the one-base macro, one-base micro Fiend style, which has never been the go-to, the favorite for Infi. So yeah, I think this is actually a really wonderful choice. You mentioned before that you had seen this previously. I'm not sure that I have, but that's the cool thing about Moon. You know, he comes up with new answers. But the next game, a new strat from Infi might require a completely new answer.
And yeah, I saw the Beastmaster first, but it was played in a very different style 2 days ago. There he paired it with Huntress and with AP pushes and a lot of aggression. Here, it was a different flavor to the new flavor that is the Beastmaster, and that just shows Moon's genius when it comes to strategy games.
Yeah, he is respected everywhere in the world, especially all the Night Elves hail him as their king and god sometimes even, and for good reason. He has been a staple in the scene for the longest time, and wants to prove himself here again, especially at home in front of the home crowd. That's always, I imagine, where a bit of extra motivation and thrill enters you as a player, and you really want to perform and show off what you can do.
And of course, you're carrying your team, Focus is watching. Orc Mirror can always be a little tricky and down to some RNG, so it's down to Moon to take the lead, making Focus's life a little easier as your teammates later on in the 2-on-2. You obviously want that, especially when you hang out in person, and there's also Lawlight watching. You want to brag a little bit. See, Lawlight, this is how it's done.
Yeah. It's hard for me to imagine that Moon needs more achievements to brag. I mean, if we go through his Wikipedia, it is just tournament after tournament. He is very deservedly so the most recognizable name in Warcraft 3, with a history that dates back so many years. History also between these two dates back a long time. And Infi, it's interesting, right, how much experience he has. He has played against him as Undead, like we see today, but also before. He's played him in Night of Mirror before. He's played him as human before. And it's been pretty even. These two legends have been on eye level for the longest time. Infi also, I'm sure, he's feeling the fire here. He would love to stick the knife in right now and close this one out.
Everyone does. This series is quite a banger, and we go into map 3 after a little bit of a break. Both have some time to adjust their strategies, maybe even their hero choices. Game 3 in the first set of WCG Rivals 2023 is on. Infi in yellow on the bottom left-hand side of Autumn Leaves, and Moon in the upper right, of course, representing the Night Elves. One map for the point in the Nation War.
All right, then we can already say that it is going to be a different build. We do not have the Tavern Hero build, no delayed altar. Moon is going to go for a standard hero, the Altar of the Elders. In the past, you would have said, that could be Keeper, that could be Demon Hunter, or it could even be Warden. But nowadays, it seems like almost everyone is going for the Demon Hunter option.
I'd say so. Kaho was playing a Keeper once, and I mean, it's Moon. For all I know, it could be a Potter, but you're absolutely right. But if there's a time and place to surprise us all with a new build, it's this, and it is the Keeper.
Oh, okay. Keeper, pretty similar to the Beastmaster, thrives in the early game in being aggressive and also defending at home. And is wonderful against tower pushes, is wonderful against expansions, but can have issues if it's a straight up normal slow game where we just take up to tier 3 and then the Keeper has to carry his merit where his spells fall off a bit. Very much similar to the Beastmaster. Which means that Moon will have to rely on expansion sooner rather than later if he doesn't get pushed right away.
Very, very cool to see 3 different hero choices by Moon on 3 different maps, putting that S in RTS. But yeah, this can be punished, as you said. Turnover against the Keeper is a thing. And we see Keeper in 2 hands.
Yeah. Very early Hunter Soul. This is a perfect build if the enemy goes for an expansion. You can really flood that with Huntresses and APs, and there's normally no way the Undead can pull off the expansion then. So, this should force Infi into a 1-base tech, I think. But it also slows down Moon's tier 2 going for the Hunters.
Absolutely correct. From here on out, this game can branch out into very different options. You could see Keeper hunt into AP push, but for that it might just be a little too late already. Could just be Mass Air, could be Dryads, could be a normal tech transition with the Demon Hunter second as we've seen before. Good little body block by Moon here. And Infi also has to make some decisions on how he wants to play this.
Laws of attack. Good start. Yeah, Infi will have to make the decision very soon. He has the resources now for the tech. Oh, and doesn't waste a second. There we go. Takes to tier 2. The Treant sees it right away. Very important information for Moon. So I think the first plan for Moon works out. He's like, alright, guess what? I'm going to play Keeper. I'm going to play Hunts. You have to tech, buddy. He should have known that this was happening. Next step is when and where to expand.
And of course, Infi has played that tier 2 tower push before. We're gonna talk about that a bit, but Huntress mean any damage against wolves, as you pointed out before. It also means a little bit of map control. Infi switching gears. That's the setup for an expansion again.
마을이 공격받고 있습니다.
Can that expo work against Huntress? Moon is actually not going too heavy on the Huntress. Just one. Now the second.
플레이어의 병력이
And
공격받고
then the
있습니다.
tech. But yeah, still lots of damage to be done. Okay, so how aggressive is Moon gonna play? You want the Keeper on level 3 as fast as possible. We've seen other players just flood undead expansions with Treants, so it could be Treants too.
플레이어의 병력이 공격받고 있습니다.
Calm before the storm. Moon has a setup. Oh, there we go. Perfectly. He was expecting this. He's reading Infi like a book. Very, very nice punish. It wasn't too expensive, but oh, DK. Infi, if it's your game slipping away, could just go for the surround as well. Everything that's heard gets hidden. And the Keeper has to run away, but not without a bit more damage. This can't just be a haunted gold mine again. Doesn't invest too much here. And away we go. Expo by Moon with that map control, with the distraction. And Acolytes were killed. Moon going for Panda again. Infi's pressure was too high on map 1 for the Panda to really unfold, but if Infi is going into a macro game, Moon follows into that macro game, and then the Panda can be the heavy lifter in this match. two-way situation. This is where Warcraft is oftentimes the most beautiful when we unfold the entire tech tree, lots of resources and high-level heroes. DK is expecting something here. What are you doing with your time? I know there's something coming. You have no wisps around my bases. There's no APs coming. So what are you up to?
플레이어의 병력이 공격받고 있습니다.
Alright, sorry folks, I was had a little disconnect there. Gone for a second, but now I'm back. Alright, we have the double level 3s. Keeper finds himself in the wrong neighborhood though. Well, Nova, that doesn't hurt good.
He still has a TP, can always get out. Ghouls were close to Hunters, which is always free damage. We're about to establish two-base, but never count out the Treants. Very nice keeper play. Summon and then into hiding. If he can't continue this, I worry for Infi's Expo.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. Level 3 keeper with level 2 treants is really good against undead expansion. If you can get it in time, which here he did. Treants are ready again, and that looks to be a cancel.
No reveal again. The keeper is frustrating. And of course lost this legendary Cologne final of WCG with that keeper here. Really good.
And this gives him the economic edge that he was looking for, that you're always looking for with the keeper. Keeper for the early game, Panda for the late game, damage breath of fire. But there is no Demon Hunter for Moon. There is no mana burn. And that is something that the Undead loves to see.
Absolutely. If you can use your spells the entire time, Undead becomes very powerful. We have a Garg, which is not the ultra on this map. Can be very annoying. It's also very fragile. It's of course an air unit, so Hunters can't attack it.
We'll get some have to get some anti-air at some point, but maybe he can delay it a little while. Of course, he has a Panda already, but he will need Dryads, and lots of them. Moon trying to defend and attack at the same time.
Yeah, Warcraft 3 usually a very micro-focused game. Here on the third map, on the decisive map, it would just be a macro-oriented game. As Moon is poking towards the Haunted once again, that would be a cancel. We have the Shredder in with the second attack here in the north, who does more damage. Panda should of course get good experience if he's able to kill these ghouls, but the Giant is around for the guards.
He's famous for his Dryad Micro. So far it's looking really good. Got one kill, it's Panda level 2. And if he has to back up, he really want to get that Tree of Life. But Moon defends the expansion, holds the tree. That was important. Gets to the shop as well, and just picked up the heal scroll, didn't he? Yes, he did. Oh, and the ledge, what about him?
Ooh. Gets foiled last second. Keeper on the menu, but there's no nuke anymore outside that Nova. But if the Keeper could say hello. Scrappy fight, both are losing tons of HP, not too many units down. Shredder is packing a big punch. Can he prevent that staff? No, there's also no mana for Entangle anymore. Creeps are getting involved as well. All hell's breaking loose.
Well, we're just praying that he's gonna be able to make it home without being intercepted. But nice play by Infi. He knew where the Lich was. That should be a kill. Or is it? DK is coming. Does he have a coil?
Oh, yeah, there we go with the potion. Trying to spread the aura for some additional movement speed. Dryads, of course, working against that with the poison slow with their attacks. Panda doesn't do as much damage. A Naga would have secured the kill, maybe even a Demon Hunter with right clicks and burns. But here, Infi was the caretaker and the second hero is alive.
Shredder did such a good job. Crucial help here in this defense. Moon definitely comes out way ahead. But Infi did buy time. The expansion will be up in mining in just a little bit. And Moon doesn't just want to sit back, doesn't just want to let this undead build the perfect army. Moon will want to get something done with his advantage.
He has 400 gold still left, he's on the way to tier 3. Gets a new lore for more production, and then more bears, more dryads, maybe even MGs. We'll see about that. Next crucial step for Moon, Panda level 3.
Especially essential against The Gargoyles, Dragon's Breath of Fire, great against them, also great against the Ghouls, but without Tier 3, without Frenzy, the Ghouls aren't really a threat yet. Panda needs 1 or 2 more camps. Moon sitting at 50. Might be a great position now to creep the middle, get the level 3, and then look for the attack.
Okay, map control thanks to Entangle in the absence of destroyers. It is committing heavily on Gargs. Is he even tier 3 yet? No, it's just tier 2. Guess he has to wait for the next one.
That was a big last hit he was trying to steal, but I think he missed it. Look at the Panda's experience. He's almost level 3. Okay, I'm not sure though. Maybe he got it with a Nova, but anyways, Panda did get level 3 in the end, and that is a big deal.
Base is starting to get fortified with towers.
플레이어의 병력이 공격받고 있습니다.
Tier 3 for Moon is done. That means both of Venom, but if we can keep them a little bit more damage to work with, and of course the path to Bears is up. One of the Wind, especially as Infi is down in tech, can be a very crucial weapon. No dispel against that, and that can always prevent coils, and that will then lead to kills. And then Warcraft 3 is a very snowbally game.
And I like this next macro choice as well by Moon. He's going for a 3rd base. He knows Infi's 2 bases are too secure. If he tries to bash his head against the wall, lose too many Dryads, feed the undead heroes, he might lose this game 2 base, 2 base. But if he gets to 3 bases and can manage to prevent a 3rd base for Infi, this could be his road to victory.
Oh, we see Bomberman coming in. Separate play, distraction with the Treants. Wonderfully done. And we talked about the static defense. That static defense has been wiped out. But what's the follow-up attack? Let's go for the Breath of Fire. Here we go. All the guards are very, very hurt. Treants are working on the haunted movement. Upgraded now to the Dryads and the perfect spot.
DK cycloned up, some acolytes are falling. Infi should be able to hold here though, on Blight with his heroes. He's in a pretty strong position, especially once he picks up the orb. But Moon isn't trying to win right here, he's trying to do damage as much as he can. Buy time for that 3rd base, please.
The falling damage is already done. His damage is paid off. He's not using too many prices. The one exchange because of all of these working on that 3rd base. But dark damage against Dryads shall never be underestimated. Moon getting a little bit too greedy, maybe, trying to squeeze out that next acolyte, doing a little bit more damage to the haunted old mine. Has to run away now. Supply still very much in his favor, and Infi has to rebuild workers.
Oh, and we see new production buildings coming. This might be Ancients of Wind. Maybe Moon also wants to go into Hippogriffs for the air battle. And the great thing for him is his upgrades scale really well. If you upgrade the Dryads, you also upgrade the Bears, you also upgrade the Hippos, you also upgrade the Fairies, which is one of the big advantages for Night Elf late game. But the 3rd base must first be established for Moon.
He's close. Infi is as well, but he has to move back. The next wave of attack. And that Breath of Fire hitting all the acolytes all the time. Infi comes back with his army, arguably really small. Trying to do some damage here against the air. We don't have an open venom yet. Could be a great help. And it's not certain with his mana, but not for much longer. Breath of Fire again. Infi, 1 heal scroll needs to make a perfect knowledge. Put up the round of healing over the statues. And the Panda sees that opportunity. 1 more acolyte down. And Moon is getting further and further ahead.
Yeah, great attack again by Moon. Infi is getting really, really punished for his lack of tech. No orb, no destroyers. Moon realizing it, punishing it right away. I think that might be changing now. There's a shop coming, but that was missing for the longest time. And now the wins are finished. The Hippos are coming. Moon is ready to take on that Gargoyle army very soon.
Triple wins, love to see it. Especially if Moon has the time to go for a retrain. He doesn't even need that retrain right now. Usually it's later when destroyers are coming out and Tangle falls off because it can be dispelled. But then you go into Thorn's Aura with Treants, and Thorn's Aura is amazing in the fights of Hippos versus Guards. But rinse and repeat, man. Moon, deforestation here in the north and is using that avenue for the 3rd attack in a row.
and the position here is being punished. And how big was that Sapper, by the way? Imagine if there had been one more Spirit Tower here in front. Would have been a way different story. The Sapper making this all possible. Moon making use of every single thing that he can to win this game. He may have lost the first map. It was looking scary. But Moon now in a wonderful spot. Huge army for him. 3 mining bases. Looking to get more.
These expenses by Infi, holding on to that heal scroll, but the critical mass of Gargs is never coming to fruition. 25 food up, and Infi is broke. The Iceman, the 4-race king, is he losing that series here right now?
2-1 upgrades on the gargoyles, also pretty good. And we have that wagon now. If he gets Disease Cloud, that wagon can deal with untold numbers of Dryads if you're defending at home on Blight. Moon knows. These Dryads will be falling off more. Time to get the last bit of value out of them.
Ooh, this fight is so tough to deal with for Infi. Opens it up with a Nova on the Panda, but he's a strength hero, doesn't really care. Nicholas connecting, guards retreating. The wagon is very exposed as one of the main damage dealers for Infi. But okay, salvage put out. You see the area of effect against the Dryads. Can he get a forward?
People through his Gargs dancing in the air, Breath of Fire AoE and throw Nova on the other side. Very dangerous in this air battle, but I think the Gargs are winning the fight. Yes, they are, pretty decisively with the help of the towers. Moon not trading too favorably here.
Committing, there was also Drunken Haze, Breath of Fire missing in that fight. No thoughts or Aida, but the DK was blocked by his own Stone Form Gargs. Gets the healing now, and how important is that shot for Infi? Big takeaway here is, of course, the expansion, and it's still up. For how long? Does Moon have to retreat? Or Haunted Falls? But the supply gap, though, isn't narrowing. There was quite some Gargs dead as well, but most importantly for Infi is that his Expo is still standing. Can he reach for Coil Nova? Moon dodges that one with the town portal. More expenses, but Moon can recover, being on 3 bases.
Keeper level 5 normally would consider not that big of a deal because of destroyers. But Infi, I think he didn't make a single destroyer this whole game. Did he? Oh, and look how low lumber he is. He's got like no lumber at all. Only now a shredder. But that could be big help. The supply is looking ridiculously one-sided. But that doesn't have to be all that there is.
Bears are coming for Moon, a wonderful addition. As there is no destroyers, then there's also no dispel. Then rejuvenation can work the entire time and heals up your units. Plus, Roar for hippos versus gargoyles is tremendous. Okay, Coil Nova is the way to go. Breath of Fire doesn't hit with that, but he also needs heal out against an AoE. But can he afford it once his second base goes down? Infi living on the edge here, and Moon pressing forward for the 7th time.
And this might be the one to do it. Another Acolyte goes down, level 5 on the Keeper. Now we have a level 3 spell available. Finally, a Destroyer summon at long last. That one will help, but the Hippos swarming in right away.
Tearing these guards apart. Panda has a mana potion. He can still spread that fire, spit that fire. He's closer to 5. Can he double kill the heroes? No, he can't. Thanks to a heal scroll, the Corvus heroes are back up, and Infi also with mass repair, holding on to dear life. Twice the supply for Moon and 1,000 gold bank. He can do whatever he wants now in this game.
How important it was for Moon to take out the wagon. If there had just been one wagon to spread disease, this could have been looking very different. But Infi was lacking a bit of lumber earlier to get more wagons, to get more disease, and now Moon is really in full control of this game. Never losing too much, always maxing out again at 80, always getting the heal scrolls, and about to have another level 5 hero. Infi has held on valiantly for some time here, but the next push might break him.
And here we go. Infi taps out. Moon being down the map takes 2 in a row, and the first series goes to South Korea.
The hometown legend And the fan favorite Moon does it again. Ooh, relief lifted from his shoulders. He doesn't look very relieved, maybe thinking still he could have done better, but he did well, definitely. Map 1 didn't work out, the tower push there catches him off guard, but beyond that, playing really well with his style. Playing strong early game heroes, the Keeper and the Beastmaster, making use of their strength, getting map control, getting the expansion going, and especially map 3, never taking his foot off the gas. Infi always under pressure that game, never was able to escape.
Rare to see Moon this aggressive. Absolutely love the strategic variance across the entire series, and love to see Moon in these WCG team competitions. In the solos, maybe the pressure was a little bit too high. This equal one title that's missing. But in the team competition, just like in the Connected Edition in 2020, Moon is a carry for his team and takes it home. Great performance. You know, a lot of people say at some point you get too old for gaming, you can't have your peak performance anymore. For Moon and Infi, that's not true here today. Some grand Warcraft, and that was just the start of the game.
Absolutely, we have 2 more matches coming up. The next match coming is going to be the other 2 players facing off. Focus from South Korea against Fly from China. After that, we're also going to have the 2v2. But what an important win for Moon. It almost felt like Infi was sort of supposed to win that first series because Fly recently hasn't been doing that well against Focus in the Orc Mirror. Focus is known to be great, wonderful in Orc Mirror, and in addition, Focus also normally excels in these team competitions. So now it's going to be up to Fly to dig his team out of the hole. But if we get another close series like that, we as the viewers will certainly be the winners.
100%. And Orc Mirror is quite nice to watch. The early game is sometimes a little slow, but the fights are just peak Warcraft with a lot of micro action coming up. And Fly also a very, very entertaining player. Everything can go right or wrong at any given moment of the game, so I wouldn't step away from the screen if I were you outside. Fly, of course, our current reigning WCG champion from the Connected Edition, not only in solos, where he defeated Moon in the grand final, but also in the team aspect, where he was alongside Moon and his today's opponent Focus.
Yeah, curious to see where this one's going to lead. The rivalry between Korea and China has always been active in Warcraft 3. It's been fun to follow. Fly now has the weight on his shoulders. Oh, I was thinking perhaps we might have a short break for the players to get ready, but no. We want to see the action right away.
Breaks? Come on, we don't do breaks here at WCG. We give you more action. And here we go. The Koreans, they're wearing their baseball shirts. Is it gonna be a home run for Team Korea? Focus in the blue, bottom left-hand side, and Fly on the right-hand side in the yellow. This has been a crazy matchup in the past 2 years. We had Farseers, Tier 3, etc., etc., but now we're being back to more or less the norm for the past 2 decades that you're used to seeing if you only watch Warcraft 3 when WCG is on. Blade Masters, Shadow Hunters, Raider Walker, Kodo, and big mid-game fights.
Yeah, absolutely. Very interesting how things have shifted completely around. I would say Focus was one of the most adamant Farseer players. Some other players dabbled in both pawns, so to speak, playing some Blade Master, playing some Farseer, but Focus was a big fan of the Farseer and oftentimes going for very decisive strategies early on or on Tier 2, trying to finish the game. But now we're expecting the double Blade Master. Also, makes sense on this map. Here on LR, we could end up quite stacked indeed.
Love it. Focus not as decorated as the Flies, the Infis, the Moons. When it comes to solo competition, he has a WCG bronze medal to his chest, though. That's not too bad. And as I said, in the team competitions, the WC3Ls, the NGLs, and these China versus Korea matches, he is always a carry. You can trust him, and now he has the chance to close this out for Korea, even before the 2-2.
Focus and Fly, both with the 2 burrow tech. Seems like in Orc Mirror nowadays, more and more you don't want to be annoyed in your main base anymore. You don't want to have your burrows cancelled by an aggressive Blade Master. It just makes the whole game weird and annoying. And this map here, you can also buy a circlet early on at the shop. It's looking very mirrored still.
Oftentimes this is about getting the circlets, getting some dust, and then attack. Ruthless aggression is the start to Orc Mirror. You go into your opponent's main, you try to kill 4 workers. There's nothing wrong, but this is of course the most fragile part of an army. And here, they're even left alone as we attack the creeps.
Big last hits. Fly trying for the first big play with the steal. Didn't get it though. Focus plays around it well. And the items here are a big deal. Sentry wards for vision are really good to have. But so is a replenishment potion to heal you up a bit before the shop is ready. But the shop will be coming any moment.
You want to skip it a little bit, maybe queue another grunt instead of building that shop, save a little bit of lumber for later. And now they're dancing around each other. As I said, slow early game, but don't you move away. This tier 2 is great. I don't even have a favorite, man. If Fly is at 100%, ironically, he's a threat to anyone at any stage. He even took a map of Happy in the tournament recently. And in Mirror, it's also oftentimes down to items.
They will have a big contributing factor. Absolutely. But so far the Blade Master is looking not too impressive. Only a single circlet. In fact, Fly didn't even get the circlet earlier. That is rare to see. Valued the dust above it. Dust, of course, also being important.
He could have gotten both, but I'm wondering, did it give him a fast attack? Not really. Supply is also even. I wonder what this investment went into. He's just 100 gold ahead, or was for a bit.
Yeah, could still get it later maybe. Even in the mid game, late game, circlet purchases can be very much worth it. Blade Masters here, trying to make sure that the opponent doesn't get away with anything too greedy. Not taking big camps, trying to be in a position to punish, and as a result, we don't see the most sensational early game, and both players keeping good tabs.
It is the calm before the storm, we all know it. Later on, we see the big red numbers that we all fancy so much, the critical strike for Blade Masters. Focus seems always a second or two ahead, going for a Torrent Totem for Spirit Walkers, going for Beastry for Raiders and Walkers. All of that in pair with the Shadow Hunter. This will give him a lot more control with Hexen and Snare and Spirit Link that distributes incoming damage to all the units affected. And of course the Shadow Hunter crucial for the heal wave in these prolonged fights.
Gonna get level 2 on both sides now. But Focus stealing away a camp from the enemy side. That's quite cheeky. It's gonna take a good amount of damage here though. And doesn't have the salves right away. So he's gonna spend some time, quite a bit of time healing up. Oh, Fly's coming. Does he have the window?
So close! I think he got it! Looks like it, and now he's on the prowl. Yeah, right? Okay, and the grunt as well. Could be a deny. Shadow Hunter, he can't hack! Speed scroll! Low damage roll! So lucky for Focus! And now the Hex and the little crab can't do any damage.
Yeah, nice steal by Fly. Getting good little experience jump there, but Focus got the item. Fast Fingers. Got the claws of attack. But you can see Fly now aggressive out on the map. He knows all of his units are healthy. He doesn't need to spend time healing. Focus has to pump the brakes a little bit here.
Fast Fingers, look at Focus in his 30s, family man. 400 APM. Can these guys with their mobile games do that? I don't think so. RTS, very, very demanding, obviously, and we'll see who of these guys got the better endurance for the late game. Fly harassing continuously. He forced the first Hex already, but now Walkers are there. And Focus also fails to find Fly.
Yeah, it looks like Focus has the completely wrong read as to where the opponent is. Check the northern side of the map, absolutely nothing to be found there.
플레이어의 병력이
And
공격받고
now
있습니다.
Fly going to the lab, big creep there. I'm not sure if this one's going to be scouted either. Both Shadowhunters surprisingly unfound until now.
Exactly. That would result maybe in a lower level heal wave for these fights, but now the both Blade Masters have an idea. Fly is passing though. Still reveal. Oh, Blade Master caught. Focus. Are you in danger here? He's still dusted.
He stole it.
He's not going in for
He stole the Book of the Dead.
Oh, true! Could have done more damage here, I guess. Nice multitasking. Info potion goes to Fly though. He steals that one away.
Heal scrolls here are also a really big deal. Next item for Focus, big invuln. Sold the Book of the Dead right away. That's because the walkers with AoE, Dispel, Disenchant are really good against it. And finding the right window before Disenchant is hard to manage. So Focus rather takes the gold.
플레이어의 병력이 공격받고 있습니다.
Who has the lead in this game? Hard to say. Who's closer to level 3 on the Shadowhunter as oftentimes the better indicator. Focus is pulling peons, ready to fight.
And ready to take the second consumable camp, by the way. If this is a one of Mana Seal or a big Mana Potion, or I think even a heal potion, this would help him tremendously. What was it? Big Invuln. Double Big Invuln seems a bit redundant. Focus may be slightly unlucky with these items.
Yeah, Shadowhunter rarely under attack, so you need this Invul Potion on a hero. On the Blade Master with the hero, it's fine. He stole it away, sells it now as well for more gold. And Fly in the meantime, getting the top, getting the mercenary camp. This could be one of the biggest items on the map, who actually saves it for now. Being unsure, is Focus coming or not? Can't start the camp, has to move back. A little bit of inefficiency by Fly.
This is an enormous lead. Look at the heroes, what they have. It's double heal scroll versus what was only 0. Now it's 1. But it's also level 3 shadow versus level 2 only. Focus has an immense lead here thanks to creeping. Shadowhunter better heal scrolls. And Focus knows how good the position is. He's going to set up a shop and a tower in this
플레이어의
attack.
병력이 공격받고 있습니다.
And old school Focus tower on the high ground. Is that even scouted within this fight? It's so chaotic. You have to pay attention to so many things at once, especially to these Kodos. If they move forward, they can eat a unit at once. They also provide additional damage, so that's usually why they are the prime target. Excellent Kodo as well to take the aura away for now. And this is the fight that we were talking about. Blade Master, not that explosive. Oh, Focus now with level 3. That's level 2 predictable strike. A lot of that needs a lot of healing and attention now. Focus, is he running out of steam right there? Hex against him. Kodo is gone.
And Focus also got 2 Devours. This is the perfect fight so far for him. But he's going to start to lose some units. One Raider goes down, but Focus has a supply lead. And there's a tower coming, about to finish a shop as well. Focus looks grand here for the 1-0.
Exactly. Tremendous game for the Korean. China in trouble, losing the first series here on the first map. The second series doesn't look too good for them either. These poor peons, they have Spirit Link, but they're not where they want to be. They want to be at home in the burrow, safe and sound, but being slaughtered on the battlefield now. And that shot timing is pretty much perfect. The first attempt was cancelled, but Focus never letting go. Clarity now has double mana potions with so much healing. This is almost unwinnable for Fly.
Fly's hardly any units left. He's gonna try his best with what he has. 2 heroes, but only 2 units, dude. 1 Kodo and 1 Raider. That is it. Fly. Oh my god, dodging the Kodo Devours as well. Focus is on fire right now. And this is looking so one-sided. Incredible. All of a sudden, flick the switch and leaves no chance to that.
Wow, our WCG champion of the Connected Edition being beaten on map 1. And Korea has match points now. 2-1 pointing out both of them in the lead. This was pretty close to a perfect game for both.
Yeah, I would agree. Wonderfully done. The other game, you know, a little bit of tit for tat, a bit of poking here and there. Nothing too crazy happened. But then on tier 2, the Shadowhunter creep route made the big difference. And also, he had lots more gold, right? You sold the Book of the Dead, you sold the big Invo Potion. That's a nice little cash infusion right there, funding more army, funding more heal scrolls, enabling him to creep more in that level 3 Shadow. Plus the heal scroll advantage was overwhelming. Fly needs to play a bit crisper at the start maybe, not fall behind, because yeah, Orc Mirror, very unforgiving if you start to fall behind.
We saw that there on the player cam, Boom acting as a water boy. Focus now has backcourt. Of course, long-term friendship between the two. Played from League of Legends together back in the day, and now side by side for Korea. Fly, you need to turn this all around, just like Moon did in the first set. And the next map, Mr. Digo, you call it Casino Warcraft, the first showing of the best map in the history of Warcraft 3. It's time for Twisted Meadows.
Yes, sir. Our biggest map in the pool, what oftentimes we call a macro map. Although in Orc Mirror, expanding is not really popular. It's not really strong. It is easily punished. Of course. So this should still be one base play. This should be more Blade Master and a lot of opportunities to get shiny items.
Even the spell shields and stabs of silence of this world can be found here. It is quite fascinating, isn't it? China versus Korea, oftentimes going toward Korea when you think back to WCA in 2015, where, of course, Lin got the all-kill. The solo competitions, oftentimes in the Chinese hand, the team competition now going for Korea. Now, it's like we have a little bit of a break here once again. You think there's pressure now on Focus?
I don't really think so. I mean, he just proved what he's made of. He proved what he's capable of, and that was really well done. Also, he has the nice safety net now of being able to lose a map if necessary. I think if somebody's feeling pressure, it's Fly. I mean, we are both aware of how passionate the Chinese fans can be. And now, China is close to losing this series. Fly is carrying the hopes, trying to keep the chances alive. And Fly, of course, needs to win first. And then the 2v2 also needs to be won by them to be the champions here. Focus could crown himself and his country right now.
Here we go, and I think he kind of has to win the one-on-ones. Infi and Fly, a little more experience when it comes to the 2-on-2. I would say they go into this as the big favorites in the 2-on-2, but of course to get 2 points for the one-on-one and only 1 for the 2-on-2. It's a little, reverse right there. So Focus with a big chance. He also has his losers map still to play, and he showed that he's in tip-top shape. The TPL that happened in the past couple of 2 weeks, the Summer Championship of Warcraft, was not really his tournament, even though he came in as a top 6, top 4 contender, was eliminated in the group stage, Fly also, but was very, very close to making it out. And now when they face each other, seems like Focus has the edge, but maybe it was just timings a bit off, movement a bit off, item drops a bit off, and everything can change on a big map like Twisted.
Yeah, Fly has shown plenty of times that he can beat Focus. The historical record is in favor of the Korean, but every now and then Fly also gets in a win. Perhaps more than just every now and then, but I think Focus has really established himself as a top orc in Orc Mirror for a long time. I know that some people were saying, well, yeah, sure, he's good, but he's kind of getting by on gimmicks. You know, Farseer play, headhunters, and pushes. And how many different variations of pushes did we see? With mass hunters, with double barracks, with towers, with Kodos, with firelords, with shadow hunters, with grunts and towers. So many different variations. That now seems to be all out of the meta, and the purists, so to speak, once again can be satisfied. But also here, he is delivering. Focus, always a player to look out for. Oftentimes, also among the orcish crowd, we of course mentioned Lin. How could you not? But also there, Focus regularly is able to prove how good he is. So, Fly is having a rude awakening here, noticing again how hard this guy is to beat. And I'm so glad to see Focus on stage, in front of the crowd, do so well. And, sometimes we have talked about inconsistency for him. Doesn't seem to be a problem today.
Yeah. With stage matches, he seemed to have some issues indeed in the past, but he's grown older, he's become wiser, he doesn't feel that pressure anymore. apparently, because that performance was really, really good. But especially in Orkmira, things can derail really quickly. We know that with one claw extra, a Sobi mask here and there. Everything can change very, very quickly, so you can't be too safe. Seems like we need a little bit of an extra break here. So, Remo Demo, what is your second most favorite WCG Warcraft 3 memory? We have so
Second
many.
favorite. Yeah. Well, I think I have to say when we were in Xi'an, when we saw the big stage and the opportunity to cast there, that was certainly a big one that stood out. I'm thinking of a match. What was my favorite match? There was one crazy game of Moon versus Infi, where we played on old Echo Isles, and we had like 3 ultimates or something. That was certainly a standout.
There was a wonderful tournament in Xi'an 4 years ago with Side almost beating Infi and TH with the Dreadlord strategy. Us and the caster team with Roddy and Todd, and Tasteosis relegated to the side stage for Starcraft, and so many people in Xi'an. Definitely a wonderful experience. Can't forget, of course, about the big win of a certain guy called Creolophus. That is also absolutely legendary. The win against Sky with the level 6 Demon Hunter. WCG has provided us with many, many, many memories over the past.
Yeah, it's wonderful still to see it played here and garnering so much attention once again. It is pretty much synonymous with esports, has been for the longest time, and the Olympic flair of it has always been wonderful. Here, of course, it's more of a showcase. It's not all the countries in the world coming together. Who knows? Perhaps next year, maybe there's going to be an opportunity there. But yeah, WCG, I think that was the first big tournament I ever heard about when I started to get interested in Warcraft 3 back in 2006. Was that Monza? 2006?
Ooh, let me check that real quick. I think it was, and that was also one of my favorite tournaments that I followed like every single game on a stream that had like 160p at max. We were happy about rating casts back then. And it goes to show how big the tradition, how rich the tradition is of Warcraft 3 at WCG. WCG has been a thing since 2000. WCG is older than Warcraft 3, and we are the grandpas of esports. But since Frozen Throne came out, we've always been part of every WCG. 20 years, basically, and I'm very, very glad that even though the focus has shifted maybe a little bit to other games, WCG, Smilegate, they are treating this combo of WCG and Warcraft 3 as they should, and giving us a showcase here once again.
Yeah, absolutely. I imagine also many fans must be delighted to see them once again. Moon, even if you haven't been in contact with Warcraft 3 for a long time, the name Moon still rings out, especially in Korea, as we pointed out earlier, and the other legends that we see playing here. One of the legends fell earlier in Infi, but he has a chance still to perform well. And I agree with your point earlier that especially in the 2v2, Infi has always been looking insane. Like, we don't have that many tournaments anymore in 2v2 nowadays. Bit of a shame. But when we do, Infi is always there. And also, regardless of who he seems to play with, right? He's always in the front row. He plays really well with other Orc players. Back when he was playing with TH also, they played really well. I think it was Human Night Elf back then. But I don't know what it is. But Infi is amazing in the 2v2 for whatever reason. So maybe there is pressure and focus. Maybe there is really an urgency to close this out before the 2v2.
Yeah, Infi can of course play all races, so they can adapt to the meta that we have in 2 and 2. Back then with TH he played Human Undead when everyone in the world said that it's impossible. But first, Fly has to do the almost impossible and win back-to-back maps in Orkmira versus Focus. It is match points Korea, and Focus can bring it all home now.
On Twisted Meadows. How many amazing games have we seen here? How many nail biters have we witnessed here? Also, in WCG. It's been a bit of a
Do you wanna-
change to the map
do you wanna
nowadays. Well, you are the archivist, so I'm sure you have plenty of memories.
I only have 2 hands, Remo. I can't count further, so that's a bit of a problem because it's countless, so many of them. But yeah, you were saying that Twisted Meadows got changed.
Yes, it still very much looks similar, especially on the minimap, but we have had some small adjustments which have made the map so much better, so much more playable. We always have cross-spawn nowadays, and especially the early creep camps at the green camps and stuff have been made easier so that people can actually, you know, play the game and creep a bit and not just run around the first 3 minutes unable to do anything. That's a nice little touch. And also, a good little touch seems to be the opening here. We have Blade Master on both sides, and both are going for the little creep pull trick to take out the big golem creep early on.
Yeah, in case you haven't seen Warcraft 3 in some time, the way that the pros are manipulating the creeps has gone to insane levels. Sometimes you creep the camp and don't even get attacked. And this one, Lin came up with it, or showed it first in professional play. You lure out the rock golem and trap him right there where the barracks is, with the grunt and the blade master. Because Windwalk makes it so that units can walk through the blade master. That's exactly what's happening. And boop, there's the trap.
And Fly was scouting with the peon, but too late to prevent the pull. He was chopping some wood. That's a bit strange. Maybe he just wanted to confirm his suspicions.
These can be very decisive items to boost the primary stat of the Blade Master, for example, give a very good aura right away. So far, I know!
Fly!
Fly is known to lose the Blade Master early. As he said, it's just another unit, but oh my god, that backfired. Oh, that's so bad.
Oh, Neo, he wasted so much time. He didn't even get the experience. He didn't get the item. He just lost HP.
Get nothing. Yes. Oh, that's
Was
bad.
the burrow
focus
out of
only-
range? Yeah, he wants to get the circlet.
Maybe that's it.
Oh, he doesn't get the circlet either.
Focused.
It's a
Focus
naked
got
blade.
the circlet, and he got the dust as well. Oh. It's time for one of these magical WCG moments. To fight back from this position is so tough.
This is not a fair fight right now. Focus's Blade Master is way stronger.
He brings a gun to a knife fight, this Focus guy.
Fly really needs to start getting some items. Buy them, find them, whatever. You need a stronger Blade Master. And now I got the circlet at least. Picks up a dust as well. Would love to take the items away. Tell you what, for how dreadful this early game was, Fly is managing to keep it somewhat even keel.
We have to look at the silver lining, Reaper. Always look on the bright side of life. This lab being available later could help his Shadowhunter to acquire level 3 next.
I like that thinking. And you know, he may not have found an item early, but maybe it's going to be a Scourge Bone Chimes. Who knows? It's Schrodinger's item. Could be anything.
Well, for now it absolutely is. We will open the box though sooner than later.
What's in the box? That's oftentimes the question. Oh, Blade Master taking quite some damage here. Fly, looking for an opportunity. He still has the dust.
Both blades so hurt. Fly is managing his selves really well. He went for a shop earlier, as he said. On the opposite side, Focus had a bit of more base HP. Blade and Grunt fight. So far, yeah, Fly has recovered, I think, from this early game.
He's healthy enough to get the item here now. Something good. Cloak. Alright, not that good, but, you know, at least he can sell it.
He can sell it, he can hide a bit without using mana. Can he steal this one? Close. No cigar. And this one, not really worth it. Canceling the healing twice. Nice step by Fly.
Yeah, very annoying for the Orc here if you have to blast to the heal cells. In fact, Blade Master used all of their heal cells. But Fly healing up a bit again. And now the Shadow Hunter is coming out. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa!
Whoa!
Fast tier
What?
3 by Fly.
Well, that's unexpected. I thought this would only be reserved to someone like Soen, who likes to play this, and of a career Orc player. But no, not the case. First, he has to be careful though, his blade is exposed to Hex. But the Shadow Hunter is creeping, finding more items, and if Fly buys more time, his tier 3 is, of course, better than Focus's tier 2.
Oftentimes when Orcs play the tier 3, they play even without a Bestiary. Just Walkers and Grunts. And maybe some Torrents someday. But here we do have the Bestiary as well. I'm almost surprised that Fly can afford all of this. Seemingly easily. And I don't know if Focus is going to figure it out.
The map is big, it's hard to scout. We don't have any summons that can roam around. Peons are super slow to scout with them. So yeah, Fly did indeed recover, gets a circlet and Gloves of Haste for him. Focus did sell the Belt of Giant Strength, I guess. Yes, he did. And now we're on our way to high-level heal waves. And what is Fly doing with attack? So far, unpunished, but there is still a big 50 supply timing for Focus, where he can exploit that tier.
Daytime now has become available. This means also that the heal scrolls are up for grabs. I think Focus trying to get it. Yup, he stole it. Trying to take the fight now with a level 2 lead. Dust of Appearance is there. Big last hit. Who's gonna nab it?
Focus again! Getting further and further ahead in this game. What a timing! Can he win WCG Rivals for Korea right here? Not just yet, as Fly escaped.
Oh, I got the last hit, which got him level 2, and he picked up the item. Great creep jack by Focus. Got a grunt kill as well. This will be the perfect time for Focus to step on the gas, go forward, and maybe try to win out right away. He has the peons with him. He could buy a shop if necessary, build a shop close to the opponent main base. But again, he doesn't know that Fly is going tier 3. He doesn't know that Fly is opening himself up to some vulnerability.
Man, that
Man,
golem
this rock golem is doesn't want to play with him.
not at all. Oh boy. Okay, gets it now. Finally punishing him for the sins. Focus also found a wonderful item. Devotion Aura gives every single unit in the army more armor. Since every point of damage in the army is physical damage, everything gets reduced. This is quite nice. So Fly has arrived on tier 3, gets Root Braces. I thought this game is cursed for Chinese.
Yeah, I think Focus got the Rune Bracers as well. Sold them. Now we have double heal scroll versus 0. We have level 3 Shadow Hunter versus level 2. We have level 3 Blade versus level 2. Fly, on paper, shouldn't be able to hold here. But maybe we can work some magic.
Usually the magic is on the side of Focus Pocus. Now we need it the other way around. He has an Orb of Lightning. That can trigger some Purge. Dispel some stuff like Spirit Link, like Hex. And the Kodos might be more powerful with the upgrades. Did that tier 3 work out? Focus is playing the same timing push as he did on Last Refuge. And Fly is not ready for this.
Focus is committing hard. He's got a shop coming and 2 towers. He says, this is it, buddy. You better hope that the Fortress tech on tier 3 is working out. He's got the Orb of Lightning. We have some purges coming in right away. And we're going for the Kodos as always. Faster reinforcements for Fly. Much faster. Speed scroll popped. Trying to get off a Devour. Kodo running in. Would be big if he gets a Raider especially. Ensnare though comes in once, but the other Kodo does get the Devour.
There is a backup. Looks like Focus still has the aura. Focus working on a shot. That one tower was cancelled. Shield wave last second, so we up and the Kodos fall side by side. Fly, of course, can go for the shot, can go for mana potions, can provide more healing, even though it's weaker, and Focus all of a sudden finds the Shadow Hunter surrounded. Sidestep by Fly to open up that surround again, but Focus is able to fight out for now, but for how much longer? Hero Focus just working
priority, gets the yield potion maybe, and his towers are damage sponges again.
Fly once more has lost almost everything. It's looking quite similar again to Last Refuge, only this time with tier 3, but the tier 3 didn't really seem worth it. Blade Master getting controlled, getting locked down with the Ensnare here, almost going down, but Fly gets a Raider kill. But how much does he have left? Supply-wise, it is very even. It looks like Focus is on the way forward, on the march.
Getting another kill. Hail Mary by Fly with a hurt Blade Master. He's taking for his opponent. Has potions for him. All for opponents are falling though. Kept at 41 if that's to construct the Blade Master falls, but not the case right now. Focus can provide his PM with so much more healing. And there it is. Base of the Chinese in shambles. And so is their side of the scoreboard.
Focus so close now. So close to winning this game and winning for Korea. After Moon's victory earlier, this could be a perfect day for the Koreans even before we play the 2v2. Pressing forward, Fly with the risk. He tried for the tier 3, but Focus was right there for the punish.
Massive dispel. Is there even a potion left? Oh, it doesn't seem like it. There it is. Back in stock. Needs a crit against it. Another one. Focus save sword. This is crazy. A little bit of repair. Doesn't work anymore. Another heal wave is ready. Should be ready. Is it a pull out? No, now it's off. Blade Master. Mano y mano. Orko y Orko. It's down to the crits. To the big red numbers. Fly is fighting tooth and nails. But one is left indeed. Nothing. GG. And Korea with WCG Rivals 2023.
Well played. Focus today definitely seemed to have a good edge on Fly. Map 1 just played the same strat, but better. Map 2 played a different strat, but knew exactly when to strike. And I think leveling, creeping and level up timings here were the crucial difference maker. Pair that with a couple of field scrolls and Focus looking really solid. Fly, in the best shape perhaps at the moment. And with both those series over, going to Korea, the 2v2 will be played out, but we know who the winners are going to be.
Wonderfully done by Focus, razor sharp timings in both maps, and of course a little unlucky for Fly this opener. But then, Moon winning back-to-back after being down a map in Focus here. It's 4 maps in a row for Korea, and now comes the 2-2s. Looking good, looking good. It's time for a little party tonight in Busan.
Absolutely. Focus and Moon now in the best of moods. Same goes for Lawline. He is already a jolly guy who smiles a lot. Now there's even more reason to smile for the 3 players there and the fans, the Korean fans. The Chinese players now a little bit disappointed. This is not what they were hoping for, but they still have a chance to claim a bit of honor. The 2v2 will still be played, and like we said, there they are. Really scary normally.
Correcto. And of course there's still money on the line. And I want to see what Infi and Fly were cooking up. They practiced quite a bit in the past few weeks. I've seen some show matches. This was definitely where they saw themselves ahead and wanted to get further and further ahead. Focus, known as a great 2-2 player. Moon, not so much, I think.
Yeah, true. Moon, for whatever reason, the 2v2 never really seemed to be his. Back in the day, of course, you know, Focus and Remind, that was the legendary duo. Speaking of Remind, we might be seeing him again soon in a different tournament if that name rings a bell for you guys. But yeah, now Moon is going to have to prove his chopped 2v2. 2v2 could also be very interesting depending on the maps. We're not aware yet what those are going to be. Oh, there we go. Quick as the production today, wasting no time. Turtle Lost Temple. And his medals.
Absolute classic map pool for a classic game and a classic tournament. On the Korean side, we'll also have a classic combo with Nina and Orc for Canelo. For the Chinese, we don't know yet what the Korea's combo is gonna be, as if we can play every Warcraft 3. I will stick with the Orcs, Undead would be a good combo. Human is a wonderful combo. Or we get a Knight of Orc Mirror. Everything is possible. Here, WCG.
Yeah, I wonder if Infi can switch races between the different maps. That'd be kind of cool. Like a really good late game map is Lost Temple. There, Undead Orc is very good. Undead Orc can be good, but normally takes a long time to come online. But yeah, Orc can be very versatile. Normally, Orc can be paired with any other race in the 2v2, except for other Orcs, I guess. Double Orc, probably not a opportunity.
Yeah, not really. I mean, there's a German caster legend who was always advocating for double Shadowhunter tower pushes, but I think that's also out of the meta. Infi in the 2s goes back to Human, and this is what we all want to see. Human Orc versus Night Elf Orc. Can China score a point, or will it be 3-0 for Korea?
Alright. I think Infi here might be looking quite scary. At long last, indeed, we see him with his former main race, Human. And I always felt like when the top players play together and all the timings are super crisp, you know, and no time is wasted, the push hits hard as it tends to do, I feel like Human Orc is a really strong combo, especially on a small map like this, where it's very difficult to avoid these pushes, to avoid these big fights.
Human Orc has such a rich history. I mean, just Grubby and Todd, Yaws and Dark at WC3L. They were quite dominating, and I know you're not watching as much 2-2, but if there's a Paladin, this is amazing. And you know what the good thing about Human is? Every single second hero is amazing. You put a Mountain King in the mix, he's clapping and stormbolting away. You put a Blood Mage in the mix, all of these other heroes of the other side are rendered useless thanks to the Siphon, and then later on, he can cast a Flame Strike to do massive amounts of damage. And as I said, the Paladin, Holy Light to have that, and Devotion Aura in 2-2, game winning. So it's definitely up to Focus and Moon to come up with solutions.
Yeah, I'm on board. I would love to see a Paladin. I'm a big fan. Different hero. Speaking of the Orcish Horde here, we have Focus with a Farseer. Fly on the other hand with the Blade. And
Hey,
Team Honor for...
Yeah, interesting. Could have been a Keeper as well. You can mix it up a little bit with
Player's
Night Elf
forces
Orc.
are under
You can
attack.
go for 2 summon heroes with Keeper and Farseer. You can go for single target in Demon Hunter and Blade Master. Or as you see here now, you can mix it up. The role of Focus is now to buy time for a strong Demon Hunter on Moon side with distraction coming from that very fast side.
It's just here for Infi holding on with only his own forces. Fly is not helping him at the moment. Might be looking for some counter-attack potential. Or the main base being walled off by a mass peasant build. I'm not sure if that's gonna work out though. This Arcane Tower can't finish fast enough.
Immolation by Moon and Human, of course, strong in the mid and late game, very fragile in the early game, especially if you're not getting help and are attacked by 2 players at once. This immolation play already paying off. Moon is only interested in lowering the resource income of Infi, and that is working beautifully.
Oh, so many peasants going down. That was number 5. It might even be more. Demon Hunter gonna have to TP out in the end, I would think. But that's so many kills. That's 6 peasants dead in the early.
Farseer was about to be backstabbed. Moon gotta be careful, but can't reach. That is time for the town portal. Infi's base in shambles and all that practice not paying off.
Yeah, that was painful for Infi. That cannot feel good. But I would perhaps put the blame more on Fly. Fly was across the map, not getting anything done. And then when he returned home to help, that's when the threat was already eliminated. It seemed like the Blade Master did nothing of value here really early.
It's not Fly's day today, that is for sure. Getting onto the back of the turtle now, getting some consumables, getting some levels, both desperately need that and the tech has to unfold as well. For Team Korea, it couldn't have been a better start, really. Maybe if they walk out instead of TP out.
Nade, not
A
available here.
player's
Finally
forces
level
are
2
under attack. Is
unfolding.
under siege.
And that is Chain Lightning, that is critical soon, and that is more magic regeneration coming from the Archmage. From a very harassed, heavy game to a bit of creep craft.
Very important. If you get the ward, that's also vision, and perhaps more importantly, heal scrolls will be crucial later on. I'm pretty sure that nobody's going to go tier 3. We're just going to stay on tier 2 and mass and get ready for the big fights. Archmage managed to get a lot of experience though. Is this enough for level 3? Oh, it is. And with that, a timing window opens up.
I was about to say, the base of focus looks pretty fragile if you ask me. Infi fly going into that orc base, but both parties are. That's apparently the weak spot in these 2-on-2s. Production buildings cancelled already. Who's doing more damage to this early tier 2 attack?
Yeah, crucial moment in the game. Blade Master also in the back of the base trying to take out the Torrent Totem that might be happening on both sides, but the Water Elemental are the X factor. They're doing so much damage right here. And I think Infi has defend, doesn't he? Oh yes, he does. Very hard to deal with the footies.
That reduces damage of piercing, damage types, and that is coming from Burrow, so he's not doing anything here. Focus can't produce a thing. Yes, there's a second hero out. That's the TC. That's kinda nice. But Fly, slowly but steady, also losing quite a bit.
It's gonna be all burrows going down apparently, and a lot of peons going down. It'd be hilarious if all burrows and all peons fall. Then you can't make new peons.
Then we play the human versus night elf between Infi and Moon that we wanted all along.
Yeah. And nobody's TP home. Nobody wants to be the chicken.
Can you be a chicken real quick?
Walk, walk.
Very nice. Beautiful chicken hero default. The tech is falling, the orc buildings are falling, and now we basically have a one base to do.
Okay, very interesting. Important for Infi to hunt down these peons. And I think that was indeed the last of them.
I have to say to the rock, the smallest map is too cool. We often like to see these teams tiny pushes, but not like this.
Yeah, normally one team decides to defend. But if neither team defends, then I guess both just lose a base. And this is very interesting. Now we have 2 mining bases total for 4 players in the game.
Okay, we have Mass Mana on the Chinese side with Potion's Aura and now a Blood Mage addition. Siphon Mana and take Mana away from enemy heroes who are distributed in their own units or heroes. Here, no transition just yet to pick AoE. AoE, of course, wonderful in 2-on-2 as you can hit twice as many targets.
The Chinese army at the moment is looking pretty weak though, tech-wise. Only grunts and footies for the most part. Now Infi is finally starting to get some casters. Rifles, casters could provide some much needed healing and sustain in the fights. Yeah, I have a hard time seeing who will have the stronger army.
What these armies are gonna be? Rifle casters for Infi versus what's doing only Dryad? There's not much of a block line, and if the rifles get close to the Dryads, they just decimate. Very interesting late game that's approaching.
But also a big army.
Shadowhunter now almost level 3 on Fly's side, that is.
A player's force is
The thing is, if the Orc heroes fall, they cannot be remade. There's no supply available. Very important to keep them alive.
We have Banish, by the way, no Flame Strike, so with Banish you can maybe save some units. Or expose them to Blizzard, because that's the retrain. And what a defensive setup that is for Infi and Fly.
Alright, in we go. Demon on the front line. Mana burn here is effective. But with Siphon mana, that might turn around later. Every level up is a big deal. Banish and Siphon on the Demon. Immolation is active. Blizzard, though, doing a good job as well. Scroll the Beast popped, but the Archer's taking so much damage.
The grunts, prior to that, of course, fastest crap in the world, the TC in the back, trying to go into the rifle, finally getting a connection. Shadowhunter has to be moved to the side being siphoned, so he can distribute more heal wave. Excellent human orc blade from Infi and Fly. Great transition, they know. Dryads will have the spells, the Water Element is not a factor anymore. Blizzard can rain hell on both sides, actually. These archers so hurt, as you said. Grunts are hurt, and this is all Infi and Fly's game now.
I think Moon started a new expansion attempt, but I'm not sure he's gonna have the time. Team Hunter in trouble right away. He's so tanky, dude. This team has insane items, actually. But he doesn't have an Orb of Venom.
Correcto. Oh, Hex on the TC. Able to critter away. But yeah, can you move away from this army? Defend footmen, rifles, casters, these heroes, really, really tricky. The expansion has to work for Moon, and for that they need time.
Level 4 AM, so good. Backing up the Shadowhunter with more mana regen. Of course, the Siphon mana as well. If the Blood Mage gets level 3, dude, that's a huge level up. So much healing. I think that is the big difference maker here. Just way more healing on the Chinese side.
Looking for a backstab now. Naga coming, Archer as well. Infi has a heal scroll, so even more healing on top of that healing. And here we go with the Hex on the Demon Hunter. You said he's so tanky. I don't see any of that. Melting! And there's dead! Oh, they just wiped out the first few starting seconds of that fight. And without a Demon Hunter, you can't. There's no chance.
Moon is hoping for his expansion, the second base, to get him out of trouble here. But Infi is looking so strong. What a recovery for Infi, right? After getting walloped in the early game and getting absolutely embarrassed almost. What a strong comeback now. He's got by far the strongest army on the field, 50 supply, and not afraid at all.
And even Fly getting some winning moments here, chasing the cross here, which was very squishy. And now he can pick his target. Only on the heroes for now. Oh, stop with the dice. Hero switching to Infi. But look at the backline. Although it's barely existing. Great reach for the human army. Trying to stay in there for as long as possible. Heal wave again. You said it. So much healing for China. TC. Last simple move, well saved.
Demon trying to heal up and re-engage into the fight one more time, but he doesn't have much mana to use much immolation anymore. And of course we have the level 2 Siphon now, and that is so much mana drain. The Koreans still trying to find a way to do this. They know they have the expansion, but they're losing, it seems like, just simply too much.
They have 42 supply combined. Usually in these 2 and 2s we see 160. It's 4 times as much. And of course if they engage, their heroes might just fall. Another potion on the Demon Hunter. One last valiant effort maybe for Korea to take home Turkarok, but it's getting damn cold. They just bring a coat. TC hacks before the storm. Perfect. Just so perfect by Fly. And now it's definitely that game.
Yeah, absolutely. Demon healing up a bit more. I think he got a potion still, but this nighttime won't be lasting too much longer. And they're gonna call it. Focus still enjoying himself. He's got a smile on his face, but this game goes to the Chinese, and Infi and Fly able to show what they're made of. Again, the tier 2 push by the human orc combo, super strong, despite Infi's early game being horrendous. Great, great comeback by Infi.
Yeah, I think focus is thought there was a thankfully Infi is not playing human in one-on-one competition. That could have looked very, very different. But these two guys winning the map where they are the favorites, showing how strong they are as 2 and 2 players, as allies with the human orc combo. But that was a unique match
the map for good reason. Different map, different kind of a game. Turok, for 2v2 standards, very small. You can't escape the fight. The pushes will be coming on different maps. Split push playstyle, where the 4 players separated into 2 groups is much more common. Where one player keeps one player busy, the other one, and so on. Especially on Lost Temple. That is a huge map, lots of expansion, options, and lots of possibility for late game shenanigans.
This map, what an RTS classic. In my opinion, any map that doesn't have like a carbon copy of Lost Temple, you can't take it seriously. It's an absolute legendary map that is. And it has a fountain in the middle where you can heal as full of the creeps. And rule of thumb, whoever claims the fountain for themselves, it's the game.
Expansions here will also be very important. We saw no expansion in the first map. Well, I suppose we saw one super late, but that one didn't really come into effect. On Lost Temple, it should be a way different story. Especially, Human is very good at fast expanding. Night Elf is very good at fast expanding. Orc, though, Orcs not necessarily known for their fast expanding prowess.
Maybe they buy the time though with a roaming Farsia or roaming Late Master. Is that the last map of WCG Warcraft 3 2023? If China wins, Rivals is over. They claim one more victory. If Korea wins, we tie this up. And we have one more 2-on-2. Lost Temple it is. We have Infi and Fly on the right-hand side. We have Moon and Focus on the left-hand side.
Alrighty. That means that both have good spawning positions, right? Infi, who wants to fast expand probably, can do so pretty easily between the 2 allied bases. And same goes for Moon. Also his natural expansion position will be safely tucked away between the 2 bases, and I'm glad to see this. Would love for this to be a long, epic 2v2. Lots of base race scenarios, lots of late game high-level heroes. This could be a long map right here.
We can expand in the corners, upper left, bottom right. Also Lost Temple got a little overhaul. You can it's not an island anymore in the corners. You can walk there now. And there's taverns. For the longest time, Lost Temple was the only played map without any taverns, but now in 2023 the technology is finally here. Speaking of technology, what do we get? A different set of heroes. Demon Hunter Blade on the Korean side, no Farseer anymore. The Chinese just stick to their guns.
Yeah, indeed. No Farseer for the harass. Can be very good early at creating space, but a big map like this, maybe both think that the late game is unavoidable, and you want to have strong heroes there to hold their own. I wonder if there's going to be an expansion attempt by the Orcs, and if so, at what time? With a 2 borrowed tech, they could even try to go for it early, but the big danger for Orc is if you try to expand very early in the game and it gets cancelled, ooh, does that derail your game?
Yep, doesn't feel good
A
at
player's
all.
forces are under
Night
attack.
Elves can creep with an Ancient of War, humans can creep with their militia. And that's what makes them so strong early on. Orcs don't really have that option, and it's up to them to cause some trouble or stack the blades. The temple is perfect for that.
Fly, shocking around with the blade. Well, both are, I guess. No item picked up yet. The weird thing is the shops are far out of the way, so if you go towards the center, you can't really make your way past the shop, so no circlets have been bought yet. But that might change later.
Blade Master's stacking up. Only the little greens at first. Wisps are scouting across the map for Moon, seeing, oh, okay, human, Lost Temple. Of course it's an expansion. Is Moon expanding, though? I think he's just teching? I'm not sure. Oh, no. Should be an expansion on the left-hand side. And Infi is home to defend as well. So far, so standard. Good.
Yeah, very important here for Infi to have footies and the AM at home, otherwise the Blade Master could have done some real damage right here. Also with the Grunt in play, one peasant will go down, but if the rest survive, that's a good start for Infi. And of course, Human with the Militia plus Power build has the ability to get the fastest expansion possible from the different races. And this is gonna give a lot of resources soon to Infi. But the Koreans are trying to punch this as much as possible.
Yeah, and we also have a Huntress build, which is also different to what we've seen on the first map. There's a lot more room, and it's a lot more about economy. And this is where the Huntress can definitely shine. Blade Master a little bit in trouble here for focus, so is the Demon Hunter. Koreans again with ultra aggression on Tuba.
All of a sudden, lots of peasants are in danger of going down. Demon Hunter may have to TP out in the end. Blade also looking for a target still. Backstab, one kill. Peasant almost gets another. And the Demon Hunter now going to TP out. Cancelled the Arcane Tower as well. But with the TP gone, I don't think he's going to reaggress.
Alright, we need to heal a little bit. It's nighttime. You can gather around the fountain in the middle. Both know this, of course. It's the most efficient way if you get there. Oh, focus. Don't want to lose this Grunt. At least not to the Blade. That would be extra experience. Nicely keeping tabs. And it is a creep deny. Sweet play, focus.
Forces are under attack.
Yep, well done. Moon in the meantime is getting up his own expansion. That's of course crucial. You can't be down by a mining base for too long in most cases. You mentioned the fountain earlier. It's a big benefit if one team gets the full fountain. That's a lot of experience and 2 big consumable items. So this is going to be a noteworthy priority here that we have to keep in mind.
Blade Masters in the temple. What an iconic picture. We've seen this so many times over the history of Warcraft 3. A little bit of a steal for focus again, I think. Gets the ring. Okay, not that great. But now, maybe they can fight with Hunters. But Infi gets a sweet surround and focus Grunt.
Infi feels the need to TP home. Just against a Demon Hunter. There was already an Arcane Tower. What? That seemed like a bit of an overreaction.
Gotta protect the workers, Remote. Don't want to fall back too hard. We have a Shadow Hunter out. That could derail quickly thanks to the Hex. But Fly this time. Keep tabs. Didn't lose too many Blade Masters. Oh, the creeps again. Man, what did Fly do to the creeps? To be honest, a lot.
Yeah, earlier the Rock Golem almost got the revenge already in the early game on Twisted. Demon Hunter! Oh, guess who's here? Big Daddy Demon with a staff harassing to the main base, but Infi made an Arcane Tower that is preventing the worst, but still annoying. Infi is getting punished hard for the fact that he's playing Human today.
I mean, it's understandable. If Infi switches back to full-time Human, everybody's one-on-one competition is in jeopardy. So Moon and Focus making damn sure that he's not enjoying a single moment of this game.
Oh, there's the staff. Nice play by Moon. Earlier got out with the TP, now he has the double staff to harass and to get out. And the orcs are fighting for the middle. But both items still inside the Null Overseer's bellies. Up for grabs.
And the bellies? Like a pocket or something?
I don't see pants. I don't know where the pockets would be.
You can, like, get an extra bag or something. It'd be weird if there's a circlet, for example, in the belly and you have to put it on. Well, it doesn't feel right.
Gotta take what you can get. Beggars can't be choosers. That seems like Focus should be able to get this item. And it was Ankh. Okay.
Big mana.
Yeah, big mana is really good. And the blade is heavily decked out on survivability. Rings and Ankh. Not that much in terms of damage, though.
No level 3s across the board. A little bit of pressure on the human side, of course. Speed scroll, disengagement. As maybe our Moon and focus on a bit of a timer here. I once again give the late game to the human. Maybe it's on the Night Elf side as well. Close in the very late.
The more rifles that come out, the worse and worse the hunts are going to be. But I imagine Moon will be transitioning, right? Should be transitioning into tier 3 at some point. Especially again on a big map like this. Because hunts and dryads won't be too useful for much longer.
Exactly. There's raiders against them who fare really well. There's, as you said, rifles against them. You could even go mortars, which are fantastic. Moon has the lures set up. We'll see if he goes for tier 3 or if he leaves the melee to the orc.
Double heal scroll now as well. More creeping on Moon. Level 2 Panda. Of course, Moon, his units right now are not looking that strong. Dryads and Hunts certainly falling off, but the heroes could make the difference. Demon Hunter and Panda in the late game with high levels, really good. Might be down to the heroes then in the end. But for now, we're still creeping. We're not fighting too much at all. They managed to focus. Oh, by the way, he got a fast level 3. He's really speedy with that level 2 Windwalk running around the map. But I think Infi got some scrolls as well. Did he? No, but Fly did, I guess. Infi now is the one who has to TP out because he's getting creep jacked. And he doesn't want to fight yet. But now Fly, with the aggressive maneuver, into Moon's main base, threatening the lures. Moon is trying to get tricky with the Zeppelin. With its focus, TPing in. He's got the double heal scroll, and focus has been on fire all day. Now the two orcs are duking it out. Level 3s everywhere. Home field advantage though would make one thing that should be good for Moon, who is also coming in for the detonate. I like that. Kodo's though getting threatened, heal scrolls being used, heal waves as well, and it's quite chaotic. But he has to TP out. Took out the Kodo. TPing home to his main base. Yes indeed. And the Zeppelin has been dealt with, but Infi's economy is being messed with over and over. Time and time again, the peasants are suffering, which is, well, no new sight for us. That's what's been happening in competitive Warcraft 3 for a long time.
A player's forces are under attack.
But yeah, Infi, you know, despite the fact how long he's been on 2 bases, he's not really rich. He doesn't have a big bank. Going into 51 supply, now he's going to lose the tower at home, as it seems like, losing some rifles, and Moon is doing this well. He is finding pickoffs, he's buying time, and I imagine he might be frustrating Infi quite a bit. And Moon flies over to the shop. Can go for a new heal scroll there, and behind this, Focus getting up an expansion. We will be getting close to 2 base versus 1 base. And the reason why all this happening is because Infi walled off the main. What a sick punish for such a simple thing as just walling off the main base. I see a Bad Rider though. Bad Rider starting to take out the Zeppelin. Moon might be kind of stuck in this base, but who is stuck with whom? And I think he has a TP to get out if needed. Yes, he does. Alright, next Orc Mirror fight. Fly right there. Getting caught by Focus. He loses the Kodo. And this game is actually better and better for the Koreans. Yes, indeed. All of a sudden, Focus has a huge army. 70 supply. Where did that all come from? Expansion for him wasn't mining for long. But great play by the Koreans here. On Lost Temple, it is a wonderful showing and almost looks checkmate. They're in a purely defensive position. Only now, dude, only now can Infi enter the main and finally clean up this attack. But Fly has lost so much already. Focus's army is simply much, much bigger. And Moon, who bought so much time for his team and his ally, he's getting blocked by an Invis Huntress. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Blizzard, though, okay. Managed to get him into position. But this was game-winning damage, Ben. How many peasants did he kill? How much mining did he prevent? How much time did he buy for himself? This almost looks like the 1-1.
Oh man, what a game for the Koreans. They still try to bring it back. Really well done. Nicely exposing the timings, as you need a bit of time to get this human expansion running. And they exploited that fact. Okay, where does this go now?
Heading once more into Moon's main base, who still hasn't taken tier 3, but surprisingly, even with all that time, these immense amount of time that was bought, no bear, no enemy, no tier 3, just tier 2, just mass riots. This seems pretty all in for the Chinese team. If this push doesn't win, doesn't work out, it should be the Koreans taking us to the third map, which would be Meadows, by the way. Oh, Blizzard against the Raiders, charging up the high ground, but Chinese are getting sandwiched. Attacked from both sides. Korea with a great chance here. And that turns line up the next of fire, but the mana is low. The Blood Mage again trying to get mana superiority. Blizzard is doing huge damage, but also good end snares. Always controlling the Archmage, canceling the Blizzard. Fight is still raging on, but Focus has such a big army. It's ridiculously big. 73 supply. Q throw coming in as well. AM just got the level 3 Blade Master front line. He's got triple rings, by the way. This blade is so tanky with triple rings and Spirit Link and the Ankh. And guess what? Now he's level 4. And I think the Koreans just have a little bit too much. AM threatened again. He's banished, but he's also Breath of Fire. AM almost going down, getting chased. Still, Windwalk could net him the kill. There's one more heal wave. One last heal wave, but the army is vanished. Infi has nothing left. Fly has nothing left. Fly TPing out, so is Infi. With this push not working out, this should be game already. Look at Focus, he didn't even really lose anything. He still has 73 supply. Great fight and great game by Focus. And also Moon. Moon who bought untold amounts of time with that Zeppelin play earlier. The Night Elves and their Zeppelins have always been a special kind of friendship. And even now, a third base coming for Moon. So we're moving towards 5 mining bases versus only 3. The noose is tightening around the Chinese players. This should be a pretty straightforward game to bring home. Oh, Focus somehow even got the time to go tier 3 and get a lightning orb apparently. I didn't even realize. I would love to see some Torrents. But I'm not sure that we will. Fighting now at the fountain. Everything is hard to bring down. Everything is healing. It's the army size, so much in favor of Focus. His army just keeps growing, dude. It just keeps growing. 78 supply, 75 now. Infi still struggling at only 34, man. It's looking rough. Oh, Shadowhunter surrounded. Oh, didn't even see it. Maybe Fly didn't see it either. The Shadowhunter goes down. That's the second hero and the healer. Hitting the deck, and I think Focus gonna clean up the rest. He's losing a bit himself. He's getting the favorable amount of kills. Blood Mage almost dead. Couple more right clicks. Yep. That is it. That is GG. And the game is tied up. And we will go to a third map decider in our 2v2.
Walk. And you know what? We all win because more Warcraft is always more good.
Alright, the Koreans here with the opportunity to have a perfect day, more or less. Could win all 3 of the sub-matches. Now also they are victorious on the last map. Twisted Meadows it will be. This is also a map that can lead to split pushy playstyle. Can be played to expand on, but it's never as safe to expand as LT is. But you know, Infi, despite the fast expansion, he never had a super free economy. He was always getting harassed, always getting messed with. Never had the time to build the perfect death ball. And that is credit, I think, especially to Moon. That Zeppelin, I think that was the biggest move to win the game for the Koreans.
Zeppelin play here also in the 200s. Twisted Meadows even more split pushy than Lost Temple is. We'll see if they exploit this once again.
Twisted Meadows is a map that can be very aggressive, even tier 1 aggressive. This is a map that can lead to different hero choices. Things like a Keeper, things like a Farseer were very, very popular here until quite recently when we had some bigger tournaments. If you show up with summons in your opponent's main base, apply a lot of pressure that can make things very difficult very quickly. So things like Demon Hunter, things like Blade Master can sometimes end up being a liability.
Who claims this series for money on the line, and you don't want to go down 0-3 in a Nations match? That feels bad. So what do we got here on the left-hand side of Twisted? We got the Chinese team of Infi and Fly, and on the right-hand side, it's Moon and Focus.
Alright then. We're going to be paying very close attention to these altars. Which heroes will be chosen? Pretty standard build so far. We got Barracks coming. Ancient of War. Wait, where's the Ancient of War? Ah, okay, it's just at the normal green camp. That is also pretty standard. I've seen Infi play very aggressive before, even level 1 AM aggression. Normally, humans aren't necessarily known for this, but can pull it off. I guess also worth pointing out that Infi has the bottom left spawn, so he could go for the lab creep pretty easily. Pull out the rock golem, creep the lab, get a fast level 2, which would be a lot more dangerous on the other position. But that one is covered by the Orcish ally, which is very good. We see the heroes now. Demon Hunter, Blade Master, and Focus with a Farseer. Same as on Turtle Rock. And with that, Focus probably going to try to be aggressive early. Infi is going for an early Arcane Tower. He does not want to be annoyed again all game in the worker line with the economy. And indeed, won't be taking the big cap. Won't offer up his peasants to a feast.
Right, they did the same trick twice. The Koreans, Infi adjusting, and then should be prone to this. Oops, even happens to deny a creep there.
Not quite sure. Blade Master, 4 flies, taking the big creep early. Could be a great item. Robo the Magi. Not that good for the Blade. Dude, if he wants to be really selfless, he could give that to the Archmage. That's a sick Archmage item. Robo the Magi. He comes the boss here for Focus. What can he do? We have Wisp here for Detonate as well. And the Koreans once more trying to be very aggressive into Fly's main base. That Burrow getting attacked is most certainly going to be cancelled. Fly going to be supply blocked for quite some time, but Infi reacting quickly. Wants to help out his ally right away.
Okay, not a split push, but a combined push. Kind of rare to see that in the twos. Fragile heroes for sure, especially Archmage and Farseer. And who has to leave first?
Focus the one. Backing up. The great thing for the AM is, normally the AM has a tough time healing up early, right, after you took some damage. But if your ally is an orc, you can buy some heal salves. That's wonderful. Oh, Demon Hunter almost getting surrounded here by the peons. But he gets through, and that cancels the burrow again. Oh my god, the Fly is in the Stone Ages. His tech is gonna be so late.
Can they stall some time somehow? That's a big problem. Infi has to do the heavy lifting now. Infi has to do the early game pressure and early game damage, and that is not that easy to do for a human. Nice little peon block by Fly, but the Moon harass never stops.
Cancels the burrow. Is he gonna get out? Oh, yes, he will. Fly wants to punish, though. Chasing with a speed scroll. That should be a TP. Sidestep on the demon. Are you kidding me? No way do you get away. You can't get away.
A player's forces are
Let's him
under
die.
attack.
Okay. Perhaps should have used the TP there to get out. Demon falls. Sideline now for quite some time. And that is level 2 for the Blade Master. Perhaps a bit of an oversight by Moon. He's getting attacked though in his own main base. That is making things complicated. Fly's early game was pretty painful, but now he's trying to rely on a strong Blade Master, creeping the Merc camp and hiring the mercenaries. And this might be a fast level 3 Blade Master this time around, whereas the Demon is off to a tough start. He's still only going to be level 1 when revived. Oh my god, the int hero items on the Blade are insane. Mantle and rope and big mana. Great for either Shadowhunter or again, if he wants to give it to the Archmage of his ally. But so far, Fly didn't seem too eager to share his toys. Oh, loses one grunt. We have a Naga. With that, we have aggressive potential again.
Can he go into a safer position? Can he heal up a little bit? And this Demon Hunter really loves... Oh, the Archmage! Bad spot for him! Damn it, output is it? No, Archmage falls! China needs a big revenge kill, but instead, Fly almost loses the Blade Master as well. Everybody's dying or portaling. What the hell, Fly? So close! Full timing! Oh.
Oh my god, that was so close. The Farseer almost got the snipe with one right click. But I guess the danger isn't over yet. The Naga stayed behind, was not part of the TP. The Demon Hunter should be returning any moment now. The AM trap, so well done. Great play there, trapping him outside the wall. And this is some crazy aggression by the Koreans.
How can China survive this? Infi's Archmage, we said it before, he was meant to do the heavy lifting, but hard to lift when you're dead.
Blood Mage is now out. Level 1 Blood Mage, normally not that super strong. The Naga here with a cold arrow is a nice addition. Yeah, it's all gas. No brakes for the Koreans. Speed scroll though, repositioning. But it doesn't seem like they have the late game on their side.
And they recover. A little bit of Siphon. Blade Master still using Windwalk. Gets quite some information here. And Moon and Focus retreating. Time to recover for Team China, man. This Archmage has to catch up on some work.
Blade Master, he's having a great game. He was just given mana by the Blood Mage, now he's got plenty of Windwalks. And I'm sure he would love to steal the big item right here. What happened to the mantle? On the Shadowhunter, okay. Shadowhunter also looking good. Picks up the tome.
Fighting for the spot again. Blade Master gets
No,
it.
no way he got it, dude.
It was pretty sick, wasn't it? With the Boots of Kel'Thalas as well.
And he stole the dust. Very important. If he doesn't steal the dust, maybe there, he's dead. They got the item. I think he also got the experience. With like 10 units hitting that troll. Not bad. Well done.
A player's forces are under attack.
Okay, that's a way to get back into this game. Can the heroes take over? This one goes to China as well. At least the experience, and that is so detrimental for their success.
Bit of banish. Saving from the ensnares. Fun interaction right there. Infi in a good position though. We have rifles here safely tucked away in the back, close to the main base. 2 level 2 heroes, and even some militia could help out. A triple level up. Triple level 2 on the Korean side. This looks pretty all in by them. Even the creeps at the back having something to say.
Blade falls!
Oh, the blade.
Supposed to be the damage dealer here. And now what's left?
Caster getting hacked. There was no dispel available. Apparently, great killer mindset, killer instinct by the Koreans. Mana though also dropping lower HP. All the Siphon has now drained the mana away. Some rifles are still left. The Dakota Beast in the back, so important for providing the aura. Infi, maybe he can hold. He still has lots of rifles left.
More down, trying to get a new guard. But Maru, Demon Hunter in trouble. Very little HP left, but an info potion. Now Focus is the one gonna be careful about that fast here. What a slaughter!
Oh, more level ups on the Chinese side. Level 3 Shadow, level 3 Archmage, and I think that may have done it. I think that is the push held. Demoner has to TP out, and Moon has only about 40 supply. Focus still has a well-sized army. But it's the tech there.
What a match this is. What a back and forth. Huge start for Focus and Moon for Korea. A nice little comeback, nice little hold for Team China. Fly into another burrow. He's got a supply block. That could quitter this thing.
Yeah, what next is the question. If you got some good experience there, the Rifle Caster army at 50 supply, always really strong, especially if you have a front line of allied units to keep you safe. And that is gonna be Fly's job. He's also macroing up to 50 slowly but surely. Still takes a little while though.
Whew, this late game will be quite explosive, I can tell you that much. We're moving across the map, gathering at the shops, gathering the heal scrolls and involves, maybe even a protection scroll, if they can afford it. Fly Spade Master back, they're grouping up, and here's a big push for Moon and Focus that they have to weather now, as Infi and Fly are pushing for the victory.
Coming from the north, looking for a flank. Can the Chinese reposition fast enough? Hex on the cold right away, but now there is Dispel. Staff in. Here's the Demon Hunter. Blood Mage level 3. This level 2 Siphon is really good. And I think he will win that mana war. Off we go. Rifles and Serpent Wards being set up. It is so much piercing damage on the Chinese side. Demon Hunter with the Invo Potion again, trying to get off the mana burns, but he's going to be out of mana very soon himself. That might be now already. More heat waves raining in, and speeding of raining down, we have Blizzard as well. The Chinese team again looking good.
Wow, this snake pit is one of the biggest snake pits I've ever seen. Here comes the shop. Focus trying to prevent this, but it's so tough. So many snakes. Level 4 on the Blade Master by Fly, who's absolutely crazy with this inventory. It was fragile. Fly had no TP. This was dangerous. They might just be able to edge out a victory here.
Yeah, the Koreans had a lot of supply, but didn't have the right armies, didn't have the right heroes. Their timing window slipped away. Blade Master level 4, dude. He's looking for kills. What can he get? Raider with the Ensnare. Slowly coming into range. Spiritling is protecting these heroes, but perhaps not enough protection.
Yeah, gets away from Focus and Perfume knockout punch, but he dodges it. Now Flies units on the menu with the Fourth Lightning. Kodobi's gone. Neck and neck fight. Bare knuckle box fight it is. Every Ensnare should be a kill. And now, how to bring this back, Moon and Focus.
Base race has to be the only way. They have now clearly seen, okay, they can't win fights anymore. The rifles and the enemy heroes are too strong. It has to be with base race only now. But Fly has reinforced defenses, and Dryads are not known for their strength against buildings.
Nope, but Raiders are. But unfortunately, we are on both sides. This will take a while. Do we have town portals available? For Moon, yes. For Focus, no. And this time, Fly is the one with the TP. So there is no response, really, for both sides. With base race.
Yes. It's not going to be about fighting anymore. It's going to be about base racing. It's going to be about the buildings in the end. Building elimination. Again, just like on Turtle Rock, I guess. Both Orc bases might be falling. Or perhaps not. Fly's TPing home, actually.
Wow, what a victory here. Focus has no income anymore on 34 food. And he won't get any. That's a problem. That's a big problem.
Insnare's flying, more units caught. The Koreans are forced to take a fight, but they're so far behind. This is looking like their demise, as if they're doomed.
Oh, the Demonites are stabbed down, but of course one of the big damage dealers outside the fight now. Focus and Moon, they need this magical play, but all of their magic has been denied for now.
Marcier caught with the ensnare, might be going down. Yes, he is. And that is it. GG is called. The Chinese do get their honor back. With a very strong 2v2 performance, they do get the victory here, but the day still belongs to Korea.
Absolutely no 3-0. That turned out to look good when they were the favorites. They failed of the total win. As we said, those really a strong number one performance by Focus and also by Ruin. Bringing the series back. Here we go. A nice little smile. These guys know each other, of course, for a long time. They can all the lead together. So we had a Makers team on the other side. Well deserved. Getting a little cash into their pockets. And 2 and 1 on their side. I think there's still a little party going on in Busan tonight.
I certainly hope so. Maybe get some barbecue later with the boys. Lawlight can be proud of his players, especially in the 1v1. Very convincing. Fly didn't stand too much of a chance against Focus, to be honest. Infi made it really close. That Infi versus Moon series, dude, that could have tipped either way. But yes, Korea wins out. And with that, perhaps also an evening of fun karaoke. We know Lawlight's a big fan.
Yeah, Focus was pretty good at that. But this was a fun match from start to finish. Infi playing out bad there, winning the first map, then Moon with back-to-back victories and super strong performance. Focus showing up in shape, Fly a little unlucky with the creeps, and then a back and forth, 2-on-2. That's Warcraft 3, how we love it.
Yeah, great showcase, making their countries proud. All of them showing up strong here today, and hopefully we're going to have more opportunities in the future for the players from these two nations, and maybe even from more to show themselves again. Of course, in WCG, the friendly competition between rivals, between nations, is what the lifeblood is all about. And especially in Warcraft 3, that has always been Korea and China. It's always been between these two. Sometimes the favor lies with one. Today, it is with Korea.
We started the day with the Koreans on the stage, and we end the day with the Koreans on the stage. Moon and Focus superior, Lawlight and his ally can be proud, and of course this closes then the WCG Rivals Tournament here from Busan. 20 years of WCG and Warcraft 3 going hand in hand, founding esports, and yeah, one step further at a time. Hopefully there's a WCG 2024. Hopefully you invite our Warcraft 3 players once again, because they deserve it. Rocking the esports scene for 20 years is very, very special, and that Warcraft 3 is not missing any WCG is also very special. So hopefully we carry on
Absolutely. Tune in. Where Warcraft 3 has ended now, there's many more matches to come and other wonderful titles. And stay tuned, check out what's going on, and stay connected.
And if you want to follow for Warcraft, check out our channel on Twitch because there's many tournaments for you to follow. Have a wonderful day, have a wonderful weekend, have a wonderful evening, morning, afternoon, wherever you are. We'll